The Air Omen. Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 4. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead.
Chapter 1. Liam. 15 years earlier. Do it again! Grandma and Grandpa lived in a cottage by the sea. The beach was their favorite place to be. Mine too. It was a sunny day and really hot. Grandpa stood in the ocean while his eagle familiar flew circles overhead. Grandma weaved baskets on a bench in the sand and watched with a smile. We'd collected seashells this morning, and she was making the basket for me to take them home in. Grandpa moved his hands in circles. The water in the ocean came out in two big strands and twisted together, creating loops and dips in the sky. The eagle flew through the loops and swirled in circles around the twisted strands. It looked like one really big rope. Grandpa was using so much water, much more than anyone else in the tribe could summon, even my dad. Grandpa could do amazing magic. I could see fish swimming in the water high above me within the tunnels he had made. Grandpa lowered the rope, and out in the distance, a whale jumped out of the water and through one of the loops. Grandpa made the water rope return to the sea. The water splashed past my knees, and waves crashed back and forth. "Wow," I said. "I want to do magic like that."
"One day you will, my child. Be patient. You're only 6.
Grandpa raised his arm and called for his familiar. Tenenko landed on Grandpa's forearm and shook his feathers. I wrinkled my nose. "I'm 7 now."
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Grandpa winked. I think he was teasing me, but I worried he really had forgotten. 7 was much older than 6. Grandpa walked to a large rug spread out in the sand and sat down. I followed him. There were many bowls sitting on the rug, with strange powders of different colors in them. Beside the bowls was a large square piece of deer leather. Grandpa summoned water from the ocean and mixed it with the powder in the bowls. Tenenko jumped off his arm and stood on the blanket. His head tilted as he watched Grandpa mix the powders. "Grandpa, why are we doing this?" I asked.
Because this is our heritage. It's important you learn it before you become chief.
"But why?"
You ask a lot of questions. A good chief stays silent, listens, and learns. He rarely speaks his mind.
Grandpa set the bowls in front of me.
Can you tell me what these are?
I shook my head, and Grandpa said,
These are the sacred paints of our people. Red, white, blue, yellow, purple, and green.
"Why did you make red?" I scowled at the red paint. Red was for Coigny, and I didn't like them.
A long time ago, before the tribes divided, we shared all the colors. We were one people, and not 4, Grandpa said. Our tribe was not divided.
"It wouldn't be such a bad thing if things were like that again," Grandma said. Grandpa frowned like he was sad.
Our paints are special, and they bestow powers and blessings onto those whom they are applied after they are prayed over, he said. They are very sacred.
I got very serious. Grandpa uttered some prayers over the paints in our ancient language. I knew what he was saying, but it was hard to understand because he used big words I didn't know. When Grandpa was done, he said,
Each of the paints have a different meaning. They were once used for battle, but now are mostly used for ceremonies. It is said that each of the paints have a symbolic animal guarding over them, which gives the wearer the protection of that animal.
"I like wolves best," I said eagerly. I howled like one and laughed. Grandpa smiled.
I know you do. Some of our bravest warriors used to paint their faces white in battle to gain stealth and bravery from the wolf.
Grandpa took a scoop of white paint with his fingers and started putting it on my face. It felt thick and grainy.
White was not just the color of energy. It was the color of the original Hawkeye tribe. It represented all of us in one, the people of the Great Spirit in unity.
I couldn't see what Grandpa was doing, but it felt like he was making shapes on my face.
Certain symbols have power. It is said that when some designs are drawn with paint on the bodies of elementi, their magic is enhanced by these symbols.
What do all the different paints mean? I put one of my hands in the blue paint. I smeared it across Tenanko's beak, and he chirped.
Red is for war, blue is for peace and for weddings, green is for new growth and new beginnings. Purple is a rare color and shows abundance. The paint signifies our connection with the earth, with our ancestors, and with the Great Spirit.
What about the black paint? I asked.
We never use black paint. Black paint is only for those who mourn and seek revenge.
And yellow?
Yellow is for warriors who are ready to give their soul up to the Great Spirit.
Grandpa stirred the paints again. On the leather he began drawing symbols. They looked like birds, dragons, and other magical creatures.
These are our talismans. Each one has a different meaning when used with the paint. You will learn them all. The Hawkeye had our own written language before the colonizers came to our lands. Many of our people have forgotten, but some still remember the old texts.
How do we know the Great Spirit is really up there? I asked. How do we know the ancestors are really listening?
My child, the Great Spirit will always be there to guide you, if you ask for his teaching. Our ancestors are all around us, and they are here to help us down our path. You need only to believe and listen. The proof that the ancestors and the Great Spirit love you will be in your magic when it comes.
Grandpa seemed so sure. I wanted to be sure, too. Grandpa had me draw many symbols on the leather with the paint. I tried to make mine as good as his, but they weren't. I didn't think I'd ever be as great a chief as he had been. There were so many stories and lessons to learn. I worried I couldn't learn them all. Grandma asked me if I was hungry. I shook my head.
Are you not feeling well, Pawi?
Grandma brushed my hair back. Yes, my tummy hurts. It had hurt since this morning.
Hold on. I might have a plant that'll help.
Grandma was a medicine woman. She always had something. Grandma went inside the cottage and came out a few minutes later. She gave me some coast buckwheat to nibble on, and I felt a little better. My tummy was always upset. I felt tired sometimes and wanted to take naps, but I didn't anymore because I was supposed to be big now. When the leather was full of symbols, Grandpa looked over them.
Very good. You did well for your first time. Your father will be pleased.
Dad's always busy. He doesn't have time for me. I dropped my head. I didn't want Grandpa to show Dad my symbols. They weren't good enough.
Your chief training will begin in a few years' time. Then you'll always be with him. Have patience, Grandma said sweetly.
Grandpa looked at me, then scooched over to give me a hug.
You'll be a wise chief someday. Your father knows it. He's already so proud of you.
Grandpa shook me. I shrugged my shoulders. I guess. Dad was the best chief ever. I wanted to be like him, but didn't think I ever would. It was late at night and really, really dark when I heard a tapping on my sliding glass window. I woke up right away and sat upright. I thought the knocking had been a dream, but it continued. It scared me. I pulled my blanket up to my nose. What if it was a monster? Dad said he'd gotten rid of the one under my bed, but maybe it had just moved outside? Liam! Liam, let me in! I knew that voice. Jonah? I got out of bed. Standing outside was Jonah. He was dripping wet and shaking from the cold. I opened the glass door to let him in. Jonah, how did you get here? And how did you climb up to my room? I asked. We lived on an island, and my room was on the second floor.
I snuck on a boat. I kinda got wet. He shivered. And then I climbed up the vines to your window. Mom grew twisting flowers outside that grew up the side of our house, but I didn't know it was safe to climb them. I wanted to ask Jonah why he was here, but I didn't. Jonah ran away from home all the time. He usually went to the treehouse my dad had built for us back on the mainland, near Grandpa's cottage. He'd never made it to my house by himself before. Jonah was Yapluma. I knew I wasn't supposed to be friends with people from other tribes, but I didn't care because Jonah was cool. Do you have any dry clothes? Jonah asked. I nodded. Jonah was the biggest kid in my school, and my clothes wouldn't fit him, but Mommy had bought some extra clothes for him and kept them in my drawer just in case he wanted to sleep over one night. I gave him what Mommy had bought. He changed out of them, and I put the wet clothes in the corner. Can I stay here with you? He asked. He wasn't shivering anymore, but he still looked cold. I nodded. Yeah, but we have to be quiet. Okay. I turned on the TV in my room and put the volume really low. Jonah and I played with my new PlayStation before we got mad we couldn't pass the next level and decided to watch cartoons instead. There weren't many kid shows on this late at night. I wasn't allowed to watch some of the shows that came on, but Jonah said it was fine because his mom and dad allowed him to watch whatever he wanted. Jonah started snoring when the clock said the number 3. I got tired and fell asleep beside him. Jonah was up before I was. He started shaking me when the sun came up. Hey, Liam, do you have anything to eat? I rubbed my eyes. I was really tired. Yeah, come on. We went to the kitchen. The cereal was up really high, and I couldn't get it. Jonah moved a chair across the floor, but I still couldn't reach. He tried putting me on his shoulders, but that didn't work either. We both fell down and made a loud noise. Liam, what are you doing up so early? We'd woken up Mommy. She was carrying my little sister Maddie and wearing her robe. Mommy still seemed sleepy. Maddie was only 3 and was still asleep on her chest. Mommy's eyes widened when she saw Jonah. Jonah, dear, I didn't know you were here. Jonah blushed. She looked at the chair and us on the floor. How about I make you boys some breakfast? Mommy cooked us bacon and eggs. Maddie sat in her high chair. Jonah and I played swords with our forks. It wasn't too long before Ezra came downstairs. Ezra was my 4-year-old little brother, and he always got up when he smelled food. He tried to get between us and play swords, too. I mostly pushed my food around, but Jonah ate his really quick. Mommy gave him seconds. Now, I'd love for you to stay, Jonah, Mommy began. But I do have a lot of errands to run today. I'm sorry to say we're running low on groceries. Otherwise, you know I'd love to have you. Jonah looked sadly down at his plate. Can I go over to Jonah's house? Please? I asked. It sounded more fun than going shopping. Mommy frowned. She didn't like me going over to Jonah's house and didn't tell me why. Are your parents home, dear? She asked Jonah. He shook his head. No, ma'am. My sister's the only one home until dinner. Well, I guess that's all right then. Mommy sighed and picked up the phone. I'll give her a call. Your father will be by to pick you up in a few hours, Liam. I want to go too, Ezra shouted. No, baby, you'll stay here, Mommy said. Let your brother go alone. Ezra started to cry. I was glad. He was always copying me. It was annoying. Before we left, Mommy packed a lunch and told me to take it with us. Mommy always packed extra food whenever I went to Jonah's house, even if I already ate. Manili was Mommy's familiar. She was going to take Jonah and I to the mainland where Jenny was waiting for us. Manili was on the beach when we walked out. She was a kelpie, a seahorse. She walked on 4 legs and had green scales all over. Her mane and tail were made of seaweed, braided with seashells, and her hooves were the color of pearls. Manili lay down in the sand so we could climb on her back. I got on front, and Jonah sat behind me. She waded into the sea, and I hung on tightly to the seaweed in her mane as she swam forward.
Kelpies were fast. Manili swam in the sea like she was galloping on land. Dolphins tried to keep up with her as the water fanned out around us on either side. My hair blew backward, and the wind made my eyes water. Nobody was quicker than Manili in the water. Jenny was waiting for us on the docks. She was Jonah's older sister and a teenager. She made a face as we got off of Manili. Manili bobbed her head, and the water dried out of mine and Jonah's clothes magically. Jenny grabbed Jonah's hand sharply. "Come on, let's go." Manili turned and dove back into the water. I hurried to follow Jenny as she pulled Jonah through the streets. She acted like I wasn't even there. We took a carriage to the Yapluma neighborhood. Jonah lived in a really big house, but it didn't have much furniture in it. I didn't know why. Once the door was closed, Jenny turned on us. "Listen, you little brats," Jenny started. "I have a very important piano recital tomorrow, and if I blow it, Mom and Dad are going to be pissed. So you guys stay out of my way and keep quiet. Don't you dare bother me for anything." We nodded. Jenny stomped her feet as she walked away. She always had to be perfect in everything. I heard the sound of the piano coming from the living room. We went up to Jonah's room. Jonah still looked hungry. He ate the extra sandwich my mommy packed for him. I gave him mine too because I didn't want it. "I'll save it for dinner," Jonah said, and he hid it inside his drawer. "My mom sometimes forgets." I thought that was okay because the last time I was over and Jonah and I wanted snacks, the kitchen was empty. "What should we do?" I asked. Jonah didn't have a lot of toys to play with. His room had a bed and his clothes, and that was it. "Let's play Hippogriffs and Dragons," Jonah said. "It's my favorite." I liked that game because Jonah always wanted to be the hippogriff and he let me be the dragon. "Okay." Jonah made a chirping noise and jumped at me. I roared like a dragon and tackled him. We fought back and forth like animals. It was hard to wrestle when you were trying to be quiet, but the sound of the piano muffled most of our punches. After an hour of playing, we got too excited. Jonah jumped off his bed and landed on me. We made a loud crashing noise as Jonah accidentally knocked his lamp off the nightstand. It didn't break, but it created a loud thump. The sound of the piano stopped from downstairs, and I heard the front door open. I think I heard the voice of Jenny's girlfriend. "You kids better be quiet up there," Jenny called. Jonah and I stopped wrestling. We shut our mouths and stared at each other. I had the thought that Jonah's house wasn't very fun. It probably would be if his sister wasn't around. "We should go to the basement," Jonah whispered. "She won't hear us down there." "All right." We tiptoed down the stairs to the main floor, then took the stairwell in the kitchen down to the basement. Jonah's basement was dark and creepy. It was concrete floors and concrete walls. There were a ton of boxes down here. The basement was stuffed full. Some of the things in here were creepy. There were weird statues and old dolls that I swear kept giving me weird looks. In the middle of the room was a huge square, at least 6 feet tall. I couldn't really tell what it was because it was covered up by an old white sheet. It was the only thing down here not covered in dust. I wanted to peek under it and see what it looked like. I went to look, but Jonah said, "Don't touch. It's a painting my dad just bought. He told me not to play with it." The boxes were towered up high. It didn't seem like a very safe place to play, but where else did we have to go? There were loud noises coming from Jenny's room. I didn't know what they were doing up there. I asked Mommy once, but she told me it was adult stuff, so I just ignored it. "We should play hide and seek," Jonah suggested. "There are tons of places to hide down here." That was a great idea. "I'll seek, you hide." It was too easy to find Jonah. I played Seeker for an hour, but he was so big and so bad at hiding that it didn't take me very long to find him, no matter how long I counted or what he hid behind. Jonah was too good at getting caught. "It's my turn to hide," I said. "We've been at this forever." "But I hate seeking," Jonah whined. No fair! It's your turn! I yelled. Shh, Jonah said with a quick look at the stairs. Okay, fine. I'll seek. Jonah started counting. I looked everywhere for a spot to hide that he hadn't picked and found a tall wardrobe in the far corner. I ran toward it and shut myself inside. Ready or not, here I come! Jonah started looking. I pressed my hand to my mouth so I wouldn't laugh. I didn't want him to find me. Then something happened. The room got colder and darker. We had the light on, but the bulbs broke. I heard the sound of glass breaking, and the only light that came into the basement were from the windows on the ceiling's level. The sunshine from outside went away, like there was a storm coming. I swear I heard the crackling of thunder, and it shook the room. What the hell? Power's gone out, I heard Jenny say from upstairs. I heard something else, a low growl from a very, very big animal. Panic made it hard to breathe. It felt like the air was filled with static. We learned about that in school. It made my hair get all frizzy. I could almost hear a kind of sizzling popping in the air. Large footsteps thumped on the ground only a few feet away. What if some sort of monster lived in the basement and we'd bothered it? It was going to eat us up. Liam! Jonah was nearby. I opened the wardrobe door to see that he was crouched behind a pile of boxes, looking scared. In here, I whispered. Jonah crawled to the wardrobe. I opened it up so he could squeeze himself in. We held the door shut and held our breath. What is it? I whispered. Jonah was shaking so hard I was afraid he'd tip over the wardrobe. He shook his head fast. I don't know. I didn't see it. I was trying to hide. All I saw were really, really big paws. I gulped. This wasn't good. How had a big magical creature snuck into the house and knocked out all the electricity? Liam, it's coming this way, Jonah squeaked. I gasped. Jonah and I held the doors shut as something bumped against the wardrobe, knocking it back and forth. We leaned onto the wooden walls so we wouldn't fall over. There was a sniffing sound. The creature was smelling us. Then it went away. I heard the footsteps retreating. When it had been quiet for a moment, I dared to open the doors back up, and I saw that the light from outside had returned. There was no monster outside, just a few fallen towers of boxes that it had knocked over on its way out. Shit, I said as we hopped out of the wardrobe. That was scary. I wasn't supposed to say bad words, but I liked how they felt coming out of my mouth, and doing things I wasn't supposed to was fun. Oh no, Jonah said, pointing. The painting! I looked. I noticed the painting that had been leaning up against the wall from earlier was gone. It had been there when we'd been playing, but now it had disappeared. The monster must have took it with them, I said, though I don't know what they'd want with a painting. This is really bad. Tears dotted Jonah's eyes. What's the big deal? I asked. It's just a painting. At least we didn't get eaten. You don't understand. When my dad brought it home the other day, he told me never to touch it or I'd really get it. It was super important. Jonah sniffed. Now it's gone, and he's going to think I lost it. But you didn't. That monster came and took it, I said, confused. It doesn't matter. He'll think it's my fault. Jonah was really scared that the painting was gone. He was almost crying. Maybe my dad can help, I suggested. He was the water chief. I bet he was boss of all the magical creatures in Kinpago. He could find the monster who took the painting and force it to give it back. Jonah opened his mouth to respond, but then the basement door flew open. Jonah sank down. I looked up to see Jonah's dad at the top of the staircase. And he looked really mad. His teeth were clenched and he was breathing hard. His boots made loud thumping noises as he came down the stairs. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to play down here? Jonah was shaking. I don't even think his dad noticed I was there. Jonah's dad looked at him and then at the empty wall. His eyes bulged out when he noticed the painting was missing. "What the hell did you do?" he yelled. "Where's my painting?" Jonah's dad must have spent a lot of money on that painting. He was really angry. Jonah looked up at his dad and started bawling. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." "Are you fucking kidding me?" Jonah's dad shouted. Jonah started screaming and apologizing over and over. I didn't know what to do. I can replace it, I stuttered. I'd probably get grounded, but at least my family could pay for it, and Jonah wouldn't get in trouble. "That painting was priceless, you little bastard! Where did it go?" Jonah's dad screamed. My lip wobbled. I wanted to cry, but didn't because I was supposed to be brave for Jonah. I was the oldest, and Mommy told me the eldest always looks out for the younger ones. "A monster came and took it," Jonah whimpered. Jonah's dad smacked him across the face, and he fell over. Jonah held a hand to his cheek and curled up into a ball as his dad stood over him. Jonah started to wail as a red welt formed across his cheek. I was so shocked I froze. Jonah's dad wouldn't actually hurt us, right? My dad never hurt me. When his dad raised his hand again, I ran to stand in front of Jonah. "He's telling the truth." Jonah's dad was shaking with anger. "I'll beat the truth out of you, you little shits." Jonah's dad grabbed me by the shirt. He picked me up and threw me. I hit the ground hard. I think I scraped my elbow. Tears welled in my eyes, but I wouldn't let them fall. I had to be strong for Jonah. Jonah and I looked at each other in fear. What were we going to do? We were just kids, and he'd never believe us. That monster had gotten us into a lot of trouble. "That is enough." A voice scarier than Jonah's dad echoed through the basement. I felt relieved as I saw my father standing only a few feet away. He was here to pick me up. He must have heard Jonah crying and came downstairs. Jenny stood at his side, looking helplessly between him and her dad. Jonah's dad straightened up. "I don't believe I allowed you permission into my residence, sir." It sounded really disrespectful. "I am a chief. I need no permission of yours." Dad pushed past him. He bent down and picked me up, holding me on his hip. I put my arms around his neck and held him really tightly. I was still really scared, but I didn't need to be anymore. My dad would protect me. Jonah's dad couldn't fight him. "What I do in my own house is none of your concern," Jonah's dad said in a mean tone. "I am handling my business. My child doesn't belong to you. You put your hands on my son again, I'll prosecute," Dad threatened. Jonah's dad didn't say anything more. Dad's voice was flat as he said, "There will be a welfare check made here by the Apluma elders in a few hours. Mark my words." Jonah's dad's face got a little white. Jonah was taking his chance to sneak away. He ran past us, up the stairs, and to his room. Dad turned his back and carried me up the stairs. "Come, son, let's go." My dad's familiar was waiting for us outside of Jonah's house. The grizzly bear rumbled a friendly hello as we approached. Dad put me on Tatum's back before he climbed on behind me. Tatum started walking through the Apluma village at a slow walk. "Did he hurt you?" Dad asked, looking down at me. "I bruised my elbow," I sniffed. Now I wanted to cry. It was like the time after the scary part was worse than it actually happening. I showed him my elbow. My shirt was torn too. "We can patch it up at home. Come now, chiefs don't cry." I let out a few sobs and wiped my face with my shirt. Dad patted my back, and I felt better. "Dad, can Jonah come live with us?" I asked. Dad frowned. "I don't think that's possible, son." I ran my hands through Tatum's fur. "I hope I see him a lot."
He can come over as much as he wants, but you can never go back over there. Do you understand?" I nodded. I didn't want to, but Jonah was still stuck there. One day I wanted to be just as strong as my dad was. Everyone respected him. Once I was a great chief, nobody would push Jonah and me around. I'd make sure everyone was safe, and I'd use my magic to slay all the monsters. I promised myself to listen more closely to Grandpa and his teachings next time. "I know what'll cheer you up. How about we stop for ice cream?" Dad asked. Tatum gave a happy growl. He loved sweets. Ice cream got my mind off of it. Sure. I'd almost forgotten about the monster that had stolen the painting, but watching Tatum's big paws roam over the pavement reminded me. I wondered, why had that monster taken the painting, and why had it been so important?
Chapter 2. Sophia. Stepping off the hose-ho into Kinpago was supposed to feel like coming home. We'd spent the last 2 weeks in Europe on Imogen's dime, trying to recover from the riots that took place on New Year's Eve. But now, the hose-ho seemed more like home than Kinpago itself. I stood on the deck of the hose-ho beside my friends. My sister, Amelia, was close by. She'd been working on the ship during our vacation. We could see the town square from our vantage point as the flying cruise liner descended into port. I was well aware of the destruction that took place that night. I'd been in the middle of it. But seeing it like this brought all that devastation back. One moment, I was standing on the cruise ship's deck, laughing with my friends and my sister. The next, I was back in the square the night of the riots, buildings crumbling and fire burning all around me.
"You okay, Pawi?"
Liam asked, draping his arm around me and pulling me close. I swallowed the massive lump in my throat. "I'm fine," I lied. If he knew the kind of anxiety washing through me now like a flash flood, he'd spend the next semester making sure I never felt that way again. And I couldn't let him worry about me and neglect himself. He was already going through enough. I could handle this on my own. Esses snuggled in my arms, offering comfort, almost like he could feel my anxiety.
"I can't believe our trip is over already,"
Jonah complained. Squeaks huffed from beside him like she too was disappointed. Our familiars hadn't been allowed off the hose-ho when we traveled, but they'd had a lot of fun on board. We'd rented a huge suite, big enough for the 4 of us. It had 2 levels and a floor-to-ceiling window with the most amazing views. "I know," Imogen agreed with Jonah. "It sucks. I want to go back to Paris."
"And London,"
Jonah added.
"and Amsterdam. Forget choosing. Let's go back to the mall."
Imogen smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. It was like we all shared collective disappointment. "I'm glad you guys had so much fun," Amelia said. "Are you staying in town for a few days?" I asked her. She was gone a lot for work, but she often got to visit when the hose-ho came into port. "I have to," she said. "I need to be sorted just like the rest of you." Sorted. I didn't like that word. It suggested judgment. And if I knew the elders, that judgment would be unfairly weighted. After the riots, Elder Oleander had announced the Hawkeye were doing away with the 4-house system, where you were placed at birth depending on your heritage. Now the elders had replaced it with a 2-part system. De Forti for whomever they deemed strong, and Bayami for those they considered weak. It was a sick system, if you asked me. I already knew it couldn't turn out good, and that didn't even consider the prophecy. Fuck, I didn't want to think about the prophecy right now. We'd been avoiding talking about it the whole trip, but we had to discuss it sooner or later. The last piece, the air piece, was our last hope to change everything, but we still had to find it. The hose-ho horn sounded, and the cruise liner came to a stop. The Navita on board worked together to create a staircase out of the earth. I guess it's time to go, Imogen said sadly, grabbing her bags. Sassy took Imogen's purse in her mouth to help. Wait, I said quickly before anyone could move. Everyone eyed me expectantly. Whatever happens, we stick together.
Agreed,
Liam stated firmly.
Totally,
Jonah added.
Squeaks and I would never leave you guys.
Sassy or me neither, Imogen said. Amelia looked between the four of us. What you guys have here is really special. Just make sure you all stay safe. Especially you, Sophia. She pulled me into a hug. What do you mean by that? I asked. I just love you, is all, she said. But I sensed there was something she wasn't telling me. Maybe it was just my anxiety getting in the way. Amelia drew away. Anyway, shall we? We all started for the stairs. If we hadn't been here to witness the New Year's Eve riots, it would have been apparent by now that something had changed in Kinpago. Even the overcast sky seemed to sense the change in the town. As we descended the stairs, there was no longer the lively chatter filling the port. All the street vendors that had been here last time were gone. The port was so quiet that all I heard was the whistle of the cold January wind. Apart from the familiars of people exiting the hose-ho, I saw no magical creatures. A line of task force members stood at the bottom of the stairs. Each wore their masked helmets and carried Noxite guns. Seeing them felt like we were being marched into a concentration camp or something. I wondered if any of them were the men we'd faced that night. They'd probably shoot us on sight. At the bottom of the stairs, the task force ushered Hawkeye officials to the right, and all other passengers and hose-ho employees to the left. My guts twisted as a task force member pointed us to join the group on the left.
All Hawkeye are hereby summoned to the square for public sorting,
one task force member shouted to the crowd.
This is not optional.
They're sorting us already? I asked breathlessly, so only my friends could hear. No one got a chance to respond before a task force member stepped in front of our group.
You three.
He pointed to Imogen, Amelia, and me.
This way.
Wait, but... I reached for Liam, but he didn't take my hand. Essis squeaked in protest.
Do as they say, Sophia,
Liam said sternly, giving me a look I knew I couldn't fight.
I'll see you soon.
What happened to sticking together? My blood chilled as another task force member guided Jonah and Liam into a separate group, along with Squeaks. Essis crawled up my shirt and settled on my shoulder, hiding in my hair. I reached up and stroked his horns. They were several inches long by now and curling already. Amelia took my arm. It'll be okay. I wanted to believe her, but I didn't know if I could. This wasn't the welcome we should have received. Who knew what else had changed? Or who else had died during the riots? I'd checked in with my grandparents before we left for Europe. They were fine, since they hadn't been there that night, and they were beyond relieved to see I was okay too. But there were so many other people, mostly professors and peers, who I hadn't got to see yet. I barely knew what was happening as I was ushered into a line between Imogen and Amelia, my luggage at my side. I tried to catch a glimpse of Liam, but all I saw was a task force member looming over him, trying to rush him into the line of men close by. Imogen reached back and touched my hand. This isn't any different than we expected, she reminded me. I guess I'd been hoping that by some miracle Kinpago had decided to fix itself in the time we were gone. The line began moving, and we were guided through the streets of Kinpago. I thought we'd begin to hear the normal chatter and feel the lively energy of the town as we entered the heart of it, but nothing changed since the port. I noticed a few people poking their heads out the shop doors or standing at the windows to watch us march through town like we were some sort of spectacle, but there wasn't a word spoken. After the first block or two, I turned my eyes to my feet. I couldn't bring myself to look up because I was afraid of the destruction we'd see. I didn't know how much time had passed, but it seemed like we'd been marching for an eternity. The port was at the edge of town, several miles from the center square. It wasn't until we entered the square that I finally lifted my gaze. The square looked totally different now. All the rubble had been removed, but buildings that once stood there had been completely demolished, making the square bigger than ever. All the statues were gone, and the only thing left of the big fountain was the base, which hadn't been refilled with water. The blessing tree, which had caught fire during the riots, wasn't there either. They'd even removed the stump, leaving the ground flush where the massive tree had once stood. The cobblestone had various cracks and lines running through it, though it looked like Navita Elementi had leveled the areas that had been heaved or broken. Still, the pieces didn't quite fit back together properly, as if leaving behind scars in the earth. The entire square just seemed empty. All that was left was a large platform like a stage, with a crowd of people surrounding it, though the crowd wasn't as big as it had been on New Year's Eve. There were only a few hundred people here now. We were guided toward the edge of the stage and given no other instructions than to set our bags aside and leave them there. Our line merged with another group of Hawkeye who hadn't yet been assigned. I noticed Ezra enter the line not far behind Liam and Jonah. The men's line stood in front of ours, and it was so long that we could easily see the front of the stage. The stage was almost empty except for a burning fire in the center. The flames stretched high into the air for all to see. Imogen and I scanned the crowd, looking for people we knew. I caught sight of Imogen's family. Her youngest brother, Levi, waved and took a step toward us, but Imogen's dad pulled him back and held him tightly. I caught sight of my other friends, Lindsay, Miranda, Vanessa, and Bren, along with their familiars. Vanessa's baby bump was still growing, and I'd almost forgotten how big she was getting, though she wasn't due for months. My grandparents were here too, and they offered me a discreet wave. Not far from them, Maddie and Drew stood beside Liam's mom and his younger siblings. I didn't spot Liam's dad until someone in the crowd moved. I noticed a circle of elders sitting around a large drum below the front of the stage. They all wore their regalia, Liam's dad in his chief headdress. Elder Oleander straightened his spine and smiled out at the crowd like he had something to be proud of. Madame Doya sat beside him, her expression as stone-cold as ever. She caught my eye across the crowd, and I thought I saw a look of reassurance pass her features, but it was gone as quickly as it came. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. I didn't even breathe. The entire square went dead silent. And then the click of heels came. Chiefess Annette climbed the stairs at the back of the stage and walked across. She wore elaborate regalia made of red fabric and glittering rhinestones that had feathers all over it. Her phoenix familiar was at her side. I furrowed my brow and leaned forward to whisper in Imogen's ear, "Should we expect a traditional Hawkeye ceremony?" Imogen gave me this look that said she had no idea. I spotted a hint of fear in her eyes. Chiefess Annette raised her hands to the crowd. When she spoke, her voice rang out over the square from speakers set beside the stage. I noticed she wore a wireless microphone. "Welcome!" she called, like this was a moment to be celebrated. But no one cheered. In fact, I noticed a few scowls on people's faces. They weren't here to rejoice. They were only here to ensure the fair treatment of their loved ones. Chiefess Annette cleared her throat. "Today we complete the final sorting ceremony for our new tribe. May the ancestors bless us as we sort our fellow Hawkeye according to the ancestors' will." A drumbeat began, and the elders started to hum a tune that was both beautiful yet melancholy. Chiefess Annette bent to pick up a bowl I hadn't seen before. She bounced on her toes in a traditional Hawkeye dance as she circled the fire, singing along to the elders' song. Her phoenix danced at her side. The first Hawkeye in line was ushered onto the stage. I didn't know him, as he looked a lot older than me, but he had a large wyvern at his side. The dragon-like creature was almost too big to fit on the stage. 3 guesses which house he'll be placed into. Chiefess Annette continued to circle the fire, dancing and humming like she was having the time of her life. It was really weird to see her like that. But then again, this was the kind of thing that pleased her, watching everyone else crumble as she wiped their blood off the bottom of her pointed stilettos. "Aiden Williams," Chiefess Annette said, addressing the man on stage. "The ancestors hereby assign you to—" She reached into her bowl and pulled out a handful of red powder, then tossed it into the fire. The flames licked at least 20 feet into the air, roaring before quickly settling back down to their normal height. "De Forti!" Chiefess Annette called. A few people in the crowd cheered, and Aiden looked relieved, but the energy in the square was stale. Aiden was quickly ushered off stage by a task force member, while another guy stepped up for his turn. He looked only a few years older than me, but was shaking in fear. At first, I didn't even think he had a familiar, but then I noticed he was cupping something in his hands. Chiefess Annette looked down at him, displeased. "Your name and your familiar?" I couldn't hear what he said from here, but I saw him open his hands. A small hamster with fluffy blue fur peeked out. Chiefess Annette frowned, but quickly returned to her dancing and humming routine. "Josiah Fisher, the elders hereby assign you to—" She tossed the powder, and the flames shrank so small that I could barely see them anymore. "Bayami!" she shouted, like it was something to be proud of. Josiah froze and his eyes went wide. A task force member had to physically grab him to get him to move off stage since he was in so much shock. My jaw was starting to hurt. I was clenching it so hard. I'd bet my ass the ancestors weren't doing shit to manipulate that fire. It was all Chiefess Annette's power. The ceremony continued, and the line kept on moving. Most people were placed into De Forti, with a few Bayami thrown in here and there. I held my breath when Jonah got on stage. Squeaks was so nervous that she nearly tripped over her own hooves. But Jonah held his spine straight and confident. "Jonah Chani," Chiefess Annette said in a voice that sent chills down my spine. Imogen held my hand so tightly that I lost blood flow to my fingers. "The ancestors hereby assign you to—" She threw the powder, and the flames died. I gasped, as did Imogen beside me. "Bayami!" Chiefess Annette called. "Wait, what?" Jonah asked from on stage. "But I have a hippogriff familiar. I won the elemental cup." "It is not for the elders to judge the will of the ancestors," Chiefess Annette said coolly. "The ancestors' decision is final." I glanced around the crowd for signs of Jonah's family to see what their reaction was. I spotted his parents and sister at the edge of the crowd. His dad was staring at the stage with his arms crossed, but I swore he looked pleased. Jonah tried to argue further, but a task force member raised a Noxite gun at him. Jonah immediately shoved his hands into the air in surrender and followed them off stage. He'd already been shot by Noxite once. He wasn't about to go through it again. Liam was next. Though I already knew what was going to happen, I couldn't stop my knees from shaking. I held Imogen tighter, then reached for Amelia with the other hand. Essis buried his face into my hair like he couldn't watch. Liam didn't look scared at all, and I admired him for that. His expression was unreadable to most, but to me, that stone-cold resolve suggested he'd take whatever the elders threw at him. He'd taken their shit plenty of times before. "Liam Maito, the ancestors hereby assign you to—" Chiefess Annette threw the powder, and, just as I expected, the flames died down. Bayami! Liam nodded once because it didn't come as a surprise. He quickly left the stage to join Jonah, where the two exchanged a brotherly hug. Tears welled in my eyes. I can't believe they're doing this, I whispered. There's nothing we can do about it, Amelia said. I nodded, knowing she was right. Ezra's assignment came soon after. Diami followed him on stage, and the two of them looked confident beside each other. Ezra Maito, the ancestors hereby assign you to... Chiefess Annette threw the powder, and the flames shot high into the air. Defortai! I expected his ceremony to end there, but it didn't. Chiefess Annette continued. As the son of a chief and the next in line to take over your father's position, you are called upon to serve the tribe in this life and the next, in sickness and in health, by whatever means the ancestors deem necessary. Do you accept this responsibility? Ezra hesitated a moment as his gaze roamed over to Liam. Liam's expression was hard and pleading, like he wanted him to deny the chiefhood so they could be together. Ezra shook his head at Liam ever so slightly, then said, I accept. Liam started for the edge of the stage, where Ezra was making his exit, but Jonah grabbed him by the arm and held him back. The two exchanged words I couldn't hear, but they looked harsh. The assignments continued, and I barely heard most of them until we'd made it all the way to the front of the line. Imogen picked up Sassy and climbed the steps, her gait a little stilted as she walked across the stage. I couldn't see her face from here, but it looked like she was taking deep breaths. Imogen Anild, the ancestors hereby assign you to... Chiefess Annette tossed the powder, and I was shocked at what happened. The flames shrank. Bayami! How could that be possible? Imogen was one of the best Navita I knew. She could control the earth like nobody's business, and she studied harder than anyone. She understood our myths and legends better than most of our professors. And she had a freaking kitsune familiar. It wasn't like that was a secret anymore either. Imogen and Sassy should have been in Defortai. Imogen rushed off stage, sobbing into Sassy's fur. But it wasn't until she reached the other side and turned to face me that I saw they were tears of relief. Jonah and Liam hugged her. She was relieved to be in the same house as them. My body shook as I climbed the steps for my turn. No matter what, we stick together, I told myself. I'd end up in Bayami anyway. I was sure of it, because the elders still didn't know what Essis was. I'd effectively convinced Chiefess Annette I wasn't the prophesied one, so there was no reason for her to think I belonged in Defortai. Except she knew I could conjure lightning. Doya had taught me how, and that wasn't the kind of thing she'd keep from the Coigny chiefess. I guess it didn't matter anyway, since she was probably itching to get back at me for all the shit I pulled with Haley last semester. Essis clutched me tighter, and I reached up to where he sat on my shoulder to cradle him. Sophia Henley, Chiefess Annette said. I didn't like the sound of my name coming from her mouth. The ancestors hereby assign you to... She threw the powder, and the flames shot high into the air. A split second passed where my heart dropped in my chest. I didn't want to be in Defortai, no matter how strong their house was. All of my friends were in Bayami, and I'd be damned if I wasn't going to stand at their side and fight with them. But a moment later, the flames shrank, then went back to normal. Huh? What did that mean? Chiefess Annette looked totally taken aback. The surprise lasted only a second before she narrowed her gaze at me, like she was about to light me aflame. I completely froze, expecting the searing pain to come any moment now. It was clear she thought I'd tried to manipulate the flames, but I hadn't done anything. The ancestors have given Sophia a choice, Doya said, without emotion. For from where she sat beside the drum. Chieftess Annette turned her hard gaze to Doya. A moment later, her shoulders dropped, like she'd just remembered she was being watched by a crowd of angry Hawkeye. Chieftess Annette cleared her throat. "It's your choice, Sophia. Which house will you choose?" For a moment, she looked pleased by this turn of events. I noticed something in her steel-hard gaze. She was curious to know if I'd choose power over my friends. Not today, bitch. I held her gaze and spoke with confidence. "Bayami." The crowd gasped, like they couldn't believe anyone would make that choice. Chieftess Annette blinked a few times. "You heard me right." She cleared her throat. "As you wish. The ancestors have hereby assigned you to Bayami." I glanced at Doya and noticed a frown on her face. She was angry I hadn't chosen Defortai. Did she think that was where I belonged? Or had she intended for me to be placed there, as if she was the one who'd manipulated the flames? It didn't matter. I'd already made my choice. I rushed off stage as fast as I could, my heart pounding. I ran straight into Liam's arms, slamming into him so hard it nearly took my breath away. Essis hopped off my shoulder and onto Liam's, hugging his face. We stood in a secluded group, far enough away from the task force members that they couldn't hear us.
"Sophia,"
Liam said softly, stroking my hair.
"You didn't have to do that."
I buried my face in his chest. I did. I told you, we have to stick together. Imogen and Jonah joined us at our side. Imogen was about to say something until we heard Chieftess Annette's voice ring over the crowd again. "Amelia Henley," she said. We all turned to watch Amelia's sorting ceremony. She stood straight, with Kiwi perched on her shoulder, and didn't give her emotions away. "The ancestors hereby assign you to Bayami," Chieftess Annette announced. My stomach sank. I thought for sure Amelia would be put in Defortai. There was nothing weak about her. But Amelia didn't seem to care. Or at least, didn't show it. She just walked across stage with a look of determination on her face, like she'd wear the Bayami label with pride. "Am!" I cried as she reached us. I threw my arms around her neck, nearly knocking Kiwi off her shoulder. "I can't believe you got Bayami. Aren't you upset?" I drew away from her to try to get a read on her expression, but she continued to hide her feelings. She shook her head. "I already knew where they'd place me. The best thing I can do now is to make sure they don't know how it affects me. They already think I'm weak. Well, I'm just going to have to surprise them with my strengths." She smirked proudly, like she had something up her sleeve. I narrowed my eyes at her, but before I could ask anything about it, Jonah piped up.
"That's actually a really good strategy,"
he said. "Yeah," Imogen agreed. "If we show our strengths and weaknesses, they'll know what to target us with." "They already know how to target the four of you," Amelia pointed out.
"What do you mean?"
Liam asked. Amelia glanced between us, a frown fixed to her face. "You four are inseparable. If they hurt one of you, they'll hurt all of you." Holy shit. She was right. "Don't fool yourselves into thinking that they put the four of you into this house together by accident," Amelia warned. My blood ran cold. Could that be true? Did the elders put us in this house to see what we'd do together? To keep a close eye on us? "You're right," I said. "Otherwise, why would Jonah and Imogen be assigned Bayami?" Liam crossed his arms, and the crease between his eyebrows deepened.
"Isn't it obvious? Jonah's parents wanted him here."
"Wait, what?" Imogen asked, looking baffled. Jonah dropped his shoulders. He couldn't argue with the theory.
"Didn't you see them out in the crowd?" Liam asked. "With their kind of status, they were no doubt sorted into Defortai. They looked happy to see Jonah separated from them.
Jonah stared down at his shoes.
Guess it gives them a valid reason to disown me, huh?
Jonah, I sighed, feeling heartbroken for him. Screw your family. They're assholes anyway. We'd never disown you. Never, Imogen confirmed. Jonah offered a half smile. I still don't get why Imogen was sorted into Bayami, though, I said. Imogen scoffed. Navita hates my family, remember? Don't forget about the rumors that we're not pure bloods. What rumors? I said quickly. She frowned, but didn't look at me. There are some Navita who say my family's too white, too Coigny, and that we must be mixed house, since most Navita have African or Latin American features. That's just wrong, I stated. She obviously had some European blood in her, which was the group Coigny had bred with when they brought other cultures into the tribe. But it wasn't unusual to have mixed features throughout all of the houses, since they interbred for hundreds of years before Anichi died out. For anyone to claim Imogen's family wasn't pure was ludicrous. No one was pure anymore anyway. We were distracted from our conversation as the crowd began to disperse. We'd already reached the end of the sorting, and I hadn't even noticed. Amelia nudged me. I'll be right back, okay? I have to go talk to Trevor. Trevor was Amelia's roommate when she was in town. They weren't romantically involved, but he had an apartment with a guest room where she slept when she wasn't working on the hose hoe. She hurried over to him. I'd never met him before, but good Lord, I don't know why she wasn't dating him. He was a tall Tawakwa with long black hair. There was a blue feline familiar at his side, who had a large mane that shimmered like the ocean. My attention was stolen away from the beautiful familiar when I caught sight of a group of people pushing through the crowd. They quickly made their way over to us. Oh, my ancestors, you guys! Lindsay rushed forward and threw her arms around my neck. I hugged her back tightly. Medusa slithered around our feet, looking pleased. Vanessa came up beside her and hugged me next. How have you been? How was your trip? It was great, I told them vaguely. Bren and Miranda followed behind them, with Aisha and Kingston nearby. I noticed a keyrin by Miranda's side and was pleased to see she'd bonded over break. It looked like a cross between a dragon and a deer, with both scales and soft fur. It had a long, beautiful mane like a lion's. I knew Miranda would have fun hairdressing her. I could tell it was a female because of the single antler in the middle of her head. It was really cool that she'd bonded with a keyrin because they were shy and unusual familiars. Plus, they could control the weather. Ezra came over to join us. He reached out to Liam to take his hand for one of those one-armed guy hugs, but Liam shoved him away.
You're a fucking traitor, you know that?
Ezra sighed, like Liam was being ridiculous.
This isn't about you, bro. You had a choice up there,
Liam insisted. He looked like he was ready to punch Ezra.
You could have said no and joined Bayami instead.
It's not what you think, Ezra said quickly, lowering his voice.
We all wanted to go into Bayami. You know, to show the elders they couldn't just push us around. But we talked and decided we'd take De Forti if we were offered so we could spy on them.
Who do you mean by we? Imogen asked.
All of us,
Ezra said, gesturing to the group.
Me, Bren, Vanessa, Lindsay, and Miranda. We're gonna fight this with you, bro.
Liam relaxed. I could tell by the look on his face he was embarrassed about being a jerk.
What makes you think we're going to fight?
Jonah asked. Ezra gave him a wide-eyed expression.
Because it's you four? You fought the elders on inter-house relationships. Aren't you going to go after this, too?
No one could really argue with that.
We already have a few people in Bayami willing to help us out,
Ezra said.
Maddie, Tabitha.
How is Tabitha? I asked. She and Ben were close, and I knew she'd be devastated after hearing the news of his death. "She's holding up," Lindsay said.
Wait, Maddie got Bayami? Liam asked. Yeah, since they don't know about her.
Ezra trailed off as he quickly realized not everyone here knew Maddie was a Natarai, a Hawkeye who could see the future. "What about your younger siblings?" I asked, breaking the awkward silence.
They won't get sorted until they're of age, Ezra explained. Honestly, though, there's no rhyme or reason to any of this.
"What do you mean?" I asked. "Professor Bain got Bayami." Vanessa balked. "I mean, he used to be an elder. How does that make sense?" Liam thought about it for a second.
They must have put him there because he left the council.
"I guess that adds up," Vanessa admitted. "Let me guess," I said. "Doya's de Forti?" "Of course." Lindsay rolled her eyes. Bren leaned in, like he was about to tell a very dark secret.
Okay, but get this. Alric got Bayami too.
"Head Dean Alric?" Imogen's eyebrows shot up. "The master alchemist, with the dragon familiar."
The one and only, Bren confirmed. He must have done something to offend the elders,
Jonah theorized. Liam looked like he was calculating something in his head. Alric in Bayami definitely didn't add up. He drew a quick breath, like he'd suddenly realized something. The group pressed in closer to hear what he had to say.
This never leaves this group. Do you hear?
Liam demanded. Everyone nodded in agreement. He took a deep breath.
A few months ago, Sophia and I went to Professor Perot's office to talk to him, and we caught Alric coming out of Perot's apartment. What if Oleander knew Alric and Perot were in an inter-house relationship?
Everyone inhaled a collective breath. "Shut up," Lindsay said. "Alric and Perot?" "That's what we saw," I told her. "Alric was in his pajamas and everything. I'm pretty sure they were seeing each other." Lindsay's eyebrows were higher than I'd ever seen them. "Wow, my gaydar did not pick up on that one. Perot maybe, but Alric?" She kept repeating their names like she couldn't wrap her head around it. Liam leaned in even closer.
They must have legalized inter-house relationships as a way to bring people out and sort them into Bayami. They lured all those people into a false sense of security so they could tell who was more likely to go against their laws.
"There's definitely a pattern there," Miranda stated confidently. "Everyone we know who was involved in Jamin's inter-house alliance was put into Bayami."
That's partly because of the riots,
Ezra pointed out. "I'm guessing Jamin got Bayami too," I said. Lindsay and Miranda exchanged a glance, but it was Lindsay who spoke. "She never got sorted." I inhaled a sharp breath. What did the elders do to her? "She was supposed to get a trial," Lindsay explained. "But she disappeared before it started. No one knows what happened to her." Liam shared the same confused look I did. How did someone just go up and missing like that?
Anyway, Ezra said, you guys probably want to rest after your trip. We should head back to the castle.
"I'm going to talk to my grandparents first," I said, giving Liam's hand a light squeeze before I hurried off toward them and their familiars. "Sophia," Grandma greeted brightly, holding her arms out to me. I wrapped her in a hug and inhaled her sweet vanilla scent. "I missed you guys," I said as I drew away from her and moved to hug my grandpa. He held on to me a little longer than usual.
We missed you too. How was the trip?
"Good," I told them. "How was your sorting ceremony?" "We got sorted into de Forti," Grandma replied, but she sounded sad. "We're sorry your friends got put in Bayami." It was obvious I picked Bayami because of them. I could tell she was sad I wasn't in her house. It'll be fine, I assured them. Thank you for coming. I glanced toward my friends to see they were walking across the square to get our bags. I'll have to visit for dinner soon, but right now I think my friends are leaving. Okay, Grandma said. We'll see you soon. We love you, Sophia. Her words brought the smallest hint of a smile to my face. Kinpago felt a little more like home when I heard her say that. I love you too. I hurried off to join my friends, but before I got there, Amelia cut in front of me. Hey, Sophia. I stopped in my tracks. Hey, Am, how's Trevor? He's fine. It sounds like the hose-ho is leaving port in the morning, so I'm not going to be able to stay in town long. My heart sank. I'd just spent 2 weeks with her, but it wasn't enough. Can't you skip this trip? She shook her head, then took my hands. What happens now that you're Bayami? I asked. Does that affect your employment options? She shrugged, looking down at our hands. I'm probably going to end up with a pay cut, but I can't quit my job. Sure you can, I told her. It's not like you need the money. Amelia was loaded after betting on our team in the Elemental Cup. She frowned. I'd go crazy with nothing to do. Get a job here in Kinpago, I suggested. She raised an eyebrow. Where? Tons of businesses were just destroyed. Everyone's going to be flooding from those jobs into the ones that opened up from... She trailed off, but I knew what she meant. From the people who'd died. I took a deep breath, trying to convince myself that this was for the best. At least Amelia would be safe and away from Kinpago. I need to do my job, Sophia, she said. Like working on the hose-ho was the most important thing in the world. I knew she loved it. I'll come visit soon, I promise. I nodded, choking down the lump in my throat. It looks like your friends are leaving, she said, glancing toward them. I love you, Am. I'll see you soon. I pulled her into a hug, not letting go for a good 10 seconds. I hope so, she whispered. Bye, Sophia. Bye, Amelia. I made my way over to my friends and their familiars. Essis was still sitting on Liam's shoulder, trying to braid his hair. I grabbed my luggage, and the group of us, now joined by Maddie, her familiar, and Drew, started toward the castle. There were no taxi carriages in sight, which was weird, so we were going to have to walk all the way there. Thanks the ancestors our luggage had wheels. Is everything okay? Liam asked. Yeah, I replied with a nod, but it didn't sound honest, even to my ears. The walk was long and silent. I could feel the tension in the air the closer we got to the castle, like the recent changes were more evident there. I guess it made sense, considering that's where everyone had fled after the riots and where Oleander had made the announcement on the two-house system. When we stepped into the main hall, eyes began to swivel in our direction. People quieted, and they all watched as we passed through, like we were a spectacle in a parade. I spotted Raynar on the second balcony, talking to some fuckboy that wasn't much more attractive than he was. He stopped mid-sentence to look at Jonah and turn up his nose at him. His arm cast had been removed, and his leg cast had been swapped out for a boot. I continued to scan the hall, as if calculating how many students had survived the riots. That's when I spotted Haley. She sat in one of the big chairs near the fireplace, her head back in laughter, probably at some lame joke she made herself. She was surrounded by Kelsey and a bunch of Coigny guys, along with their familiars. She caught sight of us and went dead silent, then shot up out of her chair and made a beeline for us. She stopped at the front of the group, crossing her arms to block our path. But Imogen wasn't for it. She sidestepped Haley and continued forward, as did Jonah. Haley seemed shocked for a second, then stepped in front of me. I tried to step around her, but she followed me. I heard you got Bayami, loser team, she snarled. Wow, news travels fast. Or she guessed. Either way, it wasn't like she was wrong.
Reject team,
Jonah corrected her. Our whole group had stopped, and they were closing in on her. She straightened and held her head up high. Her gaze flickered over to her group of Defortai and their strong familiars, as if reminding us just how outnumbered we were. You're all weak, she snarled. Defortai will beat you down to nothing. Have fun in the dungeons. She pushed past us, returning to her squad, who'd stood like they were ready for a fight. What a bitch, Imogen said, as soon as she was out of earshot. Well, she wasn't exactly wrong, Maddie said timidly.
What do you mean?
Liam asked, sounding irritated. Maddie chewed her lower lip. Well, Defortai gets to keep their old dorms, in whatever house you used to be. But Bayami, it's probably best if I show you. I didn't like the sound of this. We followed behind Maddie as she led the way. Liam's hand tightened in mine. Maddie led us down a maze of hallways and to a wide staircase big enough for even the largest of our familiars, which was a tie between our resident dragon, Aisha, and Ezra's thunderbird, Diami. The stairwell was dimly lit, with only a few flaming sconces lighting the way. My hands started to shake. This had to be some sort of joke. We reached the bottom and walked down a long, wide hall made of stone until we came to a huge doorway big enough for a dragon. 2 iron gates were propped open, like they normally enclosed the area to keep in prisoners. When we stepped inside the huge room, my jaw dropped. The room was as big as a gymnasium, but with a lower ceiling. Endless bunk beds had been set up, with nothing more than a trunk at the base of each one for personal belongings. Students of all 4 houses lounged on the beds and chatted. One group was playing a board game and using a trunk as a table. Another was crowded around a foosball table that looked like it had been pulled from the dumpsters. Others were playing with their elements or tending to their familiars. My stomach dropped. Haley wasn't shitting us. We'd literally been thrown in the dungeons. For as long as we were Bayami, this was our new home.
Chapter 3. Liam. Goodbye, Europe. Hello, our new reality. The break we'd gotten had been wonderful. Imogen had rented out the Ho-Ho's biggest suite. It had multiple rooms, which meant that Sophia and I got to share a bed all to ourselves. My girlfriend and I stayed up all night talking and slept in late. We'd had a lot of amazing sex and cuddled just as often. When Jonah and Imogen were able to drag the 2 of us out of bed, we'd all gone out together and had fun experiencing the ship's water park, ice rink, and all the other stuff it had to offer. While in Europe, Jonah had forced us into partying at all the best clubs in London before we disembarked in Paris and spent some time touring the city. It was nice being able to hold hands with Sophia and see the sights together without being stared at. People just acted like we were a regular couple. We'd gone to the top of the Eiffel Tower at night and I'd kissed her. Sophia had nearly cried and told me she'd never felt so happy. That was before we got to Amsterdam and shit got really crazy. And fun. Way, way fun. On the last night, I'd been too tired to go anywhere, so the 4 of us stayed up late in the suite eating junk food and talking about really deep things. You know, the type of stuff you can only talk about with friends who are really super close. It had been a nice little vacation. But I had the feeling all those good times were about to come to a quick end, and it was only amplified by the fact that we were now living in a glorified basement. Sophia turned in a circle with an open mouth. Essis perched on her shoulder and pulled at his ears. Her expression was clearly horrified. Are they kidding? Do they really expect us to live down here? It's filthy, Imogen said as she crossed the room with Sassy. She was right. There was a lot of water seepage, along with cracks in the walls. I bet it looked worse, but it was so poorly lighted it was hard to tell. Jonah walked off for a minute and turned around the corner. Squeaks lay down on the floor, but she didn't look too happy about having her couch back in her old dorm replaced by cold stone. Imogen dragged her suitcase to a bunk bed in the corner and said, "Here, Jonah and I will take this one, and you guys take the other." Sophia and I immediately tested out the mattresses on our bunk. The top bunk was clearly more comfortable than the bottom. Esses bounced on both, but neither of them were very cushy, so he gave up on having fun and looked at us with sour faces. I looked at Sophia. "You take top, I'll take bottom." "No, you're not going to get a damn bit of sleep on that thing, and you need it for your health," Sophia said sharply. "You take top." I shook my head. "Not a chance. I can handle being on bottom." Sophia snickered, and I added, "That's not what I meant, but I'm not taking the top bunk." "Then I'll sleep on the floor." "Sophia." Sophia gave me a steely look and said, "We'll switch off every night." I knew that was the best I was going to get. Agreed. It's a good compromise. Jonah came back around the corner with Squeaks and said, "The showers are communal, guys. There's like no privacy, separated by sexes, which normally I'd be okay with, but this is a school, not a frickin' barrack." "Are you kidding me? We have to shower in front of other people?" Sophia complained. "Yeah," Jonah frowned. "There are students here who aren't comfortable with that sort of thing. I can't believe they're allowing this. It's a total violation of personal boundaries." Imogen sighed and flopped onto her mattress, but I heard her say, "Ow!" It was probably like falling on concrete. "This sucks," she complained. "I didn't come to college so I could relive summer camp." Sassy climbed on top of her and curled up on her back, where she finally seemed comfortable. Imogen groaned. "Come on, guys. We've been through worse," I suggested. "We can make it work." "Worse? Hon, you've got to be joking. My designer pumps are going to get soaked down here," Jonah rebutted. "Next thing you know, Liam will be taking out a harmonica and playing it in this prison," Imogen jibed. Sassy yipped in agreement. "I mean, we're all together now, right?" I said. "It's not like we're in separate dorms anymore. Now we can hang out whenever we want." Sophia raised an eyebrow. "What's up with your brand new positive attitude? It's kind of scary." I shrugged. "I don't know, but we've already been through hell and high water. We can get through this." "You're only saying that because you're graduating this semester," Jonah shot at me. "Not true," I said, but he did have a point. A few months from now and I wouldn't have to sleep in a bunk bed. "It'd be better if you weren't leaving us," Imogen teased. "You should fail this semester so you can come back again next year." "No chance," I told her. "I have total senioritis. I'm getting out of here. 4 years was more than enough." "Aw, our boy's getting his diploma." Jonah faked a few tears and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. "I'm going to miss you." Sophia seemed sad. "Orenda Academy won't be the same without you here." "I'm sure you'll see me plenty," I said, and I nudged her playfully with an unrevealing smile. Sophia seemed curious. I hadn't talked about it with her yet, but I had plans the moment I graduated to buy a house in Kinpago and take her with me, close enough to the school so she could walk to classes every day. I didn't want her sleeping in these bunk beds longer than she had to. I didn't have much in my savings after the court settlement from my trial took it all, but Dad had told me he'd give me a loan if I promised I'd work hard on finding a job before I left school. I also planned to ask Sophia something else before graduation. but I still needed to make sure now was the right time. And with the way things were going around Kinpago, shit, I didn't know if it would ever be the right time. I hoped this semester would be a lot better than the hell the last one had proven to be, but signs were already showing that wasn't going to be the case. We started putting our things into the trunks beside the beds. I was able to get most of my stuff in pretty quickly, but Imogen ran out of room for her books and was forced to put some on the wet ground, while Jonah's trunk was overflowing with shoes, feather boas, and ancestors only knew what else. He and Squeaks tried to shove everything in and climb on top of the trunk in order to shut it. I moved most of the water on the floor away from our bunks, but I couldn't push it too far away because other people would get pissed I was maneuvering it into their area. Sophia carefully took her camera out of her suitcase and looked around, but no one was glancing our way. "Make sure you hide that," I told her in a low breath. "Everything's out in the open here. If people know you have it, they'll probably steal it. There's no privacy in this dorm." "Right. I'll hide it upstairs once I get a chance." Sophia nodded as she mentioned the Anchi dorms and tucked her camera underneath a bunch of clothes. She shut her trunk and noticed that I had been watching her ass as she was bent over putting clothes away. Esses gave an annoyed sigh, like he'd been putting up with our horniness for far too long and was just done with it. Sophia leaned over and whispered to me, "You know, having sex in here is going to be impossible." "Not necessarily," I said. "We'll just have to get creative. Just don't go looking at all those naked girls in the communal showers." I winked and nudged her. Sophia blushed before she rolled her eyes and laughed. "Seriously, Liam, I would never. Can't say I'm not going to look at you, though." That sent a thrill through me. I wanted to grab her and start making out with her, but I didn't want to make anyone else feel uncomfortable, as we were out in the open and there were at least a dozen other people in here. My mind wandered to other things. On the serious side, we're not on vacation anymore, I said lowly. I hated to draw the conversation away from sex, but there were important matters to attend to. If we kept flirting, Sophia and I would probably sneak off to fool around instead of getting business done. Sophia's face became impassive. "I know. Prophecy stuff," she whispered. She turned around and said, Jonah, we need to go for a walk." Imogen and Jonah weren't listening. They were currently arguing about who was getting the top bunk. "Jonah, look, I can handle sleeping 6 feet off the ground," Imogen said. "I really think you should sleep on the bottom, so the top bunk doesn't collapse and I don't get squished." Jonah was currently on the top bunk, which was bowing under his weight. His legs hung off of it as the wood strained to support him and the mattress dipped down. Squeaks eyed Jonah like she was considering climbing on top of him in order to get off the soggy floor, which would definitely break the entire thing. I'm an air elementi. You're an earth elementi. It makes sense for me to be up here and you down there," Jonah argued. He waved his hand and the bunk creaked again. I winced as I heard something crack. "You're too damn big! Look how much it sags!" Imogen shouted. Squeaks lifted a hoof to join Jonah on the top bunk, and Sassy began an array of loud barks. Jonah grinned and quipped, "You want to know what else that sags?" Imogen face-palmed and Sophia stepped in. "Guys, we need to focus. There are other things we need to talk about, preferably right now." Their faces cleared. Right," Imogen said. "Let's go." We were more than happy to leave the Bayami dorms behind and go back upstairs to the light and warmth of the main castle. The basement didn't seem a part of Orenda Academy at all. Orenda was magical and safe and home. It was nothing like where we'd come from, but maybe we could make the basement our home too. Task force members were walking throughout the school in higher numbers than they were before. Some students didn't seem bothered by it, but others kept their heads down and pressed to the walls with their familiars so they'd go unseen. We took some of the lesser-used passages around the school to get to the Anichi Tower. Thankfully, the area around the tower's entrance was void of police, so we were able to slip in and out without being seen. The Anichi dorms were the one place that didn't seem touched by all the new changes around Orenda Academy. It looked the same as it had when we left it, the night of the riots. Sophia stepped into the room and looked around. She wrapped her arms around herself and rubbed them slowly, as if she was cold. Esses, who was at her feet, pressed himself against her leg in a hug. "Hey, you okay?" I asked. I laid my hands on her shoulders and squeezed. Sophia nodded. "Yeah, it's just a little unsettling coming back." I got what she meant. Last time we were here to hide, but we weren't hiding anymore. We needed to start fighting back. I didn't know what we were fighting, the elders, the task force, time, but we had to start somewhere. It was cold in here, so Sophia lit the fireplace and we collapsed in the couches around it. Imogen came out of one of the dorm rooms with a corkboard on rolling legs. Pinned to it were all the bits and pieces we knew of the prophecy so far. Imogen kept all the information we knew on the prophecy in one specific bedroom and kept it locked with a key only she had. No one else knew the Anichi dorms were here, besides the people we'd hidden inside on the night of the riots, but we couldn't be too careful. If someone broke in, by accident or on purpose, we needed a fallback plan. "All right, so where are we with this bullshit?" I started. Imogen tapped the corkboard. "So far, we have 3 pieces: fire, water, and earth. We need the last piece of the prophecy, the air piece." "What's the wording of the prophecy again?" Jonah asked as he leaned against Squeaks, who'd gladly sprawled on the couch. "I'm a little short on memory." Imogen huffed, and Sassy waved her tail in annoyance. Imogen opened her mouth and began to recite. "The fated Coigni child, born in the summer solstice in the year of the dragon, shall bring glory to the greatest house. The prophesied one will bring death beyond comprehension. It is she who shall cause Tuakwa's darkest hour. The future of the tribe is in Nivita's hands. No Hawkeye shall survive if the weakest refuse to bend." "Did you memorize that?" Jonah asked, impressed. "Someone had to," Imogen said. "The thing is, I'm not sure it makes sense this way. I've thought about it over and over, and something seems out of place." There was silence for a moment before Sophia said, "I think we're overlooking something. The pieces we have might not go in the order we got them." My eyes widened. "I think you have a point." "Ooh, good one, Sophia." Imogen scribbled a note and stuck it on the corkboard. "That would change things." "The first part has to be Coigni's," Sophia said. "I haven't brought glory to my house yet, but it talks about my birth, so that has to come before everything else." "Tuakwa's darkest hour hasn't happened yet, or we'd know. It'd be obvious," I said. "So I'm betting that's probably last." "And Nivita already chose their side. They chose to side with Elder Oleander and defuse the 4-tribe system," Imogen speculated. "That has to come second." "So all we need to find out is if Yapluma's part of the prophecy is coming up, and we can turn this all around," Jonah said in excitement. "Depending on what it says." I leaned forward, thinking. It's hard to tell if we don't have it. "Guys, I just realized something," Sophia said, and our gazes all turned to her. "The prophecy talks about the strong and the weak. The Nadarai who made the prophecy, Showana Harjo, said things can be interpreted differently. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. Maybe Coigni isn't the greatest house that the prophecy talks about. What if it's Defortai?" "Oh my gosh, ew," Jonah said, and Squeaks screeched in revulsion. "Oh, I really hope that isn't it." "It has to be," Imogen said. "Think about it. Shawana Harjo specifically said that the weakest need to bend to the strong. Doesn't that sound like Bayami submitting to the will of Defortai?" If I have to bring glory to Defortai, I'm gonna hurl, Sophia said. Esses patted her cheek. We're trying to prevent that, I reminded her. Sophia didn't respond. She looked downtrodden, as if she'd already accepted there was no possible way to save the tribe. I didn't like that. I needed my brave Sophie back. We wouldn't be able to do this if she gave up now. So what do we think Yapluma's role is in all of this? Jonah asked. If we had to speculate. I don't know. Did you manage to get anything out of Raynar when you told him we were looking for pieces? I asked, crossing my arms. Jonah had accidentally told Raynar, his piece of shit ex-boyfriend, that we were trying to stop the prophecy after Raynar got him drunk one night and started asking questions. Originally, it had made us all freak out because Raynar's dad was on the Air Council, but so far nothing had come of it. Yet, there was always a yet attached to these things. Jonah blushed and said, kinda. Kinda? Jonah, that's not an answer, Imogen said. Raynar told me the Air Council knew it. I mean, they had it, Jonah blundered. Knew? Sophia asked. Had, I added. Jonah laughed nervously. They, see, thing is, with the Air Council and the prophecy piece, they lost it. What? All three of us shouted at once. Jonah threw his hands up in a don't turn on me gesture. How can you lose a prophecy piece? Imogen moaned. Sassy lay down and put her paws over her eyes. Esses sat on the couch cushion beside Sophia and gave me a look like we should have seen this coming. We're the carefree house, Jonah said lightly. We probably didn't think it was that important. Fucking Yapluma, I cursed under my breath. Sophia reached out and stroked Esses, her expression more troubled than before. They didn't write it down or anything? Imogen asked. Not even half of it? You see, Yapluma doesn't really do books, Jonah argued. Or intelligence, I added. Jonah shot me a glare. All I'm saying is, Raynar told me that the Air Council misplaced their piece of the prophecy years ago. None of our elders know what it is, and he said for sure they didn't write it down. It was probably forgotten about in the memory of a past elder years ago. Raynar was probably making the whole thing up, I said. Why wouldn't he? He loved to torment you. Liam, you don't get it. Raynar's a horrible person, I know, and this doesn't excuse him, but he had it bad, Jonah said. Ugh, please. I made a skeptical noise and rolled my eyes. Jonah said nothing. How do you know Raynar wasn't lying? He could be feeding you information to misguide you, Sophia said. Raynar didn't lie, and I'm not sticking up for him. Jonah's expression grew cold as I opened my mouth to speak. He was as drunk as I was that night. Say what you want about him. He was abusive, he cheated on me, and I would never take him back, not even if my life depended on it. Jonah's eyes dimmed. But, and this is a huge but, he did trust me. I've gone over that night in my head 1,000,000 times, and I always knew when he was lying to me, even when I didn't want to believe it. I got a feeling in my gut. That time, I know he wasn't. Squeaks gave a loud squawk and shook her feathers. Jonah added, Squeaks says that she agrees with me, though I know you guys can't hear her. Squeaks nodded, and that was enough confirmation for me. If Squeaks was certain Raynar was telling the truth, and she despised Raynar, it was clear. The air piece was gone. Yapluma had truly lost it. Jonah, why didn't you tell us this sooner? Sophia asked. Her mouth was a thin, stern line. I'd seen that expression elsewhere, but I couldn't tell from where. You knew this information months ago. Last semester was hard, guys, Jonah said. You and Liam had that court case, there was the plague, Imogen got attacked, and then Cade. The room got deathly quiet at the mention of Imogen's lost love. Imogen's face became drawn and pale. Jonah cleared his throat and said, "There just never seemed to be a good time to bring it up, and I didn't want to let everyone down again, like I always do." Jonah hung his head. Imogen's angry expression faded, and she laid a hand on Jonah's shoulder. "You didn't let anyone down, Jonah," I said softly. "There's still time to turn things around." "We hope," Jonah said lowly. "I just pray we don't screw it up like we did last semester." Imogen and I shared a guilty glance. We had screwed up. It wasn't like we had a lot of control over it, but we'd failed to stop the prophecy once already. Navita had chosen to side with Oleander, and that was causing devastating consequences for the tribe now. Sophia was barely listening. She was staring into the fire, completely immobile. Esses had moved to her lap and curled up into a ball on her legs. She sat so still I didn't think she hardly breathed. It was like her eyes were haunted, replaying something the rest of us couldn't see. What was up with her lately? It was like she was in a whole other world. "We need to focus," Imogen said. Sophia tore her eyes away from the flames and sat straight up, like Imogen had gotten her attention. "Is there anywhere we can start looking on how to recover this piece, if it still exists?" "I decided to look through the Air Elders' scrolls to find out who the Yapluma Elders were at the time the prophecy was made," Jonah said. "I've got a few names." "We can start there. Research may turn up something." Imogen seemed relieved they had a starting point, though I wasn't sure if it would amount to anything. A couple of names from history scrolls wouldn't mean much if they didn't lead somewhere, and we had to find that next piece. Fast. "Is there anything else we should cover?" Imogen suggested. Sophia shrugged. "I wanted to research the Asa Imperii, the weapon that's supposed to control the ancestors, but I don't even know where to begin." "I don't think it exists, Sophia," Imogen said quietly. "I've searched everywhere, and there's nothing on it, not even in the ancient tomes or elder scrolls. It has to be an old Hawkeye legend, just a story to tell around the fire." "Is it ever just a story, though?" I asked. Imogen sighed. "No, it never is." I clasped my hands together and put my elbows on my knees. "There's something I need to tell you guys." "What is it?" "Oh, ancestors, if you're coming out, I'm not interested. I don't do friends with benefits," Jonah said. Esses had opened his blue eyes to stare at me, and his ears perked, though he didn't move from his curled-up position on Sophia's lap. "Oleander wanted those riots to happen," I said. "Separating the tribes was something he had in mind from the start of his inauguration on the Tawakwa Council." "What do you mean?" Sophia asked. Everyone was on the edge of their seat, looking at me. I bounced my leg nervously. "There's some stuff Dad told me before we left on the Ho-Ho. He told me to keep it to myself, but I don't think I can." "If your dad told you, maybe it's best to keep it private," Sophia said gently. "No, you deserve to know." I took a deep breath. Last semester, Oleander was taking advantage of the plague. He was coercing and threatening the other elders to replace the ones who died from the illness with people he wanted, which we guessed, but there's more. The night of the riots, he never consulted the other elders about making the two tribes system. He already had this plan for weeks. There were people in the government waiting on his orders. He was just looking for the perfect time. The chaos and death that night created a perfect storm for him to implement his final solution without opposition from the tribe. All the elder elders who would have opposed him were either dead, injured, or being bullied into submitting to him. I dropped my head. "Like my father." "Liam, why would your dad tell you all this?" Sophia asked. "It had to be hard for him to admit." "He wanted me to be prepared for anything," I said. "He's made it pretty clear that we can't trust anyone, and being the son of a chief isn't enough to protect me anymore." Imogen turned to stare at the corkboard, her eyes wandering over all the clues. Jonah and I will get a head start on researching those names. Maybe with time, we'll get a lead. Maybe, Sophia said, but her voice was tinged with doubt. It was hard to hear. Sophia wasn't the kind of person who allowed herself to be uncertain. Though I understood where she was coming from. Time was something we just didn't have. Master Toaqua Magic was my first class of the semester. It was held early in the morning, like always, so I was up before most of the other people in the dorm were. It had been hard sleeping the night before with dozens of people around me. You could hear everything. People went to sleep at different times, which meant you never knew if the lights were going to be on or off, and there was always noise. I hoped I'd get used to it. Sophia was sound asleep when I left, with Esses tucked in next to her legs. She had class, but I didn't want to wake her, as she needed rest. I think she'd stayed awake most of the night, as I could hear her tossing and turning. The first day of water class was held on the beach, as it always was at the start of the semester. But when I got there, something was really weird. The class was only a third of the size it usually was. I didn't see a lot of the people I'd had in my Toaqua class in the years prior. There were only 10 other people in here. The rest of my class looked similarly confused. It was time to start, and most of our normal group wasn't here. "Wyatt, what's going on?" I asked. His walrus familiar lounged lazily on the sand and flopped his flippers like he didn't care who showed. Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know, dude. Maybe people dropped out?" This many? It was rare for someone to flunk out of Orenda Academy. "Settle down, people!" Professor Bain emerged from the woods and entered the beach. He looked even more scruffy than he usually did. His hair stood up on one end, and there were deep purple bags under his eyes. I'm pretty sure his shirt was stained, though I didn't look closely enough to check. "Well, good morning to you too, Bain." He was clearly in a mood. Lyra raised her hand, and Bain's beady eyes flashed to her. "What, Lyra?" I was taken aback for a moment. Bain didn't talk like that to his students. Lyra seemed similarly surprised. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, sir, but where is everyone? Most of the class isn't here, and—" "The DeFordyce students have been reassigned to another Toaqua teacher," Bain said. "I am only the instructor for the Toaqua students who've been sorted into Bayami, as I was assigned to that tribe myself." Geez, no wonder he was irritable. He'd gotten demoted. Bain clapped his hands together and rubbed them. "Let's get down to business, shall we? Master Toaqua Magic. At this point in your magical education, there's no room for playing around. What I am about to teach you is very advanced. Either pay attention or squander your potential. Makes no difference to me." Ancestors, couldn't he lighten up a little? He was starting to act like old me, or like Madame Doya, barking orders. As much as he annoyed me, I kind of wanted regular weirdo Bane back, not this crab ass. "All magic comes from a primal source in the earth, which is constantly in motion and cannot be destroyed. It was created by the Great Spirit and is able to be used by those who have magic in their blood, supernaturals who've been born or gifted with power," Bane began. "Each supernatural race is able to manifest this power in a different way. Elementi in particular have a strong connection to the natural world, which enables us to bond with our creatures and manipulate the elements. But there are other ways that Elementi can increase their power beyond their normal limits." Bane motioned to the water. His sea serpent familiar, Thalassa, wiggled onto the sand. She was just as big and gorgeous as ever, with her shining blue scales, webbed feet, and pointed horns. I never got tired of looking at her, though that didn't seem to be the case for Bane. Bane didn't acknowledge her when she came upon shore, just crossed his arms and gave a haughty turn away. Thalassa huffed, and seawater came bursting out of her nostrils. It soaked Bane in snot and salt water. He gave her a resentful look before he magicked it off himself. She growled, showing her teeth for a moment before settling. What the hell? They seemed to be fighting. Why? I didn't get the drama. But she wasn't the only creature that emerged from the sea. Beside her, another form splashed out of the waves. A sea turtle the size of an elephant floated to the surface with giant black eyes and flat flippers that skimmed the surface. She was green in color, but on her back grew all kinds of seaweed and coral that was pink, purple, and blue. She looked like a mini island that belonged underwater. She was a special kind of turtle, a zaratan. On the zaratan's back were hundreds of tiny green frogs nestled in the seaweed with bat wings and long reptile tails. They were called water leapers. As they came out of the sea, the water leapers beat their tiny wings and rose into the air, fluttering around the area. Students oohed as they tried to snatch the water leapers out of thin air and failed. I was patient. I put out my hand and waited. A water leaper came down and landed on my open palm, where it croaked. I stroked the back of the water leaper with my finger and listened. "All elementi can harvest strength from their familiars," Bane began. "But what many elementi don't know is that they can also harness power from their element itself, and any magical creatures in the area that are connected to that particular element, even if those creatures are not bonded to you. Observe." Bane turned toward the water. He raised both hands over it, and the water pushed back, creating a wall that was 50 feet wide and just as high. I expected him to stop there, but he didn't. Bane increased the size of the wall until it was just as tall as a skyscraper, 300 feet or so. People gasped in surprise. Even I was impressed. Bane shouldn't have been able to make such a towering structure of water on his own, even though I knew he was talented. What was the catch? "My familiar is with me, but I'm not drawing power from her. I am concentrating on drawing my energy from the life of the ocean itself," Bane instructed. "I am also harvesting energy from the zaratan beside me." That made sense. The ocean provided a massive source of magical energy, and I bet the zaratan had power as well. Bane let the wall drop back down slowly, and the ocean rocked violently as its large source was returned to the depths. "Elementi have to be very careful when drawing energy with their elements," Bane instructed. "Nivita who take too much power from the forest have been known to destroy all the trees. Yapluma who draw too much magic from the skies have been known to poison the air. Coigni can ruin a fuel source's ability to create fire. We, as Toaqua, have to be especially careful. If we take too much of a water body's life force, the marine habitat within the water will perish, and eventually the water body itself will dry up, leaving nothing more behind than a desert wasteland that can never be replaced." "Has that ever happened before?" Lyra questioned. Bane raised an eyebrow. "There are many places in the United States that weren't always deserts." Muttered conversation grew around the classroom, but Bane ignored it and continued. "Drawing power from something other than your familiar is extremely difficult. You must master a deep connection to the earth and to nature. All magic is an endless, flowing connection. If you find yourself becoming one with nature around you, you'll be able to channel the ability of the earth to your will." Bane waved his hands. "Take the water leapers in the air. I ask that each of you try to harness the power inside of the little creature and use it to perform magic that's outside your normal capabilities. Magic is an endless, flowing substance. Once you can tap into it, the possibilities become endless." I looked at the water leaper in my hand. I concentrated on staring at it for a moment while the students around me tried to force the magic to come. There were splashes of water and alarmed shouts all around me, but I didn't pay attention to it. I just tried to focus on the waves and the sand, the smell of the ocean, and the croaking of the tiny winged frog in my hand. One guy had been trying so hard to get energy out of the water leaper that his own magic had backfired and killed the creature. He was a big, muscular guy who could have been on the soccer team, but he looked near tears. "I'm sorry, little guy," he said. He stroked the water leaper's belly. Lyra laid a hand on his shoulder. "Don't try too hard," Bane bellowed. "If you overexert your potential, there can be consequences. This is something that has to be given, not forced. Allow the earth to gift you the power." He was barking a lot of instructions that wouldn't make sense to most people, but not me. I got it. It was a lot like basket weaving. You had to let yourself go and be consumed by the ability of just existing. I felt an energy flow through my hand from where the water leaper sat. It was different from my own. I moved my hand over the ocean, and a tall column rose. I could usually only make them about 100 feet or so, but I pushed it 50 feet higher. The water leaper's power slowly zapped as the column grew, and I backed off, letting the column crash back into the sea. "Well done, Liam," Bane said. "You've got it." I changed my attention. The water leaper flew off, and I directed my focus on absorbing power from Thalassa and the Zaratan instead. I was surprised to see that when I connected with Thalassa, I could feel Bane's magic too, moving through his body. I cut off my tie to Thalassa. It was rude to draw from someone else's familiar, and I wanted to prove to Bane I didn't need his magic to improve my own. The Zaratan observed me with calm eyes as I forged a stronger tie to her. At first, it hurt. It was too similar to what I experienced with Neshoma. I'd forgotten what it felt like to have a familiar. You could constantly feel a push and pull of magical energy between you and your creature, whether you noticed or not. The Zaratan's connection to me wasn't even close to what Neshoma's was, but it was a close enough memory that it made me choke up for a moment. The connection began to fade, and I refocused. I needed to center myself on the earth. Thinking about myself would make the spell fail. I felt the Zaratan's power absorb into my body, and it was almost overwhelming. All that magical energy had to go somewhere. I thrust my hands at the water, and a twisting corkscrew emerged, 2 times as big as the ones I'd ever created. It rose like a roller coaster to the sky, hundreds of feet wide. My mouth dropped open in awe as I moved the corkscrew without breaking a sweat. It wasn't like when I'd moved the river during the riots. That had been all me, and it had taken all my energy to do. Because I was pulling energy from the Zaratan, I could create monstrosities of water magic with ease. By the end of the class, I was the only one who could do it. A couple of people gave me jealous looks, but the majority of students clapped and cheered. "Liam, that's beautiful magic," Lyra breathed as she came up beside me, looking upward. "Thanks." I'd changed the corkscrew into a vortex that twisted off into several different veins. The vines wrapped around each other and flowed in an infinity pattern, an endless loop that fed itself as the water churned within the tunnels over and over. I didn't even feel tired. I returned the water to the sea, and it was like nothing ever happened. I understood that this type of magic wasn't meant to change things. It was meant to keep the ecosystem as it was. "Why'd you get sorted into Bayami? With that kind of power, you definitely should be Defortai," Wyatt said. His tone clearly held admiration, though I didn't want it. I turned away from him and stared at the ocean. "You know why." Wyatt and Lyra's eyes averted at the obvious. Why was I Bayami? Pick a reason. I had no familiar. I was sick. I was in an inter-house relationship. Any one of these reasons would be good enough to make me Bayami, and I had a triple whammy. Bane waved us off. "That's enough for today. Wednesday we'll move on to other matters. I suggest you keep this lesson between us. Class dismissed." Lyra, Wyatt, and I gave each other weird looks as Bane climbed onto Thalassa's back and sailed off into the ocean. "Okay, that was totally weird," I said. "Wasn't it?" "Yeah," Lyra's eyes narrowed. "It was like he didn't want us spreading around what his lecture was about." "That's ridiculous," I started before I paused. "Right?" "I don't know," Wyatt said carefully.
What he taught today, it wasn't on the syllabus or in our textbook. I know because I looked before class. Bane specifically said that only extremely powerful elementi could draw energy from something other than their familiar. He knew most of us would never be able to master it. Why did he bother instructing us on it if we can't use it? Because he wanted to sort out who could, Lyra said, with a meaningful look at me. I wasn't about to take the bait, so I said, "It doesn't matter. He said we're moving on to another lesson anyway. This was just a one-time thing." I have a feeling Bane wasn't supposed to teach us that. It gives us more power as Bayami, Lyra said in a low voice. I bet Oleander will have a fit when he hears. Let him. He's not king of this school. Ulrich is. He's still head dean, I said harshly. Ulrich is Bayami now, though, Wyatt whispered. How long is that gonna last? I wasn't sure. But Ulrich wasn't a pushover either. He was a master alchemist, had a dragon familiar, and was just as strong a coigni as Chieftess Annette was. Even Oleander couldn't just knock him off his post. Ulrich's going to maintain control, I said. We need to trust Ulrich knows what he's doing. Lyra and Wyatt shared a doubtful glance before Wyatt said, I guess. I wasn't willing to talk more about it. Ulrich had things handled. Oleander had control of Kinpago, but Orenda Academy was still outside his control. He wouldn't get his hands on this school. Ulrich would make sure he didn't. I didn't have another class until after lunch. I planned to meet up with Jonah, Sophia, and Imogen in the dining hall, as was our usual tradition, but when I got there, I found the dining hall had been completely transformed. The tables and booths had been moved up against the walls, and I heard the buzzing of tattoo machines. Hundreds of students were standing in long lines. What exactly was going on here? Get in line, a task force member barked. She shoved a few students into place before threatening them with a Noxite gun. People moved quickly to get out of her way, faces marred with fear. I saw my friends and their familiars collected in a corner. I hurried over to them, clearly feeling lost. Hey, what's going on? We're being ordered to get identification tattoos on our right forearm, Imogen said, with gritted teeth and clenched fists. To show we're Bayami. What the fuck? I was totally appalled. You can't be serious. It's a mandate, Sophia said. They dropped them off this morning. Sophia handed me an orange sheet of paper. On it were orders that every Bayami in Kinpago report to a station to be given their identification tattoos. As we were students, that area was the dining hall within the school. If a Bayami didn't show up for branding, they were instantly to be considered an enemy of the tribe and arrested. The tattoo itself was a design of an unfinished circle with a broken arrow in the center. The arrow tip was pointed downward, and the two halves lay side by side next to each other, the half with the feathers above the half with the arrowhead. During war, the ancient Hawkeye would take the arrows of their enemies and break them to show dominance over the defeated. An incomplete circle was also a sign of being inferior. I frowned before I folded up the paper and tucked it into my pocket. Well, if it's what we have to do, so be it. You can't be serious. We can't just allow this to happen. We have to fight back, Imogen hissed. What choice do we have? Jonah asked. His eyes nervously skirted around the room. A few students had tried to run away, but the task force had blocked off all exits except the one I'd come in. I was pretty sure that they'd done this at lunchtime on purpose, because most people would be heading this way regardless. People who hadn't gotten the mandate would end up walking into a trap. We don't have a choice. My brow furrowed, and I dropped my voice. Listen, I know you guys want to fight back, but this isn't the right way. Not yet. It's just going to get us hurt, or worse. Liam, you're not supposed to get tattoos. Sophia's face was full of concern. She was right.
I was supposed to avoid any open wounds because there was a much higher chance that they'd get infected. Tattoos were a part of that category. I don't think they care about that, Soph. One girl was screaming that she was petrified of needles. 4 task force members forcibly held her down on the floor as she screamed and cried, while the tattoo artist got to work on branding her arm. They were going to tattoo me whether I made a scene or not, so I figured I might as well get it over with. The 4 of us joined a long line of Bayami in front of the tattoo machines. I made sure to go first. Sophia let out a sigh of relief as our line progressed, and she got a glimpse of the tattoo artist. He was a guy in his 30s that had tattoos all over his skin, though he didn't look like a task force member. "What is it?" I asked. "He's the guy who did my Daisy tattoo. He's good. His name's Luca," she said. "His familiar does the tattoos. He'll make sure it'll heal well." Well, at least that was a relief. When it was my turn, I sat across from the artist. He seemed pretty miserable. "Sorry, man," Luca whispered under his breath. "I don't want to do this." "It's fine," I replied back. "Just do what you gotta do." I laid out my forearm on the table. The tattoo artist's scorpion familiar crawled onto my skin, and I resisted a shiver. I wanted to cringe every time the scorpion's pincher dug into my skin, but I kept my expression blank. I wouldn't give the task force the satisfaction of seeing me suffer. By the end, my arm was throbbing, and the skin around the tattoo was irritated and red. I was really freaking out that I'd get sick from it, but it was too late now to do anything. Luca wrapped up my new tattoo and called for the next person in line. Sophia took the tattoo like a champ. Esses sat on the table next to her as Luca adorned her skin. She didn't even flinch, just looked straight ahead and talked with Luca as if this was her choice. I knew it was to piss off the task force. Imogen was harder to watch. She had a mini freakout before a task force member forced her into a chair. Tears beaded her eyes, but they vanished once the scorpion touched her arm. Sassy licked her face, and Imogen's tears faded. Jonah took the tattoo easily and joked around with the tattoo artist that he'd always wanted to get some ink anyway. The artist lifted a smile, but it dropped when he saw a task force member scowling at him. Squeaks lifted her tail at him as she walked by. She had a venomous expression that clearly said if Jonah would let her, she'd rip the cop's head off. When we were done with the tattoos, none of us were very hungry. Nobody wanted to return to our crappy dorm, so we headed to a large sitting area off the dining hall where people usually studied. It was usually quiet in there, so we hoped we wouldn't be disturbed further. Our familiars gathered around us. Sassy yowled, and Squeak snapped her beak at anyone who got too close. Esses laid his tiny paws on my arm. I felt the tattoo beneath the bandage begin to mend slowly until most of the pain dulled and I was left with an almost healed tattoo. Esses ran amongst the group, healing each of our tattoos as quickly as he could. Jonah broke the silence. "I mean, we talked about getting squad tattoos in Europe," he joked. "At least now we all match." Sophia stared off into space. She'd told me she wanted to get another tattoo to complement the daisy on her shoulder, but I was pretty sure the identifying mark for Bayami wasn't what she had in mind. "Hey, everybody, if I get blood poisoning from this thing, can someone dig a hole and throw me in?" I waved my arm in the air and tried to force a laugh, because death humor was always appropriate for changing the mood. "We'll throw you out back in a ditch beside the castle," Imogen cracked. The 3 of us chuckled, though Sophia didn't even crack a smile. At least we could laugh about it, because if we didn't, what other alternative was there? A hush fell over us as a second year approached. A mass of blonde curls stuck out around a bitter, frustrated face full of tears. Taylor Myers, a coigne. Sophia and I had her in our medical care of familiars class a little over a year ago. Her new identification tattoo shone out in harsh black ink against the exposed, raw skin. She gave us a harsh glare that was difficult to endure. "Can I help you?" Imogen snapped. She clearly was in the mood for no shit today. Taylor's nose wrinkled. "It's your fault," Taylor accused, pointing at me and Sophia. "You two went up against the elders and forced them to make inter-house relationships legal. That's why all this is happening." "We didn't force them to do anything," Sophia replied coldly. "Oleander had this plan for a long time, Taylor," I said calmly. "This wasn't something any of us could control." "I don't believe that for a second," Taylor snarled. "Leave off it, Taylor." Levi, her older brother, stepped in front of her. He too had a new Bayami tattoo on his skin. "It's not their fault." He tried to put a hand on her arm, but Taylor wrenched it away. She sneered and said, "I'll never forget I'm in this because of you. I hate all of you for stirring up trouble. You should have just learned your place." Taylor stomped away, curls bouncing. Levi tilted his palms up and gave us a helpless expression. "I'm sorry. My sister, she's just upset." He took off after her. Imogen had the nerve to lift a middle finger in farewell, though the rest of us did nothing. Taylor was just looking for someone to blame, just like the tribe was trying to blame Bayami for all the problems in it. I didn't blame her. I knew she was upset and looking for a way out, but accusing others wasn't the answer. It was that kind of thinking that had gotten us all here. The sound of a scuffle on the other side of the room caught our attention. Two large boys, both with hyena familiars, had cornered a girl against the wall. She was shaking as they advanced on her. With a sinking feeling, I recognized her as Isabella, the Navita girl who was the first to have her familiar go missing last year. She'd gotten her familiar, SRA, back, but it looked like they were still in trouble. The tiny glowing horse with little wings hovered over Isabella's shoulder in a mad panic. "Please stop," Isabella pleaded. "I didn't do anything." The fucker standing over her grinned. "You don't have to do anything. This is just for fun." I heard Sophia gasp as one of the guys raised a fist and punched Isabella across the face. All four of us stood up at once. Isabella crumpled to the ground, and the two guys started kicking her in the gut. SRA couldn't protect Isabella. The filly pixie looked like a tiny glowing ball as the familiars of the Deforti tossed her back and forth between them. It was like a game to them, though SRA was screaming in pain. I caught a flash of the Bayami tattoo on Isabella's arm. Of course, poor Isabella had been sorted into Bayami. Her familiar wasn't very strong, and she was related to an old elder who died while on the council. That made her a target. I felt a wave of rage well up inside me and threatened to explode at the surface. Isabella's familiar had already been kidnapped and taken away from her last semester. Hadn't she suffered enough? I moved forward to interfere, but a task force member raised his gun and pointed it at me in a clear threat to back off. I didn't care. Let them shoot me. I couldn't just stand here and... A hand on the back of my shirt held me back. "Liam, don't," Sophia begged. "Stand down." I was shocked to hear those words come out of her mouth. Sophia was the last person who'd stand down when someone needed her. She'd always protect those who couldn't protect themselves. But that was exactly what was happening now. It was completely out of character for her, yet it was happening, and I didn't know how to react to it. "I don't want you getting hurt," she pleaded. Her words were desperate. She truly believed that if I did anything, I'd end up just like Isabella. I couldn't go against her, not when she was begging me like that. I held back, though the sights of the Noxite gun were still fixed on me. "We need to stop this," Imogen protested. She went to go forward, but Jonah reached out and snagged her arm to hold her back. It was a definitive move that I think shocked us all. For the first time, we weren't getting involved. Someone near the fight, I think it was Isabella's friend, tried to step in and use her earth magic to drag the Defortai off Isabella, but a task force member nearby stopped her. They put a hand on her shoulder and forcibly shoved her to the floor. They told her to stay down and shoved a Noxite gun in her face while the Defortai students continued to kick and punch Isabella, obviously getting enjoyment out of her torture. "We can do nothing," I said emptily, realizing how horribly true it was. If we tried to help, the task force members would either force us to back off or shoot us with Noxite. Or worse, we'd end up getting beaten next. Not all the Defortai in the room were getting enjoyment out of this. It was clear only a few were getting pleasure from the torment. There were a lot of students from the so-called stronger house that looked disturbed, but they just turned away or left the room. It was obvious they were too scared to take a stand. They were cowards. They had actual power to do something, but they ignored Isabella's cries for help. The door opened, and I felt relief. Professor Bates strode into the sitting area and caught sight of the beating. A teacher could stop the beating. He'd replaced Professor Fawn over the break and was Navita. He wouldn't let this happen to Isabella. "Professor, please do something," Isabella's friend cried from the floor. Her comment earned her a hard hit in the mouth with the butt of the gun. Professor Bates maintained a void expression. He looked down his nose at Isabella curled into a ball on the floor and said, "If she wasn't so weak, she could defend herself." Cold horror crept over my bones and settled there. Essus had his paws over his mouth. He looked like he longed to run to Isabella and heal her, though Sophia clung to him with all her might. The Defortai boys looked to Bates for approval, and he said, "She deserved to be punished. This just proves that the Bayami aren't equal to us." Without another word, Bates strode off. The guys continued their beating with increased vigor. It went on for minutes, though it seemed like hours. I felt sick, but eventually the sickness faded away to be replaced with a kind of desensitization that I hated. I was getting used to it. I couldn't stand this. I wanted to reach out and comfort Sophia, put an arm around her, but I couldn't even move. I had totally frozen. Eventually, the Defortai got bored. They walked off with their hyena familiars, laughing and high-fiving. Isabella struggled to get off the ground. As she got to her feet, her lip was bleeding and she walked with a limp. She was covered in bruises. She stooped down to pick up her filly pixie who had a bent wing. Her lip trembled as she left the room with as much dignity as she could muster. Blood dripped down the tattoo on her skin. I managed to move. The first place my eyes went to was Sophia. I expected her to be crying, but she wasn't. Sophia's body was rigid and still as she hugged Essus. She appeared a statue. Her face was pale, and although fear was written across it, her eyes were far, far away. It was like she'd completely dissociated from what was happening around her. She wasn't my brave Sophia anymore, and that scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to believe something like this could happen at Orenda Academy, but I'd seen it with my own eyes. We could no longer hide that we were Bayami. These brands made sure everyone knew. Society had proclaimed us to be a problem. There'd be consequences to pay, and none of us would be able to do a damn thing about it unless we did something now. Trying to reverse the prophecy wouldn't be enough. We needed a new plan. We needed to fight back.
Chapter 4. Sophia. Over the next week, the incident with Isabella stuck with me. I knew I should have let Liam step in, but I just couldn't stop picturing what would happen to him, to any of us, if we did. Bloody images like the night of the riots invaded my thoughts. We had to fight back, yes, but not physically. The riots had proved that violence solved nothing. It was still in the back of my mind as I headed to my Introduction to Parenting class the week after, clutching Essus close to my chest. I did my best to push it out of my head so I could focus on my studies. I met up with the rest of the class near the bus-sized carriage at the front of school. Last week, we'd covered the syllabus and our introduction unit. This week, we got to meet our kids for the first time. The class was split into 2 parts. The first was our lecture once a week, and the second was interacting with the kids who lived at the Kinpago group foster home. We got to be their big brother/big sister for the semester. "Everyone in," Professor Maynard called, gesturing to the carriage. She was a short, plump Tawakwa woman without a familiar at her side, which probably meant it lived in the ocean. She had a hard gaze, like she didn't really want to be teaching this class. It was like that with a lot of professors this semester. Many of our old ones had died during the riots. Others had resigned and been replaced by new teachers who were often underqualified. But it wasn't like the school had any other choice. They had to fill the positions somehow. I didn't know what had happened to my child development professor, Professor Ambika. She was supposed to teach this parenting class as well, but like many of the other teachers, she left the school after the riots. I'm not sure anyone knew where they'd gone. The ride to the group home wasn't long, as it was close to the school. We stopped in front of a brick building that reminded me a little of a church and followed Professor Maynard inside. We were introduced briefly to the director in the foyer. Her name was Miss Evangeline. She was an older Navita woman with a hummingbird familiar at her side. We hung our coats on hooks in the entrance, then she gestured for us to follow her down the hall. We entered a large room with wood flooring and tall windows, toys everywhere. Children ran around and played with each other. Various baby familiars played as well. A baby hippogriff with a missing wing jumped on a beanbag chair, while a little monkey helped one of the toddlers build a block tower. The room was filled with laughter and chatter. I made a quick assessment and guessed there to be about 20 kids in total, which made one for each of us. The youngest orphan was a newborn, which was in a nurse's arm as she rocked him in a chair near the play area. The oldest I guessed to be around 12. "Children?" Miss Evangeline called. The room quieted quickly as the children's eyes turned toward us. They quickly got excited and rushed over. I noticed one child didn't leave the play area. It was like he hadn't heard her. He looked around 4 years old and was facing the wall, organizing blocks by color. The nurse who held the baby glanced to him, but she didn't tell him to go join the rest of the group. He looked kind of lonely. "Shh." Miss Evangeline held her finger to her lips, and the kids went silent. "As you all know, students from Orenda Academy will be coming in once a week to visit with you. Today, we will start with some playtime. Next week, you'll be partnered up with your official friend for the semester. So, everyone have fun." A girl at the front, around 8 years old, quickly grabbed one of my classmates' hands and said, "I want to be with you! Your Dracovern is beautiful!" Sandy laughed and pulled the cave dragon off her shoulder to show the girl. "You can pet her. She's very friendly." Sandy was in my Elementi Explorations class last semester. She had bonded with a Dracovern shortly after we'd explored their cave. Children quickly paired up with students, mostly raving about their familiars. I expected someone to come up and ask to pet Essus, but since I was in the back, most of the kids didn't notice me. They all paired up so quickly that I was left standing on my own. I looked around the room stupidly. "Sophia," Professor Maynard said, "why don't you go play with Adriel?" She pointed to the little boy who was organizing the blocks on his own. I nodded and made my way over to him. I sat on the rug next to him, feeling a little awkward. "Hey there," I forced out. The boy didn't look up at me. I was starting to wonder if maybe he was deaf. "I'm Sophia," I tried. "Is your name Adriel?" At the sound of his name, he turned to me. He kept his head low and wouldn't meet my gaze, but he acknowledged me by holding out a yellow block in my direction. I took it. Thank you. Does this one go here? I placed the block next to the other yellow ones. He nodded, then turned back to the blue ones and started organizing them in a straight row. Essus hopped out of my arms and began doing the same with the yellow ones. No, no! Adriel shouted, pushing Essus away. He shoved him so hard that Essus stumbled and fell onto his back. Adriel, I scolded, scooping up Essus into my arms. That's not very nice. No! He screamed again, even though Essus was far away from the blocks. Adriel started flapping his arms and swatted at Essus. Instinct took over. I set Essus aside and reached for Adriel's hands, holding them gently but firmly in place. Sternly, I said, "We do not hit." Adriel squirmed, and tears sprang to his eyes as he started to scream bloody murder. The little hippogriff without the wing rushed over to us, as if he could comfort the crying child. Adriel, look at me, I instructed calmly. But he didn't. He wrenched away and threw himself onto the ground, kicking his legs and covering his ears while he cried. Then it hit me. I'd spent enough time in the campus daycare to know this wasn't normal behavior for a child his age. I turned to the nurse in the chair, though she wasn't paying attention to us, as if she did her best to block Adriel out. I cleared my throat. Excuse me? It took her a second, but she finally tore her gaze off the kids surrounding the Dracovern. Is Adriel on the autistic scale? I asked. Yes, he is, she replied. How did you know? I shrugged. Instinct, I guess. The nurse went back to ignoring us, even though Adriel continued to throw a fit. I got to my knees and inched across the carpet to Adriel's side. I placed a gentle hand on his back and leaned down so he could hear me. Adriel, we're going to go outside, I told him. Can you follow me? No, no! He screamed, still kicking his feet. It's not going to help, the nurse said dryly. He's overwhelmed, I snapped back. He needs to go someplace he deems safe. I didn't know what else to do, so I grabbed Adriel around the middle and carried him into the hall. The nurse watched me curiously, but didn't do anything to stop me. Essus and the little hippogriff, which I decided to call Baby, followed behind me. As soon as I set Adriel down, he melted back onto the floor with his hands at his ears. I felt hopeless. I didn't know how to fix this. Essus reached out like he could help heal him, but it didn't work that way. Essus, I shook my head, and he backed off. I knelt down beside Adriel. Hey, watch this. In one hand, I conjured fire. The brightness of the flames illuminated the wall next to us. Using my other hand, I made shadow figures on the wall. Essus saw what I was doing and quickly joined me, creating a butterfly with his hands, then morphing his paws into more complicated designs like a dolphin and a unicorn. A long time ago, I started a story, even though Adriel didn't seem at all interested. The ancestors gifted us elemental powers. Magical creatures rained down from the skies, creatures they called familiars. I created a dog-like shadow with my hands and pretended like it was flying down from above. Essus used the shadow of his ears to pretend he was a dragon, then used his tail for a sea serpent. Baby stood in front of the flames and pretended he was a giant bird. Adriel caught sight of the moving shadows. It quickly caught his attention, and he quieted. I continued my story as Essus made more shadow puppets on the wall. Soon, Elementi began bonding with familiars. They were our souls, the half we'd been missing from birth. Essus stepped up to Adriel, so close that his fur brushed Adriel's arm. Adriel jerked away, before reaching out his hand to pet Essus' fur. This is Essus, I introduced. Is it okay if he plays with you? Adriel pushed himself to a sitting position and pulled Essus onto his lap. He reached upward and waved his hand, creating his own shadow on the wall. There you go, I encouraged. You got it. He started to laugh, and soon we were making up our own stories. Before I knew it, over an hour had passed. The door to the main room opened, and Miss Evangeline stepped outside. She looked to us, where we sat on the floor. "Your class is getting ready to leave," she said lightly. "Thank you so much for entertaining Adriel today. It's been a long time since he's taken a liking to one of the students." "It's no problem, really," I told her. I killed the flames in my hand and turned back to Adriel. "I'll be back next week, okay?" Adriel didn't look me in the eye, but he nodded. Then the most unexpected thing happened. He threw himself forward and hugged me. For one brief moment, my heart felt full as I hugged him back. He drew away, then pointed to himself. "Adriel!" "That's right," I told him, smiling. "That's your name." He pointed to my chest and said my name, separating each syllable carefully. Sophia. "Good job, Adriel," I praised. He stood, his face at my level since I was still sitting. Then he leaned over and pressed his cheek to mine before turning around and racing back into the open doorway. Baby followed quickly behind him. I lifted my hand to my cheek, my skin warming where he'd touched me. It wasn't a kiss, exactly, but it felt like his version of one. "He likes you very much," Miss Evangeline said. "You'll make a great mother one day." My stomach sank, but she didn't notice because she turned and headed back inside before she could catch the look on my face. Either Miss Evangeline didn't follow the news or she didn't realize what she was saying, because everyone knew that Liam was sterile, and we'd never have kids. No matter how much I still wanted them. We returned to our classroom shortly afterward, my mind still on what Miss Evangeline had said. "Before you go, remember to pick up your dragon egg," Professor Maynard called to the class. "As we discussed last week, hatching a baby dragon takes great care, much like parenting. This project will be worth 1/4 of your final grade." She started passing out the eggs on our way out the door. Each was placed in a basket and wrapped in white fabric. They were bigger than my fist, all different colors, and covered in what looked like dragon scales that shimmered beautifully in the light. The one she held out to me had red scales and a purple shimmer. "Take good care of it," Professor Maynard warned. I nodded. "I will." Essis jumped into the basket beside the dragon egg and snuggled right in. I didn't mind, since dragon eggs had to be kept warm to incubate. I held the basket close to my chest as I started down the hall. I should have been thrilled about the egg. It was, after all, going to be one of the best assignments I'd had at Orenda Academy. I had to warm it in the sun for 2 hours per day, sing to it at night, and clean it once per week. But it was also going to be torture. Every moment spent caring for this egg was nothing more than a reminder of what I'd never have. This parenting class was a huge slap in the face. Pressure built up in my eyes and I bit down on my lower lip. My jaw started to hurt from clenching it so tightly. I didn't want to go back to the Bayami dorms, so I found my way to a secluded study area on the 2nd floor. I set my basket on my lap and ran my fingers over the dragon egg. It was so smooth and warm, like a real dragon. Essis saw what I was doing and started stroking it too.
"Sophia?"
Liam's voice came from above me. I was so out of it that I hadn't heard his approach. I forgot I was supposed to meet up with him after class. I quickly straightened. "Oh, hey, what's up?"
"I was looking for you."
He sounded worried as he sank beside me.
"Sophia, what's wrong?"
"Nothing," I lied, ducking my head. "Just nurturing this dragon egg." Liam eyed me skeptically, but he leaned over to get a better look.
"For your parenting class?"
I nodded.
"How'd it go?"
He asked. "It was All right, I guess. I shifted in my chair.
Soph.
He frowned, then reached out to take my hand. It was cool in mine, but it made my stomach twist.
Tell me what's wrong.
Nothing's wrong, I insisted. Why do you think so? He kept his eyes on our hands as he ran his thumb over my skin.
You haven't been acting like yourself lately. And you seem, I don't know, upset.
I shrugged, not feeling well. Liam frowned.
I've known you for a long time, Pawi. I think I know when you're hiding something from me. No secrets, remember?
Ah, fuck. Couldn't I just have one? But he was right. We agreed to that when we got back together. No secrets, I agreed with a sigh. The thing is, Liam, I still want kids. A look of guilt crossed his face, like he thought it was all his fault. He opened his mouth to say something, but I cut him off. I know that we can't, I said quickly. And I stand by what I said before. I would give up having kids for you. I know we can't have kids the traditional way. It was heartbreaking to say. Somewhere deep inside of me, I still wanted to carry a baby. I wanted to feel it kick and go through the joys and wonder of welcoming a child into the world. I knew logically it had never happened between us, but part of me still couldn't accept that. But, I continued, maybe we can still have them somehow. Liam furrowed his brow.
What are you suggesting, Sophia?
I straightened up in my chair as the possibilities of our future started coming at me full speed. We could adopt! Liam's eyes brightened for a second, but the light in them quickly faded as his lips turned down into a frown.
I don't know if the tribe would allow that, Pawi.
Tears pricked at my eyes. But inter-house relationships are legal now. Why wouldn't we be allowed? Liam looked me in the eyes with heavy sorrow.
Because, Sophia, we're Bayami.
The word felt like a slap in the face. I hadn't considered it, but the way things were going, Liam had a point. We'd already been branded for what we were. To think the elders would approve us for an adoption was ludicrous. But then again, we once thought the tribe would never let us be together, and we'd made it happen. We'll have to change that then, I said. Liam's lips tightened. It was hard to read his features, like he was holding back his reaction. We already changed the elders' decision on inter-house relationships, I pointed out. We can change this, too. He sighed and squeezed my hand tighter.
People died in the name of inter-house relationships, Soph.
The reminder was like a stab to the gut. He didn't have to finish what he was saying for me to get it. How many more will have to die for this? Tears sprang to my eyes before I could stop them. I quickly dashed them away, but it was too late. Liam leaned in closer and wrapped an arm around my shoulder. His scent surrounded me, making me feel just a little less alone.
I'm so sorry, Pawi,
he whispered. It's fine, I said quickly, my voice cracking.
It's not fine.
He took my chin and forced me to look at him.
This clearly matters to you.
I swallowed the lump in my throat as I stared him in the eyes. It's not your fault, though. There's nothing you can do. Nothing we can do.
Can I at least cheer you up?
He asked. I sniffled and wiped the tears away, then nodded. What did you have in mind? Liam glanced down to the dragon egg in my lap. Then he stood and held his hand out.
Follow me.
Liam led me outside the castle. It was the end of January and cold, but I still had my coat on from earlier. Light flurries of snow coated the ground. I carried my basket close to me as we walked. Essis sat on top of the egg, keeping it warm as chill wind blew his fur around. Liam didn't seem to mind the cold, since he was so used to the ocean. "Where are we going?" I asked as we started up a hiking trail.
"Do we need a destination?"
Liam replied. I shrugged. "No, I guess not. It's good to just get out sometimes. Thanks, Liam." He smirked from beside me.
"Don't thank me yet. It just so happens that we do have a destination today. So, tell me about your dragon egg."
I looked into the basket and pulled the cloth tighter around the egg. "I don't know much about it yet. We're supposed to take care of them until they hatch at the end of the semester."
"Have you given it a name yet?"
He nudged me with his shoulder. I offered a slight smile. "I just got it less than an hour ago. You're rushing me." He playfully held his hands up in surrender.
"No rushing, just curious."
"I bet it's a fire dragon, though," I said, "since the egg is red. In dragonology, we learned they could be any color, but that's just my instinct."
"You have good instincts,"
Liam complimented.
"so I bet you're right."
I blushed. "How much farther?"
"Not far."
The farther we climbed the mountain, the colder it got until it started snowing. And these weren't the small, flurry snowflakes like the ones down at the castle. They were so big that I could see the unique design of each one as they floated through the air. It was unusual in this part of California. The path began to disappear as smooth mounds of snow overtook the ground. The forest quickly turned into a winter wonderland. Snow rested on evergreen trees, and icicles hung from their branches. Everything was covered in white and glittered like diamonds. It was like something straight from a Christmas movie. "Are you doing that?" I asked Liam, as I gazed around the forest in wonder.
"Doing what?"
he asked. "Turning the water in the air to snow." I reached out and caught a snowflake. Essis turned his nose toward the sky and tried to catch the flakes on his tongue. "This seems magical."
"It is, but I'm not the one doing it,"
Liam stated confidently, like he knew exactly where the snow was coming from. Then I spotted them. The trees parted, giving way to a wide clearing filled with snow. Straight in front of us was a cave opening, 20 feet tall, with long icicles hanging down from it. But the most beautiful part of it were the dragons. Ice dragons of all different sizes frolicked through the clearing. Each had white or blue scales, and some had purple horns. Baby dragons chased each other around and stumbled through the air, barely able to fly. Other, smaller ice dragons blew streams of snow at each other playfully. The largest ones sat near the tree line, looking completely at peace as they watched their children play. There must have been at least 30 dragons in this one clearing. I drew a breath and held it, unable to focus on my breathing as I took in the wondrous sight. "Liam, they're beautiful."
"Remember Arikari, Maddie's familiar?"
he asked. I nodded.
"This is where she came from."
Liam beamed as he pushed a branch of an evergreen aside and led me into the clearing.
"Do you want to know the sex of your baby?"
My body tensed. "What?" He looked horrified for a second, as if he'd just realized what he said. He quickly glanced down to the basket in my hand.
"The baby dragon,"
he clarified.
"The ice dragons can tell. They hold their own gender reveal ceremonies for their clan. If it's a male, they'll turn their heads up to the sky and blow snow to celebrate. If it's a female, they'll create an ice wall around the egg to protect it."
That sounds really cool.
"Come on."
Liam held his hand out to me, and we stepped fully into the clearing. Around us, the dragons turned their heads and slowed, keeping a close watch on us. They didn't seem afraid, though, just curious. Essis waved as we made our way through the snow toward the largest dragon of them all. He looked old, with a wisdom in his eyes and blue horns larger than all the others. He kept his eyes on us the entire time, but seemed relaxed as he lay casually beside the cave. Liam bowed his head when we stopped in front of the elder ice dragon. I did the same, as I'd learned in my dragonology class. The ice dragon bowed back, accepting our arrival. Liam didn't say anything, so I followed his lead and remained silent. I knelt in front of the creature and set my basket down, then pulled Essus out of it and placed him on my shoulder. The dragon bowed his head to sniff the egg. He eyed it carefully, assessing it with great care. All around us, the other dragons closed in as they watched curiously. The moments ticked by slowly as the cold air seeped into my bones. I hugged Essus tighter and brought my fire to the surface of my skin to warm myself. "How long does it take?" I whispered to Liam. "Shh," he replied gently. Minutes passed. Just when I thought the ice dragon had given up, he turned his head toward the sky. A beautiful sound came from his mouth. It was a lot like a roar, but in joy. Snow shot from his nose and fluttered down all around us. The other dragons in the clearing started dancing and kicking up snow, sharing the same roar-like sound. My heart warmed, and a smile spread across my face. "It's a boy!"
It is.
Liam beamed. He turned back to the ice dragon and bowed again. The ice dragon nodded once, like he understood Liam and accepted his gratitude. "Thank you," I told the dragon, before bending to retrieve my basket and dragon egg. Liam and I left the clearing. I was grateful to be back to warmer trails. "Thank you for taking me, Liam," I said as we walked. "That was really cool." Liam looked proud.
What are you gonna name him?
I took a deep breath, contemplating the question. There was a name I'd had picked out for years, but I'd been saving it for my own son. Now that I knew that was never going to happen, it seemed a shame to waste. Part of me was happy the dragon was a boy. The girl's name I'd picked out for my own daughter was too precious to give away. I looked up to Liam. "His name is Julian."
Julian.
Liam repeated thoughtfully.
I like it.
I offered a shy smile, but deep down, giving away the name felt like a betrayal. I was surprised at how quickly I warmed up to Julian. He hadn't even hatched yet, and already I felt an attachment to him. It was the name. It had to be. Essus seemed just as pleased. He slept in the basket that night and hissed at anyone who got too close to the egg. Imogen tried to touch the egg in the Bayami dorms, and Essus nearly bit her hand off. He was still a child himself, and already he was acting like a dad. The next day, I placed Julian inside my backpack, because he was easier to carry around that way. Essus protested and tried to unzip my bag so he could sit beside the dragon egg. Eventually, the only way to calm him was to open the bag and let him sit inside, with his head poking out the opening. I had fundamentals of familiar magic that morning and intermediate coigni magic that afternoon. Like every semester, I wasn't looking forward to coigni magic, but this year was worse. Unlike Liam's water class he'd told me about, there weren't enough coigni sorted into Bayami to have a separate class. Instead, we sort of formed our own group, since the rest of the class looked down their noses at us. Doya didn't say anything about it. She acted as if the sorting never happened, but we could feel the tension from our other classmates. There were only 3 of us: Taylor, Tabitha, and me. Taylor still blamed me for the whole dual house system, which meant Tabitha was stuck in the middle of us trying to keep the peace, since Taylor refused to team up with me. Doya must have caught on because she started teaming people up deliberately so no one would be left without a partner. That day, Doya had paired up Haley and Taylor. Haley bossed her around the entire time and bitched about how she was doing it wrong. We were supposed to work with our teammate by transferring flames from one log to another. Taylor completed the task before Haley, which only pissed her off. "You can't seriously think I believe you did that on your own," Haley snarled. "You didn't transfer the fire. You just killed it and started a new one on the other log. A total simple task, though maybe not for a Bayami. It doesn't surprise me you cheated, considering how weak you are." By the end of class, Taylor was almost in tears. My stomach sank for her as we gathered our bags at our desks. We were the last two left in the room. "Hey, Taylor," I said gently. She didn't even look up as she shoved her books into her bag. She ducked her head, letting her curls mask her face. "Haley's not worth it." I tried to be reassuring. She swung her bag over her shoulder and flipped her hair. She tugged her long sleeve down over her tattoo. "Thanks, but I think I can handle myself." My chest felt heavy. I was only trying to be nice. "Well, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask, okay?" Taylor looked at me like she didn't take the offer seriously. "Got it." She turned and headed out of the room. I stayed close because we were both headed back to the Bayami dorms. As we rounded the corner to the next hallway, Taylor slowed as she caught sight of Haley standing there around her posse. Haley noticed us and turned her lips into a sneer. "Move along, Bayami losers," she said, waving her hand at us. Taylor kept walking, but mumbled under her breath, "Screw you." "What did you just say to me?" Haley yelled it so loud that everyone in the crowded hall quieted to look at her. Even the task force members took notice, but they didn't move forward to do anything. Haley didn't care that all eyes were on her. Taylor whirled around, fuming. "I said, screw you! You think you're better than me because you're Defortai?" Haley crossed her arms, looking amused. "No, bitch! I know it. There's a reason you're called the weaker house." "That is it!" Taylor screamed. She lunged for Haley, her nails aimed straight toward her face. Haley was quick to fight back. She threw a fireball at Taylor's head, and when that missed, shoved her fingers into Taylor's curls and started tugging. Taylor shrieked. Essis clung tightly to my back from where he sat atop my book bag. I glanced around, waiting for the task force members to step in, but they kept their distance. Haley's posse had surrounded the fight, and Kelsey had begun a chant to fight. A few onlookers had scattered, but most had stopped to watch. Fire heated my skin, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I stood frozen in place, watching the scene in horror. It barely felt like I was in my own body. I didn't even notice my friends and their familiars had entered the hallway until I felt a pair of hands on my shoulders, shaking me.
"Sophia!"
Liam's face came into view, blocking my line of sight. Screams continued to fill the hall.
"What happened?"
I shook my head, unable to answer. "Should we step in?" Imogen sounded nervous. Jonah looked just as conflicted beside her. Before any of us could move, the sound of footsteps pounding down the hall reached us. We all turned to see Levi racing toward Haley and his sister. Levi grabbed Haley by the shoulder and dragged her off Taylor. Blood dripped down Taylor's face as she clutched her nose, and a red burn mark marred her cheek.
"Get off her!"
Levi shouted to Haley as he shoved her. Haley went stumbling backward into her friends, her dark hair a wild mess around her. 3 Coigny guys caught her. Another stepped up to Levi, cracking his knuckles. Kelsey's jaguar familiar growled at Levi. Haley's phoenix, Anwara, flapped her wings in protest, but Haley shoved her familiar back with her foot. "It's cool, guys," Haley said, holding up her hands to her friends. "I've got this." She whirled on Levi, who was helping Taylor to her feet. "Who the hell do you think you are?"
Me? Levi snapped. You're the one picking fights with my little sister.
Haley crossed her arms. She thinks she's so tough? Why can't she defend herself? I can! Taylor quickly formed a fireball in her hand. Levi stepped in front of her and signaled her to calm down. Haley's features darkened. Looks like she was sorted into the right house, considering she needs her big brother to step in to save her.
That's what family does, Levi growled. Seems to me that makes us stronger than you. You don't know how to stick with anyone.
Haley narrowed her eyes. She was on the brink of exploding. Then why do I have more friends than you? She gestured to the group of Coigny behind her. Levi scoffed.
Please, you think they actually like you? You're too selfish, West Phoenix. All you care about is yourself. It's why I broke up with you. It's why you killed your teammates in the tournament.
That was the moment Haley lost it. Fuck you, Levi! She shoved Levi hard in the chest. He went stumbling backward and tripped over Taylor. They both fell onto the ground. Haley swung her foot into Levi's gut and he grunted in pain. You couldn't get me off anyway, Haley snarled between every kick. Stop it, Taylor cried. Literally cried. She'd gotten to her feet and tears streamed down her face. 3 of Haley's guys had surrounded Levi and were helping her beat the shit out of him. Kelsey cheered from the sidelines, along with several other DeForti onlookers. Taylor tried to make a move on Haley, but Haley signaled to her posse. The 3 guys turned and aimed fireballs at her in warning. Taylor took a step back, unable to do anything to save her brother. My whole body shook as I watched helplessly. It was like watching the night of the riots all over again. Get up, Levi! Haley leaned over him and taunted. When he tried to push himself to his elbows, she slammed her shoe into his face. A dark bruise began to form below his eye. I thought you were strong. Prove it! He rolled over, groaning in agony, and aimed his palms up at her. Before he could summon a fireball, she shot her own fire at him. He shrieked as the flames spread across his clothes and overtook his body. Taylor's knees buckled beneath her and she fell to the ground shaking. You bitch! Haley didn't even notice. She leaned over Levi, taunting him as he screamed in pain as the fire enveloped his form. Why weren't the task force stepping in? What the fuck was going on in this school? I couldn't watch. I turned my face into Liam's chest and he wrapped an arm around me. But even when I tried to pretend it wasn't happening, the screams continued. A real Coigny can't die by fire, Haley yelled above the agonized cries of Taylor and Levi. Fight back, Levi! Prove how strong you are! I didn't know how long it took. It seemed like forever, yet only one moment. But at some point, Levi's pained screams ceased, and Taylor's cries turned into wails of grief. Liam's arms shook around mine. I wasn't sure I even knew what happened until the chanting stopped and the hall went dead silent. Blinking, I lifted my face from Liam's chest. Had he not been holding me up, I would have crumbled to my knees. Levi's body was charred to the bone, so much that it barely looked like a body anymore. His features were completely unrecognizable as red and black skin hung off his bones. Haley stared down at his burnt, unmoving form in shock. It was clear she hadn't intended to actually kill him. She slowly took a step back, distancing herself from her crime. When it hit her that this was real, that she'd murdered Levi, she looked up at the crowd, as if calculating how many witnesses had seen. Her eyes met the task force members, who hadn't moved an inch since it all began. She relaxed. She knew she'd get away with it because she was de Forti and he was Bayami. She cleared her throat. Fuck him! He should have been strong enough to save himself. Then she turned and strolled away. Her entourage hesitated, glancing between Haley and Levi. Even Anwara didn't move right away. Let's go! Haley snapped. They all quickly followed behind her, looking terrified. They just left the body sit there, like it didn't matter. I hope you burn in hell, Haley! Taylor screamed across the hall. Haley whirled back toward her. Watch your mouth, Taylor, or you'll be next. Taylor's mouth snapped shut, and Haley walked off looking proud of herself. The rest of the crowd slowly started to leave, and whispers filled the hall. Taylor crawled over to Levi's body and reached out for him. Her hand just hovered there. She couldn't bring herself to touch her brother's body.
Should we do something?
Jonah asked softly. I nodded, holding back the lump in my throat. Liam dropped his arms from around me, and I stepped forward to place a gentle hand on Taylor's shoulder. She shrugged me off, barely acknowledging I was there. I knelt beside her. Taylor. She wiped the tears from her cheeks, but they kept on coming. I glanced to the task force members who had finally started moving again. They were talking amongst themselves as if discussing a course of action. Taylor, the school officials will be here soon, I told her. It all just happened so fast, she said with a sniffle. I can't believe... She trailed off as sobs took over. My friends came up behind me, looking as broken as ever. I meant what I said, Taylor, I told her. If you need anything... Taylor nodded. I need to go somewhere safe, where Haley can't find me. My friends and I all exchanged a glance. I knew we were all thinking the same thing. The Anichi dorms. Before we could say anything about it, a voice came from down the hall. Everyone out of the way! Alric rushed through the crowd with a group of task force members behind him. One of them carried a body bag. Alric knelt on the other side of Levi's body, looking horrified. It took him a second to find his voice.
I'm going to have to ask the 5 of you to step back, he told us.
No, Taylor said firmly. This is my brother.
This is a tragedy,
Alric reminded her softly.
We will do everything we can to honor your brother, Miss Myers. But he's gone to the ancestors now.
I helped Taylor to her feet. She barely seemed like she was paying attention to where I was leading her as she watched her brother's body being moved into the bag. Alric seemed distressed. Liam motioned to me, and I began dragging Taylor away.
We need to get Taylor somewhere safe,
Liam stated firmly, once we were far enough away from the task force. I looked up to him. Are you sure we want to take her there?
We don't have a choice, Jonah said. It's the only place.
What are you talking about? Taylor asked through her tears. You'll see, Imogen whispered. Keep walking. Sassy and Squeaks hurried on ahead, leading the way to the 3rd floor. Ahead of us, Imogen and Jonah whispered quietly. What's up with Sophia? Imogen hissed, like she thought I couldn't hear her.
Beats me, Jonah replied. I thought Haley was her one exception.
I know. Usually she'd go berserk over this kind of thing, Imogen said. The lump in my throat grew bigger. They were right. I'd never been afraid to confront Haley before. I didn't know what was wrong with me. Jonah turned to Taylor while we walked.
We'll keep you safe, but in return, you have to keep this a secret.
Taylor was still shaking. I'll do anything. The third-floor hallway was empty, so we slipped into the Anichi Tower without being seen. I thought this tower was off-limits, Taylor said, as we climbed the twisted staircase. It is, I said, which makes it the perfect place to hide someone who doesn't want to be found. Taylor looked amazed as we entered the common room. Her gaze flickered up to the high ceiling, then over to the beautiful windows and across the ornate fireplace. Ancestors! It's the Anichi dorms. See why we keep it a secret? Imogen asked. Taylor stopped in the middle of the room and glanced down to her knotted hands. Thank you, guys, but I don't think I can stay here. Why not? Liam asked. Haley won't find you here. Taylor's bottom lip trembled. Yeah, but what about in class? Sooner or later, Haley will find some reason to do to me what she did to my brother. What are you suggesting? I asked. That you leave Orenda Academy? Taylor's fearful eyes met mine. I need to leave Kinpago altogether. I gaped at her. But what about your familiar? You still haven't bonded. And your parents? She dropped her head. My parents died during the riots. Levi was all I had left. My heart sank. Taylor, I'm so sorry. Liam looked concerned. Where will you go? Taylor wiped at her eyes. I have an aunt who lives in Southern California. I'll visit her for a while. I just need to get out of the castle. Okay. I was completely on board with her decision. It was the best option to keep her safe. We'll get you a carriage and— No! Taylor's hand shot out. She grabbed my arm, squeezing it hard. Essis growled at her from my shoulder. I can't go back down there. If Haley sees me, she might— Sobs broke out in Taylor's chest again. Then we'll wait until nightfall, Liam suggested. Taylor wiped at her nose. With the task force roaming the halls? How else are we going to get you out, Taylor? I asked. I wasn't sure exactly what she wanted from us. And what about all your stuff? Honestly, I don't need anything. She gestured to her backpack. I have everything I need. Squeaks was stomping her hooves and shaking her head, shooting a pointed expression at Jonah. He exchanged a glance with Imogen, and they both looked a little guilty. What is it? Liam asked. It was clear they were hiding something from us. Well, Imogen twisted her skirt fabric around in her fingers. We might have another way. I furrowed my brow. Another way? Imogen looked to Jonah again, like she was uncertain. We're not sure if it'll work, but we should at least try it. Try what? Liam demanded. He sounded irritated that they were keeping something from us. Jonah sighed. A few months ago, while Imogen and I were up here cleaning by ourselves, we found a secret passageway in one of the dorm rooms. We never got to see where it led, but maybe it leads out of the castle, Liam finished for him. Then we have to try it. Show us. I want to get out of here as fast as I can, Taylor added. Jonah nodded. Follow me. He led us down a long hallway off the common room. We hadn't cleaned up all the dorm rooms, so some places were still covered in a thick layer of dust. Jonah led us into a room with a tall wardrobe against one wall and a small wooden door beside it. I stared at the door. Why didn't you guys tell us about this? Jonah shrugged. It was just cool at the time. We didn't think it'd be important. Come on, Imogen cocked her head. Let's go. Behind the door was a long, dark hallway. Taylor and I both lit flames in our palms to light the path. The hall ended at another doorway. Taylor reached for the handle and jiggled it, but it didn't open.
"Step back," Jonah warned.
We all did as he said. He backed up a few paces, then went running at the door full force. His shoulder slammed against it, but nothing happened. He groaned and clutched his shoulder.
"Maybe we should look for a key,"
Liam suggested. Jonah waved his hand.
"Nah, bro, I got this."
He ran for the door again. This time the lock gave way. Jonah flew through the doorway, screaming in surprise. I expected to hear him hit the ground on the other side. Instead, I heard several thumps, one right after the other. I rushed forward to see what had happened, only to come upon a narrow, twisted stairwell. Jonah lay with his head on one step and his legs propped uncomfortably on the wall beside him.
"Ow!"
He groaned breathlessly as he tried to right himself. He finally got to his feet and rubbed his sore neck.
"Let's see where it goes."
Squeaks promptly followed behind him, but Jonah paused as he eyed the darkness in front of him. "I'll go first," I offered, pushing past him. Jonah didn't like tight spaces. The least I could do was light the way. Everyone else followed behind me. The stairwell wasn't large, just big enough for one person at a time. But the stairs seemed to never end, constantly twisting like a corkscrew as we descended. Maybe this goes down to the dungeons, Taylor theorized after a few minutes. Behind me, I could hear Liam breathing heavily. These stairs were obviously taking their toll on him. "I guess we won't know until we reach the bottom," I said. It seemed like we never would, though. Several minutes passed by, and there was still no end in sight.
"Is this creeping anyone else out?"
Jonah asked in fright. "Of course not," Imogen said. "It's an adventure." Jonah grumbled,
"I'm a bit sick of adventures."
At last, I spotted a level surface at the bottom of the stairs. "I think we've reached the end." Jonah breathed a sigh of relief. At the bottom, we came to another long hall, but instead of being lined with stone like the staircase was, there were rocks and dirt all around us. It reminded me of the caves I'd explored in my Elementi explorations class last semester. The passageway stretched far back, turning into nothing but darkness beyond the light of my flame. "What is this?" Imogen asked in wonder as she reached the bottom. I touched the rocks along the dirt walls curiously. From my shoulder, Essus reached out and ran his paws across them too. They were cold and a little slimy. "I think this is part of the cave system that runs under Kinpago," I said. Imogen looked upward, then stepped near the wall. She placed her hands on the rock and closed her eyes to concentrate. We all held still while she did so. Finally, she opened her eyes. "I'm not sure. We're definitely underground, but this feels different. I can't feel this passageway connect to any other tunnels."
"We should check anyway," Liam said. "If we find another tunnel, we can get Taylor out through one of the caves."
Jonah looked nervous.
"Or we can just go back upstairs? Come up with Plan B?"
Taylor stepped forward. "Sorry, but no. If this tunnel gets me out, I'm taking it." Well, we couldn't argue with that. I cocked my head. "Let's go then." The tunnel seemed to go on forever. 5 minutes of walking turned into 10, then 20.
"Guys, I don't think this is going to work," Jonah complained. "There's nothing here. We could be walking for days."
"Or there could be something 100 yards up," Taylor shot back. Jonah stopped and the rest of us slowed.
"If you want to keep walking, fine, but I can't stand this anymore."
He turned, but Imogen stepped in front of him and placed a hand to his chest. Beside her, Squeaks huffed at him in protest. They stared each other down for a moment. Jonah didn't look pleased, but he finally said,
"Fine, But the rest of you are paying for my therapy.
We continued on for another 10 minutes until the tunnel suddenly ended. There was a huge boulder placed right at the end. I glanced around for tunnels branching off, but I didn't see any. That's weird, I observed.
See?
Jonah sighed.
Useless. Time to go back.
Hold on, Imogen insisted.
What the hell?
Taylor whispered, trying to calculate it all in her head.
Caves don't just end like this. They have to go somewhere.
Liam pressed a finger to his lips, thinking.
It's like this tunnel was put here deliberately, instead of naturally formed.
Imogen stepped up to the stone again and placed her hands on the rocks. She drew in a sharp breath.
What?
Jonah asked quickly.
What is it?
We're really close to the surface, guys. She sounded excited. I mean, we could basically dig our way out. I glanced upward, and that's when I saw it. Several boards had been placed in a neat row above the massive boulder, like they'd been put over an opening. The boards were at least 12 feet long, making the opening big enough for even some of the largest familiars to fit through. Look, I pointed. It's a trap door.
Thank the ancestors.
Jonah pushed past me and climbed onto the rock. There was only enough space between the rock and the ceiling of the cave for him to kneel. He placed his hands firmly on the trap door and pushed. Nothing happened. He sighed and dropped his arms.
It's super heavy. I bet it's grown over.
Imogen swatted at him to get down. Here, let me try. Jonah frowned, but he climbed off the boulder anyway.
Sweetheart, if I can't lift that thing, you can't either.
Imogen ignored him and climbed up anyway. Sassy jumped onto the boulder behind her. Imogen closed her eyes again and placed her hands flat above her head onto the boards. We waited in silence for several seconds. Then she stood straight up. The door moved with her, flipping open to give way to a chill breeze and bright sunlight. There were 2 doors that met in the middle, like the entrance to a cellar. Jonah's jaw dropped.
How do you do that?
Imogen knelt back down to look at us and shrugged. There were roots in the way. I used my magic to move them. Come on. Imogen crawled out of the hole, then reached down to help Sassy out. Jonah was quick to climb onto the boulder behind her, and he and Squeaks hurried into open air. Taylor followed, then me and Liam. Essis took a deep breath once we were outside. I glanced around. We were in the middle of the forest. It was quiet, and a small dusting of snow layered the ground. I didn't recognize the area, so I had no idea how far away from the castle we were. Taylor breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you all for helping me.
Will you be all right on your own?
Liam asked. I'll be fine, she assured him. I can hitch a ride and be to my aunt's by the end of the week. I'm just glad to be getting out of here. Stay safe, I told her. She nodded. I will. And, Sophia, I'm sorry I blamed you for the tribe dividing. I know it's not your fault, She choked up again. I know, I said quickly. I get it. She sniffled, then nodded. Well, I guess it's time for me to go. Yeah, I agreed. You get out of here, Taylor. Run and never look back. Believe me, I don't plan on it, she said. And that was it. Taylor waved and she was off, running through the forest without so much as a glance back at us. Just like I told her to do. When we could no longer see her, I felt like I could breathe again. It wasn't much in this war against the elders, but at least we managed to save one person. That filled me with a sense of pride. Liam turned to the trapdoors and rounded them, inspecting them from every angle. There was moss and dried leaves caked onto the doors, completely hiding the wood. If we shut them, No one would even notice they were there. The only way we'd find them again would be from the big boulder that sat close by.
Guys, I think we can use this,
Liam said, still staring down at the doors. Imogen furrowed her brow. What do you mean?
These doors are concealed incredibly well,
He pointed out.
I bet no one could find them even if they tried.
And? Jonah raised an eyebrow. Liam stopped pacing and looked up to us.
We saved Taylor, but what if she's not the only one who needs saving?
I got what he was saying instantly. I stepped up to stand beside him. I agree. If anyone else needs a way out, we'll help them. And this is how we do it. Agreed, Imogen said immediately. Jonah nodded.
I'm in, as long as I don't have to escort them through that tiny tunnel.
I slipped my fingers into Liam's. He gave me a firm nod, like we'd just come up with something incredible. And we had. Somehow, without realizing it, we'd just launched our first mission in a smuggling operation we never intended to create.
Chapter 5. Liam. The Anichi dorms had become our way to fight back. We couldn't stand up to the elders in public, but we could defy them in secret by smuggling people out of the school before they were brutally killed. It was only a few days after we'd helped Taylor escape. No one else had needed our help just yet, but still, I felt confident. We'd actually made a difference, and we could do it again. If anyone needed a way out, we'd have one. Now it was just a matter of identifying those students who were most likely to become targets and getting them out before anything bad happened to them. Screw Oleander, the task force, and anyone else who wanted to put the Bayami in their place. We weren't going down unless we were taking them with us. Around 3 o'clock on Wednesday, I headed to Hawkeye Art to find Jonah, Sophia, and Imogen already there. They'd already pushed our 4 desks together to make our usual cluster in the middle of the room. We'd all signed up to take art together because it was a blow-off class and the last chance for us to hang out together before I graduated. Jonah and Imogen were currently debating on if nipple piercings were in or not. Sassy sat on Squeaks's head and preened her feathers. Squeaks's eyes were half closed as if she was enjoying the experience. On the other side of the desks, Sophia played with Essis and mostly stared off into space. I sat beside her and gave her shoulder a squeeze. She grimaced back. Essis shook his fluffy tail and scowled, as if to tell me whatever he was doing to try and cheer Sophia up wasn't working. "Hello, everyone. I am so pleased to have you all here on this beautiful rainy evening," Professor Amber sang as she spun into the room. The hippie beads around her neck jingled as her tiered skirt billowed all around her. Today she was wearing so many bangles on her arms, I wondered how she lifted them. Professor Amber had been sorted into Bayami, obviously. The Deforti didn't want to touch her. She gave me a huge grin as she passed my desk and patted my head. "Liam, I am exceptionally pleased to see that you've made it into my den of desire. Thank you for joining us today on our trek of awareness and understanding." As if I didn't show up every day. Imogen and Jonah giggled. Even Sophia managed to lift a smile. Professor Amber was thrilled to have me, as I'd taken all of her basket weaving courses. I was probably her favorite student. Her orangutan familiar was currently flinging paint on a canvas at the head of the classroom, a beret on its head. The painting looked like a lot of random lines to me, but hey, I was no art critic. "Are you sure Professor Amber doesn't want to fuck you?" Jonah asked under his breath as Amber trailed away from our table. This had become a thing in our group over the past month, debating on if Amber wanted to screw me or not. "I've told you guys, she's just weird," I hissed back. "Weird for you," Imogen added, and Jonah cracked. Sophia wasn't even listening. She continued to stare at the chalkboard as if she didn't even hear us. It hurt me to see. She couldn't even join in on the joke. "Please, Sophia, don't go there." But she already was. I felt like she was lost to me lately. She'd been even more distant since Haley had murdered Levi. It had really taken a toll on her. I mean, you didn't get over seeing someone being burned alive in front of you, but the rest of us were at least trying to cope with it as best we could. Sophia was imploding. Professor Amber blew one note on a wooden flute before she said, "Once again, I am thrilled to see you all enter into this cavity of pleasure. I hope we can travel together through this experience of enlightenment." Professor Amber beamed. "I'm not letting her into my cavity of pleasure," Jonah whispered, and Imogen snickered. "This is the biggest Hawkeye art class I've ever had. I'm gleeful to be able to share my wealth of knowledge with you." Amber paused before she said, "Though I know for some of you, it was not an option." A chorus of mumbles uttered lowly around the classroom. All of us had been sorted into the weaker tribe. It was clear that art had been defined as a Bayami subject. It wasn't the only one. All the literature, creative writing, history, music, and liberal arts courses were deemed weaker subjects only taken by the Bayami students. The Defortai were trying to push things like advanced magic, technology, math, and sciences for their tribe. They considered those higher subjects and more important. Amber tapped the chalkboard with her flute. "Everyone, please gather your painting supplies and begin to design your work of truth. As you paint today, I will be giving a lecture on the importance of spirit art to our culture." That was weird. Professor Amber never gave lectures. She kind of just threw materials at you and expected you to make something out of it, while she walked around, sang songs, and made up bullshit. Even if you did a shit job, she didn't care. It was all about the journey to her. The whole class got up to gather paint, brushes, and canvases from the cabinets lining the walls. Imogen was trying to do a watercolor scene of a forest, while Jonah was working on some ugly expressionist art that looked like a copy of The Scream, except the man was screaming at a dude in a trench coat who was obviously flashing him. Very mature. I worked on painting a smiley face because it was all I felt like doing and all I really could do. My talent with art went as far as basket weaving and ended at that. "Really, Liam?" Imogen said as she caught notice of my painting. "What a work of art." "It counts." I scowled at her before I glanced down and caught sight of Sophia's painting. Sophia was the most talented artist out of us all, so her painting actually resembled what her scene was supposed to look like. At first glance, it appeared to be a painting of a giant flame, a mixture of red, orange, and yellow paints. But if you looked closer, the flames themselves dissolved into shadows and images of people reaching their hands toward the sky and crumbling into torturous, fiery deaths. The expressions on their faces were clearly ones of horror and pain. Sophia painted the image with a blank expression, though her eyes said something different. I didn't like her painting. It scared me. She was scaring me. Sassy dipped her tail into the paint and streaked it across her canvas. Squeaks tried to help by drawing designs in the paint with her hoof, but Sassy growled at her, so Squeaks resentfully started to stomp all over her own painting. Amber gasped as she came near our desks. She pointed at the floor and said, "Jonah, your familiar has created the most beautiful piece of art. It's so tortured and extreme." Squeaks's painting resembled nothing more than a crushed, wet mess, but the hippogriff seemed to glow with pride. Jonah patted her shoulder and said, "That's my girl." Sassy hung her head low and shot resentful glances at Squeaks. Amber hadn't even noticed her complicated Chinese watercolor painting. Professor Amber clapped her hands and said, "Very well. Spirit art, the topic of today's class. When you create a piece of art, whether it be a painting, a drawing, a poem, or a basket, you are putting part of yourself into that artwork. If an artist cares enough about their work, the creation of that work can actually take a piece of that person's soul, creating spirit art. I stopped painting for a second. That was interesting. I'd never heard of such a thing before. Apparently, neither had other people, because many paused what they were doing to look up and listen. Brittany, a Tawakwa girl with a pink alicorn familiar who'd been sorted into Bayami, raised her hand. Amber nodded to her, and Brittany said, "So if you're really, really into what you're doing, say making a drawing, that drawing can actually take a piece of you and preserve it forever?" "Precisely," Amber said. "It is a way of retaining an eternal piece of yourself on this earthly plane, even after your spirit joins the ancestors." Could someone summon that piece of a person's spirit from the artwork after they're dead? Brittany asked curiously. Amber's eyebrows knitted together. "I'm unsure what you're asking." "Well," Brittany blushed before continuing. "My grandmother used to make quilts. She loved them. She put so much effort into every stitch. Before she died, she made me a quilt of my own. I was just wondering if there was a way to bring that part of her spirit out of the quilt. So I could talk to her." I felt bad for Brittany. It was clear she missed her grandmother very much. Still, it was a valid question. I bet everyone in this room had someone that had passed on they wanted to bring back. Could spirit art do that? Amber paused, seeming puzzled. "No one has ever asked that question before. But I suppose that in order to contact a spirit through their art, you would have to be considered worthy. Being related to them wouldn't be enough to summon them, though even if it did happen, it would be considered exceptionally rare." Brittany frowned and looked down. It wasn't the answer she was looking for. "I don't think that's the right question," Sandy, a Navita girl, spoke up. "What I want to know is how someone can tell whether something is a work of spirit art, like a book, for example, rather than a regular old novel someone wrote just to make money." "It's not something that can be known, only felt," Amber explained. "Not all pieces of art are created with the heart and the soul, but some special pieces are, and you can feel it when you experience or see them. Some of the most famous artworks of all time are clearly spirit art. It's something our soul recognizes." "Is it something only Elementi can do?" Sandy asked. Amber shook her head. "This isn't exclusive to Hawkeye. Every magical race has the ability to create spirit art. Even non-magical humans can do so, though accidentally, if they put enough love and passion into what they're creating." "What you're saying is that if you want a piece of your spirit to live forever, you just have to make a painting, put some love in it, and call it good?" some guy in the back asked. "It doesn't work that way. Spirit art isn't something that's made intentionally." Amber shook her head. "It just happens during the process of creation itself, through passion for the craft." Professor Amber gave me an intense stare right then that made a shudder roll down my spine. I couldn't explain it. She'd never given me such a direct look before. It was bizarre. "The best works of art are created without the destination in mind. Rather, it is the joy of the process that makes the piece special," Professor Amber finished, and her gaze drifted away from me. "For now, let us continue our work in peaceful harmony." Professor Amber sat at her desk and began playing a quartz singing bowl for ambiance. Jonah and Imogen chatted lowly, though I was deep in thought. Sophia's brows knitted together as she put her entire concentration into painting her ominous scene. Around 5 o'clock, we finished up our paintings and Amber dismissed us. We put them on the racks to dry before it was discussed we should go to the commons to see if anyone else wanted to join us for dinner. Essus was covered in paint. He'd gotten all kinds of colorful splotches all over his white fur. I think he'd done it to try and get Sophia's attention, but it hadn't worked. His paws reached up for her as he sat in her arms, and she didn't even notice. "I've got you, buddy." I took Essus from Sophia and put him on my shoulder. He put a paw on my cheek, and I felt his healing magic begin channeling through my body. I was glad for that, because my back had really started to hurt. When we made it up to the commons, we saw Ezra playing air hockey with Lindsay. Vanessa and Miranda were gathered around them, cheering for Lindsay to win. Diami, Medusa, and Miranda's Kieran familiar, Evelyn, watched the puck as it whizzed back and forth on the table. Air hockey had become the new favorite around campus. Nobody really played ping pong anymore since Cade had died. Lindsay sank a goal, and she and Miranda high-fived. Ezra rolled his eyes and groaned, then saw me coming. "Hey, bro," he said lightheartedly. "You want to play a game? Lindsay's kicking my ass." "Maybe," I said. "We came to see if you guys wanted to come eat with us." Ezra went to answer, but before he could, a task force member came between us and shoved Ezra and I away from each other. He turned his Noxite gun on me. "DeForti students are strongly advised not to associate with those from Biami," the task force member said in a monotone voice. "He's my brother," Ezra said flatly. His fingers curled as if he was thinking of summoning a water ball any minute and smashing it into the cop's head. By his side, electricity zapped off of Diami's feathers. This guy was walking on thin ice. "Tribal lines are deemed to be thicker than blood and therefore more important," the task force member replied. Ezra went to say something, but I cut him off. "It's fine, Ez," I told him. "We can just go over there." I gestured to our usual spot in front of the fireplace. "Bayami students are not allowed to be in the commons," the task force member stated. "Take your business somewhere else." "We're not even allowed to hang in the commons anymore," Jonas said with disgust. "Where are we allowed to go?" "Bayami students are confined to their specific classrooms, a section of the dining hall, certain areas of the gardens, and their dormitory," the task force member rattled off. "DeForti students have run of campus as they see fit, though they are discouraged from entering into areas specifically designated for Bayami." This was total bullshit. They were separating us even more. Ezra put a hand on the task force member's chest and said, "I'm going to be the chief of Tawakwa. You don't tell me what the fuck to do." Diami snapped his beak, and I could see a ball of lightning forming within. This could get ugly quickly. Miranda, Lindsay, and Vanessa stood behind him, ready for a fight. "I suggest you take your hand off me, sir," the task force member said calmly. He didn't move to turn the Noxite gun on Ezra, though it was clear he meant business. I didn't want Ezra to get shot. "Never mind," I said bluntly. I backed off. "You guys want to find us, you know where we'll be." The cop would think we were talking about the Bayami quarters, but I meant the Anichi dorms. The four of them got the hint. Ezra's eyes widened and he nodded. He stepped away from the task force member and turned to the girls. They returned to the air hockey table, huddling together and talking in low voices. Jonah, Imogen, Sophia, and I left the commons and headed downstairs to the dining hall. "I'm glad soccer season is over," Jonah said glumly as we descended the stairs. "I'm Bayami. I would have been cut from the team. There's not a chance of me getting on the roster next year." "Don't say that," I said. Yapluma's team went on to win the season last semester, and Jonah had been one of their star players. They wouldn't refuse to let him back on the soccer team because he was Bayami, right? I had a feeling I was forcing myself to be optimistically naive. I'd been through more than most anyone. I knew how these things went. "Are there even 4 soccer teams anymore, seeing as how the 4 houses were split into 2? Sophia asked. "As far as I know, everything is running mostly like it was. If you're in Defortai, you're still in the same dorms as before, Imogen said. It's only if you're Bayami that things have changed. The Bayami section of the dining hall was shit. It was shoved in the corner and composed of all the broken chairs and sticky booths that were in the dining hall. We grabbed one of the better ones before we got our food. It took us over an hour because we had to let all the DeForti students go ahead of us before we could get anything to eat. By the time we sat down, I noticed two figures sitting in a booth on the DeForti side of the dining hall. I recognized them instantly: Raynar and Mallory, Cade's ex-girlfriend. Mallory had bonded over break. Her familiar was a horrible thing. It had green and brown fur that looked like moss that hung limply on its skinny form. Two gray horns took the place of eyes. It had a wide mouth and a row of jagged fangs still glistening with blood from its meal. It was easily the size of Alvarez, Raynar's cockatrice. A bunyip. They were swamp dwellers. They liked to hide in the murky depths before they came out of the water, sunk their teeth into unsuspecting prey, and dragged them downward to drown. When I watched it walk, it moved in a twitchy way, like a spider. The bunyip snapped playfully at Alvarez. The cockatrice hissed and preened his feathers. It was the nicest I'd seen the monster act since Raynar had bonded with it. The two of them made a creepy pair. Raynar and Mallory were acting all cuddly in the booth. Mallory was practically on Raynar's lap, running her hands through Raynar's greasy hair. Imogen and Jonah both looked up at the same time, and that's when Mallory decided to kiss Raynar. On the mouth, tongue and all. Holy shit, this couldn't be happening. Cade's ex and Jonah's ex together? What a nightmare. Jonah's hand turned white around his fork, and Imogen gagged. When Mallory finally wrenched her face away from Raynar's, she saw us looking and gave a sickly grin. She got up from her booth and deliberately walked over to us. Sassy growled, and Squeaks hissed as Mallory approached. From across the dining hall, Raynar watched with an obvious expression of glee written all over his ugly mug. "Nice to see that the trash has finally been taken out," Mallory said. "I'm glad you four have finally been put where you belong." "I thought the elders didn't approve of inter-house relationships," Imogen spat. "Why are you and Raynar DeForti? You should have been sorted into Bayami." "We're not in an inter-house relationship, loser. We're just fucking on the side. The elders don't care about a little bit of fun," Mallory sneered. "It's clear that both of us are a better lay than Cade and Jonah put together." Imogen jumped out of her chair, but Sophia grabbed her arm to hold her back. "Whatever, bitch," Jonah said. He rolled his eyes as he took a sip of his drink. "You can have him. Have fun getting crabs." Mallory narrowed her eyes, but she didn't have a good enough response, so she walked off. She rejoined Raynar in the booth, and she didn't look happy. She yelled at him and shoved his chest while Raynar threw his hands up in a bewildered way. It was clear she was interrogating him about having a sexually transmitted infection. "Cade never even slept with her," Imogen snarled. "She's totally lying." "She's just trying to get to you, Em. Don't let her," Jonah said darkly. But it was clear he was fuming about Raynar, too. He wrenched his gaze away and stabbed his food with more force than was necessary. Sophia played with her salad for a moment before she stood up. "I need to go for a walk." She'd barely eaten. "Okay," I started. "Do you want us to come with you?" "No, I just want to be alone right now." Sophia picked up her tray and dumped the remains in the trash before grabbing her bag and the dragon egg. She didn't even take Esses. She'd left him with me. He stood on the table and watched Sophia go with a tilted head, confused at why he'd been left behind. "It's okay, buddy." I picked up Esses and put him into the crook of my arm. "She just needs some space right now. You can hang with me." His ears flattened against his head. Esses whimpered pitifully and snuggled his head into my chest. Sassy and Squeaks both peeped noises of encouragement. I stood up to leave too. I had a meeting with Bane tonight about graduation. I didn't get 2 steps away from the table before Imogen reached out and grabbed my arm. Liam, hold on. Imogen sent a nervous look at Jonah, and both of them stood. We need to talk to you. I groaned and whirled around on my heel. Okay, what about? Your girlfriend, Jonah started. She's been acting a little off? Yes, I've noticed, I said, a twinge of irritation entering my tone. I was probably the first one who had. So what? So what? Imogen repeated, like she couldn't believe I was being so casual. Liam, how Sophia is acting is not normal. Yeah, last semester Haley called Imogen a mean name and Sophia beat the shit out of her, Jonah pointed out. Now Haley kills Levi right in front of her, and she doesn't even make a move to stop it? It's not like her, Liam. There are more consequences now, guys. She can't get away with going after Haley like she did before. It could actually get her killed this time, I said. That didn't matter to her during the Elemental Cup, Imogen pointed out. Or during your trial, or about a million other things she's done since she got here. There have been a dozen situations where Sophia could have lost her life, and it didn't matter to her. She always went with what she believed, no matter what the consequences ended up being. It's not the same. My voice was nearly a growl. I didn't like how we were talking about Sophia behind her back. I got that they were worried, but they should know better. I'd defend Sophia no matter what, and this was a touchy subject on multiple levels already. Liam, I get we're all looking to stop this together, but we need her. Imogen smacked her hand into her open palm like she was trying to make a point. Sophia's the prophesied one. Without her, all of this falls apart. Yes, but she doesn't want to be, I said harshly. I'm not going to force her to do something she's not ready for. You don't have a choice, Jonah said firmly. She can't fall apart now. Like it or not, Sophia's the only way we're going to turn this all around. If she goes the way the prophecy says she's going to, Liam, we're all fucked. I was pretty much fuming by this point. It took all my self-control to not shout at them in the middle of the dining hall. You're her best friend. Why don't you say something? I asked Imogen. She's closer to you, Liam. If I try to ask her if she's okay, she'll just shrug me off. It's the same thing she did when you guys were broken up, Imogen said. She likes to pretend she's strong, but she's breaking, Liam. I've never seen her like this before. I knew they were right, but it didn't change my mind about my original course of action. So what do you want me to do? I asked bluntly. Talk to her, Jonah burst. She's got to open up to you. If not, who? I took in an impatient breath. Look, you guys don't know what she's going through. I do, because I've been there and I know what it's like. When she's ready to talk about it, she'll come to me. So back off. I didn't give them any more time to speak up because I fucking left. They didn't get it. What Sophia was experiencing right now was fucking hell, and I wasn't going to push her to do something about it until she was ready. Right now, I didn't even think she wanted to admit it. Shit, she still needed time to process. I'd already talked about this to my therapist a few times, and she assured me I was doing the right thing by letting Sophia come to me. When she wanted to talk, she would. I'd just be there for her until then. Settle down, people, Professor Bain said as I entered into his Toaqua classroom. There were at least 10 Bayami packed in here from Toaqua, plus familiars. Esses squeaked as I sat down in the back and placed him on top of a desk. Someone slid into the seat beside me. I looked up and saw blood. It was Wyatt, but he was barely recognizable. He had a black eye, and blood dripped down his face from several cuts and bruises. His face was so swollen it was hard to tell it was him. He held an ice pack over the other eye. At his feet, his walrus familiar bore several scrapes and marks that were just like his. Dude, what the hell happened? I leaned in to whisper as Bane started distributing papers, blabbing on about ordering caps and gowns. Wyatt grimaced as he held the ice pack to his face. "You know Micah and I don't get along. I caught him smacking Mia around. Again. They were fighting about wedding plans. That son of a bitch." I hadn't seen Mia since I'd lost my shit on Micah last year. I was pretty sure Micah had forbidden her from talking to me. He'd isolated her from almost everyone now. "I tried to put a stop to it, and he and his familiar ganged up on me," Wyatt said. "You know he's got that thing, and he's DeForti now, so he can get away with whatever he wants. We didn't stand a chance." Bane glanced at Wyatt's face as he walked by, but he put our papers down and didn't say anything. White-hot rage flooded through my body from my core. How could Bane not do something? We were his students. He was supposed to protect us. I longed for him to make a stand and stop being so passive. If Bane didn't do something, I would. "That asshole! I'm gonna kill him!" "You go after him. You'll be next." Wyatt moaned as he removed the ice pack to reveal another black eye. Esses reached out to heal Wyatt, but I snatched him up and stuffed him inside my jacket. Esses meeped uncomfortably. I felt bad for him, but even though Wyatt was a friend, too many people knew about Esses's healing powers already, and Wyatt's injuries weren't bad enough for me to warrant exposing him further. We had to be extra careful now. "I couldn't help myself, man," Wyatt rattled on. "I just saw her crying and I had to step in. How can he treat her like that? I could never do that to a girl." "Me either," I mumbled. I'd rather lose my arms than hit Sophia. It was unfathomable to me. Wyatt always had a thing for Mia, even when I was dating her. He never made a move, though, because he was my friend. Unlike Micah, the royal asshole. I had the thought quite a few times that Wyatt and Mia should hook up, but as long as Micah was in the way, hell would freeze over first. I had a thought, and I leaned in closer. "Hey, Wyatt, if you need a way out, you only need to ask. Just let me know." "You mean leave the city?" Even through his swollen eye, I caught a glimmer of surprise. I nodded. "I can get you out of here without being noticed, if that's what you want." Wyatt hesitated, then shook his head. "I'm not dropping out a few months from graduation just because some prick blacked my eye. I'm staying." I had a feeling Wyatt was staying for Mia, but I said, "Fine. But if you know anyone else who needs a safe place to go, let's just say I have connections." Wyatt thought for a moment before he replied, "I don't want to leave. Orenda Academy's my home, and I'm staying until they force me out." Then his voice dropped to a serious note. "But if you need help with whatever you're doing, I want in. I want to do something to get back at these bastards." My heartbeat picked up. We were discussing treason, but it needed to be done. If we didn't stand up, who would? "There's not much more I can say right now. Just be ready to move when I need you." Wyatt nodded, and his familiar mimicked the movement. "Trust me, Liam, I will be." After the meeting, I returned to the Bayami dorms because there really wasn't anywhere else for me to go. As I walked in, I heard a couple of cheerful shouts. Maddie and Drew were playing a game on the crappy foosball table. Irakari observed the game in interest while a dog romped at her side. It was only a puppy with big paws and pointy ears. I guess the breed had to be German Shepherd. The puppy chewed on a tennis ball before it tossed the toy at Maddie's feet and barked. Maddie laughed as the dog licked her ankle. "Ace, down," Drew told him, and the dog lay on the floor, his tongue lolling. He had to be Drew's new familiar. Maddie and Drew laughed as the game increased in intensity. They started rocking the table as they spun the handles. Ace scattered, and Irakari lifted her wing so she could tuck him against her side. At least Maddie and Drew were having fun, because it didn't look like anyone else was. Imogen turned the pages of a magazine in boredom, while Jonah played a game on a handheld system he'd snuck in. Everyone else was either talking, trying to nap, or messing around with their familiars listlessly. I saw that Sophia had come back, thank the ancestors. She was sitting on the bunk bed, doodling on a sketch pad with some drawing pencils. When she saw me getting close, she snapped the sketch pad shut so I couldn't see what she was drawing. Okay, that was a little hurtful. I sat beside her on the bunk and brought Essis out of my jacket. Essis missed you? Essis crawled from my lap onto Sophia's. He made a purring noise, and his eyes grew wider as he observed her. Sophia stroked his ears and said, I missed him too. It wasn't a very fun walk. I can't imagine it was. I wanted to put my arm around her, but I didn't know if she wanted to be touched right now, so I held back. There was a shrieking noise, and both Sophia and I jumped. Imogen had been the one that had screamed. She'd gotten down from her bunk bed to go to the bathroom, only to find a creature in her path. Eep! Holy ancestors! It's a giant snail! Imogen screeched. It was. Somehow, someway, a snail the size of a small dog was inching its way around the Bayami dormitory. It left a long path of green slime behind it and made slurping sounds as it continued its mindless trail, eye stalks wavering. Yuck! Get it out of here, Jonah said in disgust. He held up his dance shoes, which had been slicked full of slime without him noticing. The snail slithered toward him, and Jonah curled up on the bed to avoid it. Squeaks put her beak out to nudge it, and the snail tipped over. Where had the creature come from? It showed up out of nowhere. Don't hurt him! I heard footsteps as a boy, second year probably, came running into the dorm. He was breathless and sweating. Oh, I've been trying to find him all day. How the fuck do you lose a snail? I wondered aloud. The boy bent down and picked up the giant snail, which made a suctioning noise as it left the stone. Ugh, fucking gross. Hudson? Sophia got off the bunk bed. What are you doing here? I thought you were sorted into Deforti. He had to be from Sophia's Coigny class. Hudson turned red and said, I got resorted. Resorted? Can they even do that? Jonah asked. Why would they resort you? I narrowed my eyes at Hudson, thinking this was some sort of trap. They'd probably sent him down here to spy on us or something. Because of him, Hudson held up the giant snail, which dripped mucus on the floor in thick, nasty globs. I bonded with him and brought him back to the Coigny dorms, but he kind of made a mess. Chieftess Annette said my assignment was a mistake and I had to move down here. What's the snail's name? Sophia asked. Gooby, Hudson said, without batting an eye. Gooby? Are you fucking serious? I asked scathingly. Leave him alone. He said it was his name, Hudson yelped, and he hugged the snail to his chest like it was something precious. Never mind. Hudson had been resorted because he was freaking annoying and he had a lame-ass familiar. Looking at Gooby, I was starting to wonder if there really was a difference between Deforti and Bayami. Ugh, Gooby! Imogen had slipped and fallen in one of the snail trails. Jonah got off the bed, tiptoed around the goo, and reached out a hand to help her up, while Sassy licked the slime off the floor. Living in such close quarters with no privacy was starting to wear on everyone, and it was only the start of the semester. I glanced at Sophia. You want to get out of here? Please. Sophia shoved her sketchbook under a pillow. She left her dragon egg behind on the floor, though Squeaks, who'd taken a particular liking to the egg, curled up around it to keep it warm. Essis perched on Sophia's shoulder as we walked up the stairs. We could hear Hudson apologizing for Gooby all the way to the first level. Where are we going? Sophia asked. There's a place I've been meaning to take you. It's in the Tawakwa village, I said. Are you sure we're allowed to go there? A lot of places in Kinpago had been restricted to Bayami now. We weren't permitted into most public places anymore. Over half of Tawakwa was sorted into Bayami, so we won't get in trouble there, I said. That's weird, considering Oleander is running the show, and he's Tawakwa, Sophia mused. I don't think he has any loyalty to his house, I said slowly. The way Dad tells it, he was never really treated well by Tawakwa. Making them all Bayami is his way of revenge. Nobody from the Water Tribe really liked him. Wonder why, Sophia mumbled. We took a Periton carriage to the edge of Kinpago. I held Sophia's hand as we walked through the streets. Both of us made sure to keep our heads down and our tattoos pressed closely to our sides. Nobody bothered us, thankfully, but we also didn't dawdle. On the beach was a large glass dome connected to the water. A large sign on the top of the building said Totlish Station. People were coming in and out of the building carrying briefcases with familiars in tow. As we entered the dome, there was the sound of the announcer calling out arrival and departure times over the intercom system, mingled amongst chatter and frequent footsteps. The floors were marble and stone benches were placed here and there next to a long embanking platform. The platform itself was next to a large glass tube that looked like some sort of tunnel with a railway in the middle. It stretched out in both directions and went out the left and the right side of the station. We'll be safe now. I let go of Sophia's hand and started toward the ticket booth. What is this place? Sophia asked, looking around. Esses poked out of her jacket. It's an underwater subway system, I explained. The train is called the Totlish. It's how most Tawakwa get to work from the village, though a lot of people from other houses ride the train just for the experience. I thought we could get dinner. We already ate, Sophia protested. Esses grumbled as if saying that eating 3 times a day wasn't nearly enough. You didn't eat dinner. You barely took 3 bites. And I didn't eat either because I was busy watching you, I countered. Sophia withered under my stern stare. Well, I guess I am hungry. That's my pawi. In Kinpago, most places had been separated by Defortai and Bayami, with signs on many stores proclaiming no Bayami allowed. I was relieved to see that the station wasn't like that. It still had only one line to buy tickets and seemed integrated. I wondered how long Tawakwa would be able to keep that up before the elders forced them to change things. I need 2 tickets for the Totlish, round-trip presidential cabin, I said. Sophia's eyes widened when I said the word presidential. Of course. The attendant typed something onto her computer, then handed me 2 tickets as they came off fresh from the printer. They're always free for you, Mr. Maito. The attendant handed me the tickets with a big smile. Aheas ve. I took the tickets with a courteous nod, then led Sophia to the embankment platform. The next train was coming in about 5 minutes or so. What did you say to her? Sophia asked curiously. I just told her thank you. I leaned in. Also, most of the people on this train speak strictly Hawkeye, so if you want something, you're probably going to have to ask me to translate. Can't they speak English? She asked. Of course they can, but this is our train. Tawakwa don't like speaking English unless they're talking to other houses. I see. Sophia looked to the left. I think it's coming now. There was a loud whooshing noise as a gigantic subway train came hurtling through the large tube. The subway itself was completely made of glass and steel. It had large windows in all the cabins so travelers could look out into the ocean. Doors in the glass tunnel slid open as the subway train came to a screeching stop by the embankment platform. Sophia went to enter into one of the normal doors, but I stopped her and shook my head. No, we're over here. I took her to a different door at the front of the train. There the conductor stood waiting for us. As we came on board, he reached out to shake my hand. Mr. Maito, pleasure to have you on board again, the conductor said. I'll lead you to your cabin. Sophia gave me a weird look as we entered further into the train. The floor was royal blue carpet with silver embellishments on the walls. At the end of the hallway were two large double doors where the conductor was leading us to. "Everybody seems to know you," Sophia said under her breath. "This station is run by Toaqua. You forget who I am." I gave her a playful nudge. The conductor opened the silver doors to reveal the presidential cabin. It was decorated in a very modern way with marble floors, white furniture, and a minibar. There was already a bottle of champagne waiting in a bucket of ice. A dining table had been lit with candles for ambiance, while soft music played on the speaker overhead. Inside there was a small kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom with its own door attached for privacy off to the side. Sophia's mouth dropped open as she entered the cabin, taking it all in. She took her jacket off and placed it on a chair as she turned in place to observe. A huge window along one wall reached from the floor up to the ceiling. "Is there anything else I can get for you two? More wine? Chocolate? A couple's massage?" the conductor asked. A couple's massage sounded fantastic, but Sophia shook her head. "We're fine, thank you," I said. "Very well. I hope the two of you enjoy your dinner. Miss Handley." The conductor bowed to her as he turned on his heel and left. Sophia seemed uncomfortable. She put Esses down on the floor and said, "Does he know me because of the trial, or because I'm connected to you?" "I mean, I'm the son of the chief, and you're my girlfriend, so—" I shrugged. "I don't know. You've got perks." Esses scrambled across the tile floors. He ran into the bedroom, jumped on the bed, and grabbed the TV remote. The sound of people screaming at each other and throwing things blared from the speakers. "He's obsessed with MTV lately," Sophia said, tossing Esses a strange glance as he watched the program with wide eyes. "I don't know what's up with him." "He's hitting his teenage phase," I joked. Thank the ancestors, she cracked a smile. Sophia walked around the room. "Bring any other girls here?" Sophia asked with a coy grin. "I took Mia once, but it wasn't very fun. We fought the whole time." I shrugged. "She was on her phone a lot. I figured out she was texting Micah." "Ouch," Sophia winced. "She still hasn't left him, has she?" "No," I said. "But she will. She'll get tired of his crap eventually." Sophia seemed doubtful, but she didn't say anything more about it. She stumbled as the train began to move, and I caught her. "Watch it," I told her. "Don't lose your balance." Sophia turned to watch as the water raced by. There were lights on the side of the train that lit up the water as the subway rushed through the open ocean. They illuminated the schools of colorful fish, hundreds of which were in the water. Schools of dolphins swam by, tossing a blown-up pufferfish between them. Sea turtles, giant and regular size, rested on the ocean floor, while sharks swam in circles, waiting to descend on their prey. Sea serpents twirled in the distance, passing by megalodons, kelpies, and hippocampi. A harmonious sound shook the train as a group of humpback whales swam by, singing their song. A baby whale beat its fin to catch up with his mother, and Sophia teared up. "It's so beautiful," Sophia said. "The sea creatures are all around us." I ran a hand through her hair. "Look over there." I pointed to a pair of sea serpents, one purple and the other green, and watched as they twirled around each other in the distance. "They're performing a mating ritual." "Wow," she whispered. "This is better than any movie." Sophia gasped as a large eye took up most of the window, but I put a hand on her shoulder to tell her it was all right. The eye shrank as it pulled away, revealing a giant squid that had come up to investigate. It was pink in color and at least 100 feet long. It waved a tentacle in farewell as the train began pulling the other way. "Liam, this is such an amazing experience," Sophia breathed as she watched a rainbow-scaled fish the size of a dragon swim by. "I knew you'd like it." I put an arm around her and lounged back against the couch. "Most people are amazed when they take the Totlish for the first time, even Coigny." Sophia put a hand against the glass as she watched a seal perform several loops. You know, Liam, Ancestors' Day is coming up again, Sophia said. You can talk to Anna. There isn't anything holding you back this time from speaking with your ancestor. She might have answers about your illness, since she went through it herself. I looked out the window. I know. It's been on my mind. Now that I have a name for my disease, I can start putting the links together. She might be able to give me some information that'll help find a cure, or at least make it easier to live with. I hope we find a cure. Sophia leaned into me. I don't want to see you suffer like you do. I don't need a cure. I can manage it. All I need is you. I kissed the top of her head. Ancestors, she smelled so good. We should make a plan this year to celebrate, Sophia said. I don't want you missing a single moment of the holiday. She paused. And maybe I can speak to my spirit guides too. They might have some insight on the prophecy that we're missing. I don't want to skip out on Ancestors' Day again. We won't, I promised. Not this time. Our server came a short time later. Esses insisted on ordering both a pizza and a hamburger for himself. Sophia ordered scallops, while I got the salmon, as well as strawberries with melted chocolate for dessert. We popped the champagne while we waited for food to arrive. I'm not very fancy, Sophia said. I don't think I've ever been to a place that's this high class before, and I'm wearing jeans. She giggled. Simple is nice. It's not complicated. We clinked our glasses together and downed the first glass. I fell onto the couch, and she curled up against me, burying her face in my hair and whispering my name. I want us to be like this forever, she hushed, and I shivered as I felt her lips brush my neck. We will be, I promised, and she nestled closer into me. The gears were turning in my head. Emotions were flooding through me as I cradled the woman I loved. An uncontrollable well of passion threatened to burst through and ruin me right then and there. Vanessa was still having a baby. Mia was still getting married to that shithead Micah. Despite the fact that the world was falling apart, people were still going to school and falling in love, going to work and continuing on with their lives just like they always had. The fact that Kinpago had fallen under a dictatorship didn't stop people from following their basic instincts and creating a family. Life went on. Even though it felt like the world should stop turning when terrible things happened, it didn't. It never would. I still loved Soph, and she loved me. That would never change, no matter what was to come. The world could burn up in flames tomorrow, and it wouldn't make a difference as to what I'd chosen to do. I decided that now was the right time. I couldn't bear waiting any longer. Before I graduated from Orenda Academy, I was going to ask Sophia Henley to marry me.
Chapter 6. Sophia. Being with Liam made me forget everything that had happened to us, if only for a moment. One beautiful, blissful moment. But a single moment couldn't last forever. I listened to lectures in class, but I didn't really hear what my professors said. I walked the halls without looking where I was going. One moment, I was headed out of the classroom, and the next, I was in the Bayami dorms without knowing how I'd gotten there. It happened to me again on my way to Intermediate Coigny Magic on Tuesday. I left Fundamentals of Familiar Magic that morning, autopiloted my way through lunch, and made it to Doya's classroom before I realized it. Lindsay and Miranda were the first ones there. They waved me over, and I slid to the desk beside them. Esses hopped down from my shoulder and reached out to touch Evelyn's nose. "Hey, Sophia," Lindsay said. "Have you heard from Taylor?" I froze as images from last week invaded my mind. The flames, Taylor's cries, the dark tunnel below the school. "Sophia," Miranda prodded, calling me back to attention. "Why would she contact me?" I asked, not really answering Lindsay's question. Lindsay shrugged. I don't know. Because you live in the same dorms? Maybe she told you why she missed class on Friday. Miranda leaned in and lowered her voice, even though we were alone. No one's seen her since Haley, you know. I tried to blink away the images, but I couldn't get the sight of Levi's burnt body out of my head. I forced myself to look past it, but Lindsay and Miranda swam in front of me like they weren't really there. The memory of Levi's corpse and the scent of burnt flesh seemed more real in that moment. Lindsay's face fell and Miranda frowned. They looked really worried. What if someone hurt her because she's Bayami? Miranda theorized. What if Haley got to her? Lindsay chewed her lower lip. Or what if she hurt herself after what happened to her brother? She's fine, I blurted. They both gave me a quizzical expression. I decided I could trust them with the truth. At least it would ease their minds, and I knew they'd keep the secret safe. I glanced toward the door to make sure we were still alone, then whispered, Taylor left Kinpago. Lindsay's brow furrowed. How do you know? Did she tell you? I lowered my voice even further. Even though no one was around, I decided not to tell them about the smuggling operation yet. Not until we were someplace safe. So I kept my confession vague. I helped get her out, but you can't tell anyone. Absolutely, Miranda said firmly. Our lips are sealed. Right, Lindsay agreed. If she left for her own protection, we wouldn't want to compromise that. We won't tell a soul. I relaxed a little. Thanks, guys. The sound of heels clicking hit my ears, and I turned to see Haley walking into the room, swaying her hips like she was on a runway. Kelsey and her familiar followed close behind, carrying Haley's bag for her. Enwara flew overhead and circled near the high ceiling. Haley caught sight of us, and her proud smile quickly turned into a scowl. Ew. She tossed her hair over her shoulder and took a seat far away from us. She made a show of eyeing the three of us up and down with a disgusted look on her face. Lindsay's hands curled into fists. Then she shot to her feet. Medusa startled from where she lay curled on the floor. You have a fucking problem? Lindsay, I warned under my breath, but she didn't hear me. Provoking Haley wasn't going to do any good. She'd already shown us what she was capable of, and how much she could get away with. Yeah, I have a fucking problem, Haley snapped. Kelsey froze from beside her, but Haley leaned forward in her seat, not even bothering to stand to challenge Lindsay, like she barely saw Lindsay as a threat. You're de Forti, Haley stated. What are you doing hanging out with a Bayami reject? Finally, she got the name right. A fireball instantly formed in Lindsay's hand. Watch your mouth, West Phoenix. Haley pursed her lips in amusement. She spoke as if Lindsay was a child. Or what? You'll throw a fireball at my head? It'll barely leave your hand before I light you up in flames. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, you mean like you did to Levi? Lindsay asked calmly. Haley snapped. She shot up out of her chair and started for Lindsay, but Kelsey threw herself in front of her. You can't. Lindsay's de Forti, Kelsey hissed. And Haley backed down. Not for long, I'm sure, Haley sneered, narrowing her eyes at Lindsay. As long as she's hanging out with a Bayami loser, she is one. The elders will see it soon enough. Lindsay never got a chance to respond because a group of people entered the room just then. The fire in her palm disappeared, and Lindsay sat back down. Haley whirled toward Kelsey and started talking to her in hushed whispers. Vanessa came into the room and sat beside us, rubbing her belly. Aisha was at her side. She lowered her voice and shot a glance to Haley. What happened? Lindsay rolled her eyes. Haley and I were just about to have a showdown. Too bad. I would have liked to— Everyone in your seats, Madame Doya barked as she breezed into the room, Naomi by her side. Haley either didn't hear or didn't care, because she was still talking to Kelsey without moving an inch. Kelsey shot a nervous glance to Doya, who was making her way to the front of the classroom. Doya whirled around, her velvet dress swirling at her ankles. Miss West Phoenix. Haley didn't even acknowledge her. She kept on talking to Kelsey. Miss West Phoenix! Doya snapped. Haley finally looked at her, a bored expression on her face. Can't you see I'm busy? I don't give a dragon's ass what you're doing, Doya said coolly. You're in my classroom, on my time. You'll do what you're told to. The entire room had gone so silent that all I heard was a low growl bubbling out of Naomi's throat. Haley crossed her arms and tilted her chin up at Doya, like even Doya didn't scare her now. You can't talk to me like that. You know who my mother is. I'm well aware, Doya shot back. I'll be sure to tell her of your constant disrespect in my classroom. Haley gaped at her. My mother's a chiefess! And I'm an elder, Doya reminded her. I'll gladly show your mother the respect she deserves. As for you, until you become an elder, and there's no guarantee you ever will, you will treat me as your superior. I'm not going to tell you again, Miss West Phoenix. Sit down. Haley's jaw hung slack. I bet no one ever talked to her like that before in her entire life. Slowly, she sank into her chair, her wide eyes on Doya the entire time. Kelsey quickly sat behind her, looking terrified, though I wasn't sure if she was scared of Doya or Haley. Doya looked pleased. She turned and started for the whiteboard. She wrote a few words while the rest of our classmates entered the classroom. It was obvious they could feel the tension in the air the second they entered, because each one of them quieted as they took their seats. Doya seemed to sense when everyone had arrived because she looked at us and began lecturing. Now, can anyone tell me which of the 4 elementi are the strongest? She pointed to the board, where she'd written out the names of the 4 houses. Haley piped up without raising her hand. Coigny, obviously. Doya ignored her and locked her eyes on Hudson, who had his hand raised sheepishly. From beside him, I could tell that Tabitha knew the answer, but she didn't raise her hand because she was Bayami. People like Haley didn't like it when Bayami showed them up. Hudson looked unsure if he should answer, since he'd just been sorted into Bayami from De Forti. Yes, Hudson, Doya called on him. Coigny is strongest, he stated. Correct, but why? Doya asked. Hudson looked a little unsure. Because fire is the most destructive of all the elements. Doya raised an eyebrow. Is it? Hudson hesitated. If a Tawakwa was strong enough to create a tidal wave, could it not destroy Kinpago more quickly than a fire? Doya challenged. The same damage could be done by a Yapluma who's created a tornado, or a Navita with an earthquake, or a landslide. Hudson sank a little in his chair, holding his giant snail close to him. Doya turned her gaze from Hudson and glanced around the room. Does anyone have a guess as to what makes Coigny Elementi stronger than the others? Miranda? Doya called on her without Miranda even raising her hand. Miranda sat a little straighter in her seat. Is it because of our status in our society? No, Doya answered. Anyone else? I racked my brain trying to think of the answer she wanted to hear. Fire was stronger than other elements in many ways, but the others outperformed us, too. We couldn't use our fire to lift ourselves into the air like Yapluma. We couldn't kill by rushing blood to the heart like Toaqua. We couldn't build like Navita. Then it hit me. Doya wasn't asking about our element. She specifically asked about Coigni Elementi. But our magic wasn't any different. What could we do that the others couldn't? I realized it as soon as I asked the question. Doya must have seen the look on my face because her eyes stopped on me. "Sophia," she called. I cleared my throat. "We're the only elementi who can create our element from nothing." I might have been mistaken, but I swore I saw Doya smile a little. "Precisely," she said. Haley shot me daggers from across the room. Of course, a Bayami reject couldn't have the answer. Doya continued her lecture, teaching about how the other houses needed earth, water, and air to already exist around them, and could only manipulate it, while Coigni could create fireballs and sustain them magically without requiring fire to be there first. "Coigni magic works by manipulating the chemicals around us," Doya explained. "We create heat by speeding up the vibrations of the molecules in our environment, and ignite fires across distance by creating a combustion reaction. But as we all know, fire requires 3 things: oxygen, heat, and fuel. How, then, are we able to create fire from nothing?" Doya looked around the room, but was only met by blank stares. Her eyes stopped on me. I hoped she'd move on, but she wouldn't stop staring. "Sophia, any ideas?" I cleared my throat. "I suppose there has to be a fuel source of some sort, even if it's magical." Doya smirked and turned to write a word on the board. "When the ancestors gifted us our powers, they bestowed upon Coigni a unique power. Our bodies contain a magical fuel source called ithane." She stabbed her marker under the word ithane. "When you create a fireball in your palm, you are also forming ithane," she explained. "This is why we can't create fire mid-air, because there is no fuel to sustain the flame. Fire creatures like Naomi produce the same fuel source." Naomi stepped forward and demonstrated. Her entire body lit up in flames. "This is also how dragons are able to breathe fire, as they produce the ithane chemical as well within their stomachs," Doya continued. She nodded to Naomi, and the flames on her fur died. She took a step back. "Ithane is an unlimited renewable resource," Doya said. "But you can only produce so much in one go. By understanding the limits of the ithane in your body, you can create larger fires and sustain them longer. Otherwise, your fireballs will burn out as soon as they leave your hands. Everybody up. We're going to practice producing ithane and creating long-lasting fireballs." Creating ithane came naturally, as we'd all been doing this for some time without knowing it. But it was easier to create stronger fire when we knew the theory behind it. By the end of class, Haley was loudly telling Kelsey how she was going to brag about this lesson to their De Forti friends over dinner. I gathered my things and placed Essis on my shoulder. I turned to follow my friends out of the room, but Doya stopped me. "Sophia?" I turned to see her watching me expectantly. "Can I have a word?" she asked. Naomi purred at her side. "Catch you guys later," I said to Lindsay, Miranda, and Vanessa. I walked up to Doya's desk. She stood in front of it, leaning back against it. "Sophia," she said gently, which was weird. I mean, this was Doya. She wasn't a gentle woman. "You knew the answer today. Why didn't you raise your hand?" I dropped my head. "I'm Bayami now. I thought I should give a De Forti student the chance to speak up." It was partially true, but there was another part of me that just didn't want to participate anymore. Doya pursed her lips. Bayami or not, it's unlike you, Sophia. The Sophia I know would challenge these new social norms. My voice got so small I hardly recognized it. Things have changed. The words resonated so true that my body gave a shudder. It wasn't that things had changed. I had changed. And I didn't particularly like who I was becoming. It was hard to admit that I was losing myself, since I'd just found who I was a few short months ago. I wished that I could pull her, Kyra Koignichi, back, but it wasn't that simple. I was no longer blazing fire spirit, and didn't know if I ever could be again. Our society is in a constant state of change, Doya pointed out. No day is the same as the last. You'll have to learn how to manage these changes and stay strong in the midst of them if you ever hope to become chiefess. My spine instantly straightened at her words. Chiefess? Doya looked confused at my shock. Yes. I was under the impression that you'd be seeking a leadership role within the tribe after your trial. You challenged the elders. I assumed you'd like to become one and begin calling the shots. Her assumptions were freaking me out a little. When did I give her the impression I wanted to become an elder? I think you should, Doya stated, when she noticed my blank expression. You think I should... I trailed off, trying to wrap my head around the conversation. Why was Doya being so nice to me? Was this some sort of manipulation tactic? I wasn't in the right mindset right now to read her well enough. I think you should petition to become Coigny Chiefess, Doya said simply. When all of this is over, of course. My mouth hung agape. I had so many questions and didn't know where to start. You don't think the two-house system is permanent? I asked. Doya shook her head. Not if the prophecy is to be believed. And fulfilled. She gave me a knowing expression. Despite convincing the other elders I wasn't the prophesied one, Doya still believed I was. I wasn't sure why. Even if that happens, I can't become an elder, I reminded her. I'm not descended from one. Doya frowned, like something I said had bothered her. There are other ways to become an elder, Sophia. I furrowed my brow. How? Should you do something noble for your tribe, or show great power, the elders can vote you onto the council, she told me. For whatever reason, I still couldn't bring myself to believe her. She had to be playing some sort of game with me. I mean, yeah, if I got a seat on the Elder Council, I'd have to take it. It'd give me a chance to make a difference. But it was never going to happen. Especially not the chiefess position. Even if the elders voted me on, Haley's first in line to be chiefess, I pointed out. First in line, yes, Doya confirmed with a nod. But she'd have to be confirmed by the council. And I don't believe she has what it takes. And I do? Was she serious? I didn't know anything about being a chiefess. Haley had been groomed for it her whole life. Doya took a breath and stood up straight. Do you remember when I paired you and Haley up last semester to practice sharing your magic? How could I forget? Haley had burnt my hands to a crisp. If I hadn't had Essus to heal me, I'd have spent weeks in the infirmary gaining my range of motion back. I nodded. I saw what you did, Sophia, Doya said. The breath left my chest. I'd caught Haley's fireball and pretended like it didn't hurt, just so we could finish the assignment. But Doya had never said anything about it, Why had she let us pass? Doya reached out to pet the top of Naomi's head. A true chiefess makes sacrifices for her people, Sophia. Haley would never do that. The way she said a true chiefess made it sound like she was making a jab at Chieftess Annette. Like she had something to do with Oleander's plan. One day, my generation of elders will be gone, Doya said. I won't leave without knowing the tribe is in good hands. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. The way she said it chilled me to the bone. It was clear she'd resort to anything, be it manipulation or murder, to get me that spot. But I didn't believe for a second she wanted it for the good of the tribe. I bet she thought she could get me the position and use me as her political puppet, so I took the fall for all her mistakes. Think about it, Sophia, she encouraged. When the time comes to refill the council seats, I hope that you will be sitting in one of them. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I'll think about it. Good. Doya turned away and rounded her desk, which was my signal to leave. I walked into the hall, still trying to process what Doya had said. When I turned the corner, Essis chittered in my ear and tugged on my ponytail, pulling me back to attention. He pointed to a girl down the hall. Her filly pixie was flying beside her, trying to scare away the guy who was following her like a creep. Isabella. She clutched her books tightly to her chest and kept her head ducked. She wore a cute plaid skirt that fell to her knees and a button-up top. The guy trailing behind her was a big, upper-class coigny named Logan, and he had a large lion familiar at his side. Other than them, the hall was silent. "Come on," he teased, reaching out for her. "Daddy wants some sugar." Logan grabbed for the bottom of her skirt and lifted it, showing off her panties to the empty hallway. I froze and backed away into the shadows, unable to believe what I was witnessing. Essis protested by tugging hard on my ear. Isabella squealed and twisted away from the predator. Essere swooped down at his hand, but he just swatted the creature away. The tiny, frilly pixie was knocked off course and slammed into the wall. Isabella gasped and stopped in her tracks. She bent to scoop up Essere. "Leave me alone," she begged as she checked Essere's wings to make sure they weren't broken. "You can't tell me what to do," he snarled. "I'm Defortai. You're Bayami. You have to do whatever I want. Now, why don't you show me what's under that pretty little skirt of yours?" "Stop!" she cried. Logan lifted her skirt again. She dropped her books. They just lay there, forgotten. Nausea rolled around in my gut. I wanted to move, but I stood frozen in place. I didn't know what was wrong with me. It was like it had been with Levi. Like I was watching it from above without actually being there. "No," Isabella whimpered. "Please don't do this." "I could take you right here in this hallway and no one would say a damn thing." "Someone will see you," she warned in a wavery tone. "What will they do?" Logan asked, trailing his lips down the side of her neck. "Haley killed a Bayami bastard the other day. This is hardly murder." "Help!" Isabella screamed, trying to struggle away. "Someone help!" The sound of her pleas snapped me back to my own body. It suddenly occurred to me that I was alone. Unlike with what happened to Levi, there was no crowd, no one else around who could possibly step in. And yeah, this jerk could hurt me, because he was Defortai and I was Bayami. But wasn't this what Doya had just been talking to me about? I was the kind of person who made sacrifices for my own. Isabella was Bayami like me, which meant I had to step up for her. I stepped out of the shadows. Hey, asshole! I was surprised by the harsh tone of my own voice. Logan's gaze snapped up to mine. He paused for a second, before realizing he was looking at a Bayami.
Go away,
he demanded, turning back to Isabella. A look of sheer terror crossed her face, as tears began to streak her cheeks. Like hell! I marched straight up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder. Get off her! I yanked on him hard enough that he went stumbling backward. His lion familiar planted his feet firmly and growled at me. Essus bared his teeth from where he sat on my shoulder. I threw myself in front of Isabella, protecting her from Logan and his lion. Logan smirked.
What is it, babe? Want a piece of this? There's plenty to go around.
2 red-hot fireballs formed in my palms. Back the fuck off! He chuckled, then quickly turned serious. Fire formed in his hands as he prepared to face off with me.
You think your second-year training is enough to go up against a 4th year?
He taunted. I don't know. Why don't we see? I found myself playing along. I didn't know why, because in that moment, I didn't feel like myself. All I knew was that I couldn't watch what had happened to Levi happen again. Logan shot a fireball straight at my head. I threw my hand up and caught it, letting it sear my fingers before I threw it to the ground and stomped it out. Essus would heal me later, so I didn't care. The pain actually felt good, like a reminder that I was still living and breathing. It was enough to get Logan to pause. In that brief moment where I had the advantage, I formed a long string of fire in my hand like a whip. It seemed to take on a solid form as I snapped it at him. I didn't even know how it happened. It was as if the rage within me had manifested in the physical world. The fire whip slapped across his cheek, leaving behind a red-hot welt. He stumbled back a step, clutching his face.
You bitch!
His lion lunged at me before he could react. Without hesitation, I threw my hands forward and shot fire directly at the creature. The lion let out a pained whimper and twisted in the air. It landed in front of me, writhing in pain as the flames consumed it. This lion wasn't like Naomi. It didn't have firepower the way she did. Logan's eyes went wide as he realized what I'd done. He quickly aimed his hands at his familiar and killed the flames. The creature's fur had been burnt off, and its skin was covered in blisters. Logan knelt down beside him, assessing his injuries. His nostrils flared, and his eyebrows lowered deep over his eyes. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to mine.
You're going to pay for this.
Mr. Melbourne! The sound of Madame Doya's sharp voice echoed down the hall. Her heels clicked against the tile as she made her way over to us. Logan looked terrified, and Isabella shrank further behind me. Doya stopped next to us. Naomi growled at the other lion at her feet. It was as if they'd had run-ins in the past and she wasn't too fond of him. Doya stared down at Logan with utter disdain. You dare fulfill that threat, I will personally see to it that the Elder Council prosecute you for it.
But she's Bayami,
he was quick to point out. Are you questioning me, Mr. Melbourne? She asked with a raised eyebrow.
No, ma'am,
he stammered. Return to your dorm room before I personally escort you there, Doya instructed him. Logan scampered to his feet, helping his lion as he limped along. He shot several glances back at us, but he looked utterly terrified of Doya. I didn't think he'd be following through on his threat. You two, Doya snapped, turning to us. She looked conflicted, like she didn't know whether to yell at us or help us. Her voice softened to an unusual, steady tone. Take care of her, Sophia. Then she turned on her heel and was gone, Naomi trailing behind her. I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Isabella. She was leaning against the wall, trying to steady herself. Essere flew around her, blowing cool air into Isabella's face with her wings. "Are you okay?" I asked. Essis tugged at my sleeve, trying to pull my hand up so he could heal it. I lifted it to him, but kept my eyes on Isabella. She pushed her hair away from her face. Tears streaked her cheeks, and her eyes shimmered when she looked to me. She seemed to contemplate the question, then slowly shook her head. Her voice broke when she spoke. "No, I'm not. Logan might not come for you again, but he'll come for me. I know it." "Isabella," I said gently, hoping to offer some words of comfort. But there was nothing I could say in this situation. She wiped her face and sniffled. "He's been following me around for a week. Every time it just gets worse. If I stay here any longer, he'll... She choked up, and heavy sobs shook her body. I quickly reached out and wrapped my arms around her, pulling her close as she buried her face in my shoulder. Her entire body shook. "It will be okay, Isabella." I ran my hand up and down her back, forcing down the thick lump in my throat. Isabella was Navita, and I was Coigny. We weren't even in the same year. We hardly knew each other. But somehow it felt right to comfort her. "No, it won't," she cried between sobs. Finally, she pulled away and wiped her tears. "My mom died from the plague. I was sorted into Bayami. Now there's a sicko out there. This stupid society can't possibly get any worse." I placed a hand on her shoulder. "Then we'll get you out." She furrowed her brow. She'd stopped crying, and Essere was perched on her shoulder. "Out of Kinpago?" "Yes," I told her gently. "You can't stay here." "This is my home," she argued. "Where people are trying to hurt you," I pointed out. "It's no longer safe." She looked like she was considering it. "But what about the task force? They patrol all entrances to the school. They'll notice me leaving with my bags. I can't just climb on the hose-hoe without someone spotting me." I glanced up and down the hall to make sure we were still alone, then lowered my voice anyway. "There's another way." Her eyes lit up with hope. Isabella and I returned to the Bayami dorms, where I told her to pack the absolute essentials and leave everything else. She went over to her trunk while I headed to the back corner of the dorms. There I found Liam sitting on the lower bunk, working on an essay. I was a little surprised, since I usually wrote his essays for him, but for some reason he'd decided to do this one on his own. He stared down at his paper, the tip of his tongue stuck out in concentration. Essis hopped down from my shoulder and ran over to Liam. His head snapped upward when he noticed our approach. He quickly set his homework aside and stood.
"Pawi, what's wrong?"
I glanced to Imogen and Jonah's bunk. The top bunk was neatly made, while the bottom was a mess of sheets and blankets. "Where are Imogen and Jonah?"
"They're, working on their routine for class in the dance studio."
I could tell by the way he said it that they'd gone to the Anichi dorms to practice, instead of the actual dance studio on the 3rd floor. "Good," I said. "We need to meet them there. Now. Isabella's coming with." Liam became instantly alert.
"Wait, what?"
I gave him a light nod so the other Bayami nearby wouldn't notice. "She needs our help."
"Okay, let's go."
Liam didn't even ask what had happened. While we wove through the maze of bunk beds, I lowered my voice and said, "By the way, you might want to steer clear of Logan from your old Hawkeye leadership class. I pissed him off big time." Liam eyed me.
What did you do?
I bit my lower lip as we came beside Isabella's bunk, where she was adding belongings to her bag. I, lit his familiar up in flames. Liam's eyes practically bulged out of his skull.
You what?
She saved me, Isabella interrupted, as she stood and swung her bag over her shoulder. Essere pushed the top of the trunk with all her might, and it fell closed. She flew over to settle on Isabella's shoulder.
You did, huh?
A hint of a smile touched Liam's lips, though I wasn't sure why. I'd just told him I attacked someone else's familiar, and he thought that was amusing. I guess he hated Logan even more than I thought. I nodded, then turned back to Isabella. If you have anyone to say goodbye to, now's your last chance. She shook her head. No, I don't want anyone to come after me. I'll be fine on my own. Liam leaned in and whispered so nobody else could hear.
We can get you out of the castle undetected. But after that, you really are on your own. Are you sure you'll be okay?
She nodded. I have a plan.
What kind of plan?
Liam asked. Don't ask, Isabella warned. The less you know, the safer you'll be. I reached for Liam's hand. She's right. No questions. Not with Isabella, not with anyone. Liam searched my eyes for something, though I wasn't sure what. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Let's go, Isabella said. We led her out of the dungeons until we reached one of the main hallways. There were a lot of people passing through, including various groups of task force members. I noticed Head Dean Alric speaking with Dean Hestian of Navita, who had a white stag at his side. Alric glanced our way as we passed, and his features changed. I couldn't explain it, other than a hint of surprise. One second it was there, and the next it was gone. He gave a polite nod, but kept on talking to Dean Hestian. There was something strange in the way he looked at us. It was like a sort of thank you for Liam and I keeping his secret about him and Perot, which apparently had gotten out anyway since he'd been sorted into Bayami. I ducked my head and kept walking. It felt like all eyes were on us as we led Isabella through the hallways and up the stairs. It shouldn't have felt weird because we were all Bayami and allowed to hang out. But I felt like any moment a task force member would turn on us and yell at us for what we were doing. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind us, but when I glanced back, nobody was there. We reached the third-floor tower safely. The coast was clear, so we opened the doors and slipped inside. Isabella tilted her head back to take in the magnificence of the twisted staircase.
You might have heard this tower is off-limits to students due to compromised structural integrity,
Liam said as he started climbing the stairs. It was like he'd rehearsed a speech to explain it to anyone new we introduced to the dorms.
That's a lie meant to keep students out. In reality, this is the site of the Anichi dorms. We're going to get you out through a secret passageway.
Isabella nodded and followed behind, still staring up at the ceiling that seemed to go for miles. When we stepped into the common room, Jonah and Imogen were indeed there, dressed in their dance attire and practicing their routine. They stopped dead when they noticed Isabella. Jonah rushed over to turn the music off. Is everything okay? Imogen asked in a rush. I shook my head. Isabella needs help getting out of the castle. Well, what are we waiting for? Imogen came forward and took Isabella by the hand, like they were best friends. Let's show you the way out. Everyone came along except Jonah and Squeaks, because, according to Jonah, he'd only go back down there if it was over my beautiful dead body.
You can thank me for the whole operation, he'd said before we left. If it weren't for me, we never would have found this tunnel in the first place.
This is amazing, Isabella said as she ran her hand along the wall of the tunnel. How did you find it? It was an accident, Imogen told her. before diving into the story about how Essus had found the dorms, and then later how she and Jonah had discovered the tunnel when moving furniture.
"We're here,"
Liam announced as we reached the end. I climbed on top of the boulder, since Liam looked a little worn out, and opened the trap door. "Thank you so much, Sophia," Isabella said, once we were out of the tunnel and into fresh air. "How can I ever repay you for helping me?" "Just stay safe," I told her. "It's the only thing you can do." She nodded. "I will." She scampered out of the trapdoor, and soon the sound of Essere's wings beating faded away. It was a long walk back to the Anichi dorms. When we returned, Jonah was pacing the hall at the top of the stairs. He looked half relieved and half scared to see us. He hadn't changed out of his dance leotard yet, and I knew he kept a stash of clothes in one of the bedrooms. Weird. Squeaks was stomping her feet and shaking her head. The blood immediately drained from my face. It was obvious something was wrong.
"Jonah, what is it?"
Liam asked in a rush. Jonah chewed his lower lip and picked at his fingernails.
"See, the thing is, I didn't know he was here, and—"
"Jonah, what are you talking about?" I demanded.
"Well, he just, you know,"
Jonah stammered. Imogen marched straight up to him and shook him by the shoulders. "Spit it out!"
"Head Dean Elric found our hideout,"
Jonah blurted. The dark hall went dead silent. We all exchanged a glance. What did this mean? That our smuggling missions were over? That we had to find a new place to hide our research on the prophecy?
"Come on,"
Jonah said, gesturing for the group to follow him.
"He wants to talk to us."
Liam grabbed for Jonah's shoulder and whirled him around before he could get far.
"Jonah, what did you tell him?"
Jonah's eyes went wide.
"Nothing. I mean, something. Not everything. Now come on, he's waiting."
We followed behind Jonah, but our footsteps seemed to tap in an unnatural rhythm. I didn't know about everyone else, but my heart was pounding fiercely in my chest. Alric would make us board up the dorms for sure. When we reached the common room, Alric sat on one of the couches facing us, his back straight, and one ankle rested on the other knee. A dragon's cry came from far above. I glanced upward to see his dragon familiar, Valda, flying high above the glass ceiling outside. Alric placed both feet on the ground when he saw us, then stood. He gestured to the couches around the fire.
"Students, please have a seat."
Nobody said anything as we shuffled further into the room and did as he said. We filled the couches, but Liam remained standing with his arms crossed, like he was ready to defend our territory at any cost. Aldrich cleared his throat once we were all seated.
"I think it's time that I officially commend you for your bravery."
"Commend us?" Imogen balked. "You're not kicking us out?" Alric shook his head firmly.
"Precisely the opposite, Miss Anild. I've known you four have been coming here for quite some time, though I wasn't sure why."
Liam's jaw dropped.
"How did you know?"
Ulrich shot a glance to the fireplace, then looked upward. It was clear what he meant. The smoke from the chimney had alerted him someone was in the tower.
"You have not been as careful as you think." "And you approve?"
Liam asked.
"Of what we're doing here?"
Alric looked a little confused.
"Why wouldn't I?"
"Wait," Imogen insisted. "What is it you think we're doing?" Alric held his head confidently.
"Mr. Chani tells me you're using a secret passageway to smuggle students out of the castle."
All eyes turned to Jonah, who had a look of utter guilt on his face.
"Come on, guys, what was I supposed to do? He followed us and saw the passage."
It didn't sound like Alric knew anything about the prophecy pieces we'd been collecting, which was a relief.
"Never mind that," Alric said with a wave of his hand. Mr. Chani did nothing to betray your confidence. It's true, I followed you into the dorms. And I want to help.
You want to smuggle people out with us? I asked.
Alric nodded. Gather all the people you can trust with 100% certainty. We will meet back here at 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Alric checked his watch, then said,
If you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And that was it, before he turned on his heel and left the room. We didn't even get a chance to ask him any questions. The dorms were silent for several long seconds as we all looked between each other. Imogen sighed. Well, it looks like our hideout isn't much of a hideout anymore. My shoulders fell. It was nice to have this place to ourselves for a while.
No,
Liam said, looking deep in thought.
It's still our hiding place. The only thing that's changed is that our group has expanded.
Imogen cracked a smile. I guess you're right.
Come on,
Liam said, nudging Jonah.
Let's gather the troops.
The next night, we were all sitting in the Anichi dorms, waiting for Alric to arrive. We'd explained about our smuggling operation to our friends, as we wanted them to hear it from us instead of Alric. We were all here. Everyone who'd escaped with us the night of the riots. Maddie and Drew were camped on the couch beside me and Liam, while Lindsay and Miranda were sitting cross-legged on the floor. Our familiars all crowded around us. The only person here who hadn't been here the night of the riots was Wyatt. He stood close to his walrus familiar and leaned against the arm of the couch.
It's a trap,
Ezra said, for the third time as he paced back and forth in front of the empty fireplace. He cracked his knuckles and kept his lips tight.
Bro,
Liam started.
It's not a trap. Alric wants to help us. Or kill us,
Ezra insisted.
This could be the Council's way of luring out the traitors. Alric's Bayami,
Bren pointed out. He sat between Imogen and Vanessa on one of the couches. One arm was around Vanessa's shoulder, the other on her belly as the baby kicked.
Besides, he's not even on the Council. He could be playing both sides,
Ezra theorized.
I mean, I know he was getting it on with Perot, but this is Alric. He never should have been in Bayami in the first place. Maybe Oleander offered him a deal, a pardon for being in an inter-house relationship if he spied on us. We can trust Alric,
Jonah promised.
He wants to help.
Ezra stopped pacing and narrowed his eyes at the rest of us.
How can you be so sure?
Just then, the sound of footsteps on the stairs caught our attention. We all turned. Liam got to his feet and stood beside Ezra as if he was going on the defense just in case. Alric strolled into the room, but he wasn't alone. Bane walked in behind him. It seemed as if we all held our breath as they moved across the common room.
Students, I'm so glad you all could join us today,
Alric greeted kindly. He stopped between the couches and gestured to Bane beside him.
I've invited Professor Bane here because he believes in this cause as much as I do. I also know that several of you had him as your mentor during the tournament. If he can get you through the tournament, he can get us through this, too.
Alric continued.
I've asked you all here today because I want to create an alliance. Though many professors have chosen to step away from Orenda Academy, Professor Bane and I stayed because we believe we can fight what's happening in a peaceful, democratic way. The other teachers left because they wanted to use violence to change the situation here, but I believe in the power of our tribe. We can use other methods to stop what's happening.
Everyone stared up at him in admiration, except Bane, who nodded his head along while he listened carefully. Alric was right. I'd snapped enough times to know violence was merely a quick fix. But quick fixes didn't work on an entire society. What kind of methods are you talking about? Imogen asked. Alric looked pleased by the question.
We can put people in positions of power. We can speak out and use our voices. We must trust that the people will rise up and not allow these heinous acts to continue. We must stand as examples to reunite the Hawkeye.
Alric's voice grew stronger the more he talked.
In the meantime, we must do what we can to protect our fellow Hawkeye until they wake up and make a stand. I want you to continue what you're doing. When a student needs help, you smuggle them out. It's the only way some of them will remain safe. I believe in the good of the tribe. The ancestors will never let the evil in the hearts of the few to pervert the entire nation. We can overcome this, but we must be diligent in our values. We must stand as a firm example of the Hawkeye's unity. Peace, harmony, the elements as one.
Hope filled my chest as Alric spoke. If anyone could help us stop the prophecy, it was Alric and Bane. I noticed the same hope begin to fill everyone else's eyes. Even Ezra had relaxed.
Things are bad, Alric continued. But I assure you that if we go about this in the right way, we can reverse what has become of Kinpago.
Liam stepped forward, holding his head high in confidence. All eyes turned to him. Liam was our leader, and so we waited for him to speak first.
Then we will stand with you.
Bane gave a nod of approval.
I knew you would make the right choice.
Alric smiled at us.
You're all on board, then?
Ezra stepped up beside Liam.
If Liam believes this is the right way, then I'm in. Me too.
Jonah stood to join them. And me. I got to my feet, and Essis cheered from my arms. Soon everyone had joined in, both Elementi and familiars alike. Within moments, everyone was standing and cheering for Alric. As soon as the cheers quieted, Liam asked,
What's the plan? We need to gain information, Alric said. We need to encourage people to take a stand. I want you all to be my eyes and ears around the castle. If you see injustice, you stand up. Violence must only be used as a last resort to defend yourself. How can we fight against this without violence, though?
Ezra asked curiously, his tone softer than before.
We must take every alternative precaution, Alric stated. We can't become like them, or we become the animals.
Animals. That's what people like Haley and Logan had become. And I wouldn't become like them. Or let any of my friends either. I was ready to make a stand. Alric would show us the way. Okay, I said. Tell us what you need us to do.
Chapter 7. Liam. Ulrich's speech had stirred up hope in me that I didn't know was there. The tribe wasn't doomed to this two-house system. It couldn't be. The ancestors would protect us and restore things back to normal. We just had to wait out the storm and do what we could to help people until that happened. Ulrich was right. We didn't need to use violence to stop De Forti. We could change the hearts and minds of the Elementi by sticking to our morals. As long as we stayed together and remained consistent in our message, eventually things would change. There was another way to do this without going to war. We could spy, we could smuggle people out, and no one would get hurt. The Hawkeye would only let things go so far before the people revolted. Oleander would be overthrown along with all the other corrupted elders. Then balance would be restored. This wouldn't last forever. It couldn't. There was just no way something like this could continue to happen in Kinpago. It was crazy that it had started at all. We'd be okay. Things were bad, but they weren't horrible yet. All this was going to stop. It had to. Because I had faith in Ulrich, I was willing to sit back and let someone else take the lead for a change while I focused on other things. He was planning our first big smuggling operation for the end of the week, and we'd all planned to be there. It was the first time we'd be sneaking out a group of people instead of just one at a time, and to say that I was nervous was an understatement. What we were doing was against the law, but the law wasn't always just or right. It was worth the risk to get people out. Meanwhile, I was focused on one of the most important tasks of my life, asking Sophia to marry me. I still had to get the ring. Sophia had intermediate coigni magic for 2 hours on Tuesdays, starting at 1 o'clock. I didn't have war and negotiation until 4 that day, and that little gap was pretty much the only time I had when Sophia wouldn't notice me sneaking off. If I wanted to buy this ring, I needed to hurry. My tournament winnings were gone, but I still had some money left in my savings. I'd been keeping it for this moment. As I was making my way out of the castle, I was cornered by none other than Jonah and Imogen. I rounded the corner near one of the towers and nearly ran into them. They stood there with crossed arms and narrowed eyes. Imogen was trying to appear intimidating, though she wasn't very scary, being all of 5 feet tall. Sassy and Squeaks backed them up, Squeaks with ruffled feathers and Sassy raising her tail. Jonah looked like a bouncer as he kept his brawny arms tight. "Guys, can you get out of the way? I'm kind of in a hurry," I said. Jonah and Imogen said nothing. Neither did their familiars make a sound. Instead, they pressed in around me until I was forced to step away. The 4 of them made a semicircle and marched inward. I backed up until I was pinned against a wall. Okay," I said. "Good afternoon to you too." "We have some questions to ask you," Jonah said, and Squeak snapped her beak. "Liam, what is this?" Imogen shoved a magazine in my face. It was wrinkled up and crumpled because I'd shoved it under my pillow when I saw Sophia coming yesterday. It must have fallen out this morning, and Imogen had discovered it. She acted like she'd found a Playboy hiding under my bed. I felt like I was getting interrogated by the task force. "It's just a jewelry catalog. What of it?" "Nuh-uh. That's an engagement ring catalog from Lux's Fine Jewelers in Kinpago," Jonah countered. "There are notes on it," Imogen hissed. "Yeah," Jonah added, before he said, "except we couldn't read them because your handwriting is awful." "It is your handwriting, isn't it, Liam?" Imogen poked me in the chest. "Tell us the truth." "He can't handle the truth," Jonah shouted. "No, Jonah, you're doing it wrong," Imogen said. "That's not how it works." Sassy barked. Jonah cocked out a hip and said, "Either way, we're not letting you out of this corner until you tell us what's going on. Spill the deets." Their inquiring eyes were all I needed to know that they'd wait until the end of time to get good gossip. I sighed. "All right, fine. You caught me. I'm going to ask Sophia to marry me." They stared at me with open mouths for a moment. Then huge smiles lit up their faces, and they both screamed so loud I thought my eardrums would shatter. The 2 of them hugged each other and jumped up and down. Sassy rose up on her hind legs and hopped in a circle around them. "I'm going to be a bridesmaid," Imogen squealed. "Oh my gosh, we get to plan a wedding," Jonah sang. Squeaks danced in joy beside him and ended up falling on her face. "You know, Sophia and I would like some input if you 2 don't mind," I put in sourly. "Liam, why didn't you tell us? This is only like the biggest deal of your life," Imogen exclaimed. "Because you 2 can't keep a secret like this," I hissed. "You're being so loud I'm sure the whole castle has heard." The 2 of them immediately dropped their voices. Imogen said, "Liam, I am seriously so happy for you guys. Jonah and I want to be there for everything. What do you need from us?" "Yeah, you can't seriously be thinking of asking her and keeping us in the dark," Jonah said. Of course they'd decide to butt in and get involved. "If you guys really want to help, fine. You can help me pick out a ring. I haven't bought it yet, and I was going now." "Of course we're coming. This is so much better than dance class. I'm in," Jonah said. We proceeded out of school and down the path to Kinpago. Imogen was skipping instead of walking. "Sophia's going to make such a gorgeous bride. I can't wait to help her pick out a dress." "I get you're excited, but seriously, You guys can't breathe a word of this to Sophia. Not even a hint. She's too smart. She'll figure it out, I said. We aren't going to say a thing, honey, I promise, Jonah vowed. Squeaks cooed in agreement behind him. I was putting that promise on lasting 2 days at most. There was no way to get to town without going over the bridge, which really kind of sucked. Every time I crossed that bridge, I was reminded that I'd tried to toss myself over it. I wasn't that person anymore, but it was always going to be a part of my past and something I never really could escape from. Things had turned around so fast. A few months ago, I tried to kill myself, and now I was getting married. Well, hopefully married. I didn't know if Sophia would say yes yet. Imogen noticed I was a bit bothered and rushed to distract me. So, when are you planning on having the wedding? Sometime next year? I wanted to have it in the fall, I said. Maybe late summer, before Sophia goes back to school anyway. This fall? Holy ancestors, you can't plan a wedding in a few months. Everything's booked up, Imogen argued. Why not? I asked. We'll make it work. Clueless, Imogen quipped, shaking her head. He's a total man. Jonah rolled his eyes. I scoffed at that because it wasn't like he wasn't a man too. He had a dick dangling between his legs just like I did. When we got to Lux's Fine Jewelers, there were large yellow signs on the windows advertising everything at 50 to 70% off. There was a lone shopkeeper peddling around boxes that were scattered all around the store. It looked like he was packing up. A mole familiar stood on one of the displays, putting away rings into a cardboard box. Why is everything on sale? I asked, looking around. The jeweler was selling diamonds at half price. There were some killer deals here. I'm closing up shop, son, the shopkeeper told me. Elder Oleander just made a decree that Bayami cannot own businesses. I have until the end of the week to pack things up before the Defortai come to take it over. I frowned. The Bayami couldn't be in business anymore. How did they expect people to provide for themselves if they couldn't work? Even more worrying was how I was supposed to find a job after graduation, especially with a new wife to provide for. No Defortai would hire me. Guess I'd worry about that later. I had to propose first. While the shopkeeper kept packing, Jonah, Imogen, and I scanned the glass containers for what I hoped would be the perfect ring. Black's totally not my color. Or gold. Silver. Silver is good, Jonah said, pressing his face up against the glass as he surveyed the men's rings with barely contained envy. I want an emerald. It's more unique than a diamond, Imogen went on. Something square-cut on a gold ring. You guys are supposed to be helping me pick out an engagement ring for Sophia, not be looking for yourselves, I mumbled. I crossed my arms. Why had I brought Imogen and Jonah along? I could have done better on my own. While they were bickering, something caught my eye. Below me was a thin silver ring, a pear-shaped diamond in the middle that was surrounded by tiny sapphires and garnets. It was simple, but really elegant. Toaqua and Coigny. The ring was a representation of our relationship. It was perfect. I see you like that ring, the shopkeeper said. He abandoned the boxes and walked over. Do you want to see it? I'd love to. The shopkeeper took the ring out of the box and handed it to me. It felt small and light. When I held it up close, the gemstones sparkled. It's a completely original piece. I handcrafted it myself, the shopkeeper said. I watched your trial on TV, son, and I had the idea for that ring afterward. I just knew I had to make it. Let's just say you inspired me. Wow, really? That's amazing. It was like fate or something. It comes with a bridal set as well, the shopkeeper said. He handed me a silver women's band that matched the engagement ring, then brought out a men's band that was silver and plain. I liked it because it wasn't too fancy and looked like something I would wear. The women's rings are size 6, men's size 8, he said.
It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Both of them are immune to all elements, including a Coigny's fire. They were the perfect size. Esses had helped me by sneaking next to Sophia and wrapping a string around her ring finger when she was sleeping so I could check her measurements. I tried on the men's ring and it slipped on flawlessly. Now that it was on, I didn't want to take it off. I liked how it felt on my hand. It was like it belonged there. Regretfully, I took the ring off and put it back in the box. "Guys, come look at this," I said. Imogen and Jonah huddled around me as I held the engagement ring up to the light. "What do you think?" "Ooh, good choice, Liam," Imogen said. "She's gonna freak when she sees it." "I still don't think it's big enough. How's that little ring supposed to prove his love?" Jonah asked. "Sophia likes simple things. She wouldn't want something gaudy," Imogen argued. "Right," I said. "Besides, it's not like I'm asking you, Jonah. We all know that the man who asks you to marry him has to buy a diamond that's bigger than your huge head." "Bigger, honey. Even bigger," Jonah said. I paid for the rings, then pocketed them as we walked back up the road to school. My thoughts were going a million miles an hour. Holy shit, I was actually doing this. I was going to ask Sophia Henley to marry me. Ancestors, I hope she said yes. What if she said no? I think I'd die. Yep, probably die. No other alternative. "So, when you gonna pop the big question?" Jonah asked. I don't know," I said, thinking. "Maybe tonight?" "Tonight? No, no, no. You have to have a plan," Imogen said. "Do you have a plan?" I blinked at her. No? Should I?" "Ancestors." She rolled her eyes and looked at Jonah. "He obviously needs our help." "Obviously?" Jonah shook his head. "This is a proposal, Liam, baby. You have to make it special. It's the only one she's gonna get." "Hopefully," Imogen added. "Sophia's not one for huge gestures, guys," I said. "I was just going to ask. Maybe on a hike or something." "By the ancestors, you're not putting in any effort at all. Do you want to insult her?" Imogen exclaimed. I hesitated. No, I really didn't want to do that. I'd done romantic stuff before, but those were only dates. I'd been too excited about proposing that I didn't put much thought into how. Maybe that was a mistake. "What do you guys think I should do?" I asked. I couldn't believe I was asking them for advice. But they knew more about this stuff than I did, didn't they? "Leave it to us," Imogen said confidently. "Yeah." Jonah slung an arm around my shoulder. "By the time Im and I are done, we'll have come up with a proposal that Sophia can't say no to." I hoped they were right, because at the moment, I was just hoping asking them for help didn't blow up in my face. On Wednesday, I walked from Master Tawakwa Magic and to the library as I needed to pick up a book for Hawkeye Art later that evening. As I walked in, I saw Mia sitting at a table with a bunch of books doing homework. Her canine familiar, Taryn, lay at her feet. It seemed like she was taking a nap. When Mia noticed me come in, she waved me over. I cringed. I'd been trying to avoid her since last semester ended, but it was hard, seeing as how we had a class together. She was still with Micah, and she had been sorted into Deforti, so I hoped that would be enough to stop her from reaching out to me. But guess not. "We're not supposed to associate," I whispered under my breath as I approached her. A task force member had his back to us, but if he turned around, we'd be in his direct line of sight. "Not here," Mia said. She rose up from the table and gestured for me to follow her behind a bookshelf. "What's going on?" I asked as we ducked out of sight. I was being so quiet, I'm surprised she heard me. "I just thought you should know something before it gets out. The elders are starting to pull people out of the academy who they suspect are mixed house," Mia whispered. "The elders don't want inner house children running around." "But most people aren't," I argued.
I know there were a lot of inner-house couples in hiding before, but the majority didn't have children because they knew the consequences. Doesn't matter, Mia shook her head. They're trying to get rid of any opposers any way they can. If they can't accuse people of being interbred, they make it sound like you stole your familiar from another elementi. What the fuck? You can't steal your familiar and force them to bond with you. The idea was outrageous. The elders are saying you can. Mia shrugged her shoulders. Do you remember Maddox from Yapluma? Yeah, he was in my Hawkeye leadership class last year. He'd been the one person to stick up for me, although he'd caved under pressure and agreed when my other classmates insisted I didn't deserve to live because I was sick. I had mixed feelings about him. Remember his familiar, the white lion with the wings? Well, Maddox saw Bayami getting pushed around by a Defortai in the hallway and he stepped in. The next day, he was reassigned to Bayami and his lion got taken away. The elders said that he'd stolen him from a Defortai. No one knows where his familiar went. Are you fucking serious? That was insane. It was practically unbelievable. Yep, Mia's words had taken on a hardened tone. Things are really getting bad around here. If what Mia said was true, my little sister Maddie was a huge target. She was Bayami, but she had a powerful ice dragon for a familiar. The elders could very well target her next. Thanks for telling me this, Mia. No problem, Mia sighed. I just wish there was something I could do about this, you know? It isn't right. I paused for a moment. There was something Mia could do. She could help us with the smuggling operation. The more Defortai we had on our side, the better. They could go places we couldn't and had more authority. Bringing Mia in would be a risk. Expanding the operation farther than our little group always brought on the chance that we'd be found out. But Mia was a good person. She had a good heart. I felt it in me we could trust her. There is something you can do, I started, and Mia leaned in. But you have to swear not to tell anyone. It's life or death. I promise, Liam. I won't tell a soul, Mia vowed. What is it you had in mind? Valentine's Day this year wasn't anything like last year. Typically, there were all sorts of decorations around the school, but this year the castle remained void and barren. Instead of exchanging gifts out in the open, couples hurried to private places to hide in order to avoid attracting attention. I think people got the notion that if you let it be known publicly that you loved someone, they could be used as a target against you later. Sophia and I didn't have that problem because everyone already knew we were together. We met up in the evening in the Great Hall. It was pretty empty this time of day, but come to think of it, most of the castle looked like a ghost town these days, even though the number of people who attended here hadn't decreased. Hi, Sophia rose up on her tiptoes and gave me a quick kiss. I missed you today. I missed you too. I wrapped an arm around her and gave a tight squeeze. Esses was sitting on Sophia's shoulder. He had on a pink t-shirt with a red heart that looked like it had been made for a doll, along with a headband with tiny heart antennas. At least Esses was stubborn enough to keep celebrating the holidays. I'd really like some alone time. Sophia leaned against me. Do you have anything in mind? I seconded that. Privacy was impossible to come by in the Bayami dorms. Mom's having a family dinner at home. She invited everyone. I figured we could go there and spend some time in my house. It's about the only place we won't be watched. Dinner with your parents sounds lovely. We left the Great Hall and ventured into the chilly winter air. As we were passing through the gardens, I said, I don't want to bring up business today of all days, but I think I've found someone else who's willing to help us with what we're doing. Really? Sophia sounded curious, but her voice had taken on a tone of nervousness. You're not going to believe this, but it's Mia. Sophia came to a halt. She let go of my arm and almost slipped in the snow. Her face turned pale white as she gasped. Excuse me, what? You told Mia about what we're doing? Yeah, I said. Is that a problem? This can't be happening. Sophia's expression bordered on the edge of panic. She took deep breaths, like she was forcing herself to calm down. Esses fanned her face frantically with his tail. Soph, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. Sophia yanked me behind a statue of a rearing unicorn. She pulled us further into the hedges until we were completely concealed from view. You didn't say anything about the hidden passage, did you? Sophia asked. She was nearly out of breath. No, I said she could help us by keeping an eye open and looking for anyone who might need to escape. We need all the help we can get, I said. What exactly did you tell her? She hissed. All I told her was we were trying to smuggle people out of the castle. I didn't tell her about the Anichi dorms or where or how we were doing it, I said. Sophia put her hands on the sides of her face. That's a small comfort when people start looking. Sooner or later, they're going to put two and two together like Ulrich did. Not unless Mia says anything, which she won't, I said. She will. And Liam, it'll be your fault when it happens. That stung. Sophia wasn't one to ever place blame. She wasn't one to freak when secrets got out either, but apparently that had changed. I knew she wasn't herself right now, which meant I was the one who needed to keep calm. I steadied my temper. We need De Forti on this job. The more, the better. De Forti we can trust, not her. She cheated on you. She already betrayed you once. Who's to say she won't do it again? Esses crossed his arms and nodded. I hardened my tone. Look, I know Mia. I grew up with her. She wants to stop what's happening just as badly as we do. Your feelings are compromised. You trust her because you slept with her, Sophia flung at me. That was a total slap to the face. That's not fair. I've told you I don't even remember what that was like. I'm not hung up on her anymore. I know that. You love me, but you have a history with her. That's always going to make things difficult. You can't think clearly when it comes to her, Sophia growled. It's like you have a weakness for saving toxic people, just like Jonah. Don't compare me to Jonah. This isn't the same thing. She just wants to help. It was hard keeping my voice down, but we had to stay quiet. Micah is in Oleander's pocket. Her loyalties are divided. Sophia's hands became fists at her sides. As long as Mia's still engaged to Micah, she's on their side, not ours. She's gonna leave him, Soph. I just know it. She's gonna get tired of his bullshit and... Liam, how many times does that actually work? Sophia crossed her arms. How do you know that once she leaves, she won't just change her mind and go back to him? Nothing he's done so far has made her want to escape this relationship. I couldn't argue that one. You make it sound like we should give up on her. I'm not saying she's hopeless, but she can't be trusted. Not with something like this, Sophia snapped. I can't believe she's a lost cause. You have to. There's no other choice, Sophia insisted. We have to pick and choose who we want to survive in this war, and Mia's already made that choice for us. If she stays with Micah, she's a goner. That's just how it is. We can't save her. And by trying, you're putting this whole operation at risk. That's pretty dramatic, seeing as how I just asked her to keep an eye out, I said scathingly. I couldn't believe Sophia was taking it this far. Bottom line, there are only a few people we can trust. Mia should be nowhere near us, Sophia shouted. I shushed her so she'd bring her voice down. Sophia took a few more deep breaths. Her anger, or should I say her paranoia, faded away to sadness as tears welled up in her eyes. Now I felt like a dick. Involving ex-girlfriends in anything was always a certain recipe for trouble. Ah, Soph, come here. I took Sophia in my arms and held her there. I embraced her super tight so she'd feel more secure and safe. She was overreacting. Nothing bad was going to happen because I told Mia we were helping people. She had to believe that. I rubbed her back. It'll all be fine. You'll see. Sophia looked up at me, and our eyes connected. Liam, you're such a wonderful man. She laid her hands on my chest. But you try too hard to see the good in people, even when it's not there, and I'm terrified that someday it's going to come back to bite you. It was hard to respond to that because I didn't know what to say. But I was saved by a rustling in the hedges. Both of us jumped back a few feet when Bane's head popped through the leaves. Esses peeped in surprise. Ah, there you two are. I thought I heard Miss Henley shouting, Bane said. He looked like he was out of breath. I'm sorry to interrupt your Valentine's Day, but we are in urgent need of your help. Does this regard the thing? Because we have dinner with my parents tonight, I told him. It does. I've already spoken with your father and told him I needed you and your siblings here, though I didn't specify for what, Bane said. I wasn't sure if you wanted him to know. He's safer if he doesn't, for now. Dad was already having trouble keeping the little power he did have as water chief. I didn't want to put any more stress on his shoulders, knowing 3 of his kids were involved in illegal operations. Let's go then. Sophia let go of me and strode out of the hedges. She wore a deep frown and a stern look in her gaze. We weren't having a very good record with Valentine's Days in general. The group of us walked in silence. I think Bane felt the need to say something because he took a deep breath when we began climbing the stairs. That was a very good spot, by the way, Bane told us as we ascended to the Anachi dorms. The hedges make it particularly seclusive for romantic endeavors. I ventured there in my youth 1 or 2 times myself. Fucking ew. As if I ever wanted to know where Bane used to screw girls. Sophia turned pink and put her hand over her mouth as if she couldn't believe Bane had just said that. I do beg your pardon. I didn't mean to intrude, but it did sound like you were arguing, Bane rambled on. I was sure he was just talking to talk. If I may offer a piece of advice, I believe the best sort of relationships have the most passion. Make-up sex is always the best kind, I would say. The anger leads to more fun. Oh my gosh, Sophia squeaked. My mouth dropped open at the audacity of this conversation. Now, Miss Henley, don't be so crude. We are all adults here, and this is college, Bane went on. I have no issues discussing relationship matters among my students. I have quite the wealth of experience, if you're so curious. Could give you a few pointers about your, unique situation. Could Bane just fucking shut up? Why was he trying to give us advice right now, like he was some sort of love expert? We're here, Sophia announced loudly, and she flung open the door to the Anachi dorms in a desperate effort to cut Bane off. Ezra, Lindsay, and Miranda all looked up at the same time. Wyatt was having a conversation with Jonah and Imogen in the corner. Vanessa and Bren weren't here. I'd heard that Vanessa had been having issues with the pregnancy and put on bed rest. Bren was probably tending to her. Where's Ulrich? I asked, expecting him to be here. Ulrich will be bringing along the refugees shortly, Bane said. How many are there? Wyatt asked. 20 or so, not counting familiars, Bane said. The operation will be a bit different this time. Once they're through the trapdoor, we'll be escorting them to the beach, where a boat will be waiting to take them out of the area. There are too many people this time to risk leaving them in the woods to be discovered. I'll be leading the route. Great. Bane was liable to give me and the rest of the crowd here the birds and the bees talk all the way down to shore. What are our jobs? Imogen asked. We'll be doing it in sections this time, Bane instructed. Ulrich needs Lindsay and Miranda with him on the 3rd floor to watch for task force patrols so we can bring the students up to the tower. Once we leave, their job will be to make sure that the task force on campus stays put. We're already on it. Miranda and Lindsay went back down the stairs with Medusa and Evelyn.
Imogen, you can wait at the end of the tunnel to lift the trapdoor and move the roots with Sassy's help. I need Jonah and Squeaks in the forest surrounding the trapdoors to provide security. Wyatt, we need you and Tuscan to stay in the Anichi dorms and alert us if there are any intruders, and take them out, if necessary. Bane dug around in his pocket and handed him a two-way radio. I'll be ready to knock some heads if any task force show up. Wyatt cracked his knuckles. Wyatt's walrus familiar, Tuscan, gave a low bellow. Ezra, you'll be providing support from above, Bane said. He handed Ezra another two-way radio. You're to fly above Kinpago upon Diami and let us know if the path is clear or if we need to find another way. Sophia, Liam, you're with me. Our job is to get these students out of Kinpago safely and protect them if it comes down to that. Hold on. Where are Drew and Maddie? I asked. They have the most important job. They're creating a distraction on the other side of campus, Bane said. They're ready to go on Ulrich's signal. Bane scowled. I must inform you all that this mission is very important. 20 people don't just up and disappear overnight. Once these students go missing, security will crack down around the school. It'll be even more difficult to sneak people out from this point on, but we have no other choice. The boat can only make one trip, and that's tonight.
We can handle it, Sophia said. But before we do, I think there's something we need to talk about. Sophia sent a direct look at me. I stepped forward and said, I told Mia about what we're doing. She said she wants to help find people who need to leave. Miss Imikai was informed of this? Bane asked. His eyes widened in shock. Bro, you can't be serious. Ezra's voice was flat and strained. He despised Mia with a blazing passion. Oh, dude, Jonah slapped his head. Bad move. What? I looked at Wyatt. You know her pretty well. Don't you think we need her? Wyatt hesitated. Maybe you should have kept your mouth shut. Jeez, if even Wyatt was uncertain about bringing Mia on, and he had a major crush on her, that was a pretty big sign I might have made a mistake. But I couldn't believe that. Mia would help us. I was sure of it. How big do we want this operation to be? Any larger and we risk exposing ourselves, Imogen said. If we haven't already, Ezra chipped in with a glare at me. I think it should be a rule that if anyone wants to bring more people into this operation, then we all have to vote them in first as a unanimous decision, Sophia said. Someone everybody trusts. There was a mumble of agreement around the group. I felt like a major dick. Bane said, We'll discuss it later. Everyone's minds needs to be on the mission. We waited in the Anichi dorms until midnight, at which point Ulrich showed up. Behind him was a collection of Orenda Academy students. Most of them were freshmen. The majority of them had Bayami tattoos, though I picked out a couple of Defortai in there as well. None of them had particularly strong familiars, if they were bonded at all. They carried things like toads, small birds, and forest mammals that could fit in your hand, along with backpacks or tiny suitcases. All of them seemed so scared. I'd do whatever it took to get them to safety tonight, even if it was the last thing I ever did. This is all of them. Valda is currently flying the perimeter, Ulrich said. I'll be staying on campus to play actor to our distraction. You have 1 hour. Bane nodded. Ezra climbed on Diami. Jonah opened up the glass ceiling, and the Thunderbird took to the air through the exit. Jonah then got on Squeaks's back to follow, so he could go to the forest, find the boulder where the trapdoor was hidden, and wait there. Let's go. Bane led the group to the dorm room with the passageway. Sophia lit the way with a ball of fire in her hand down the long and dark tunnel. Damn it, I hated these stairs. There were so frickin' many of them. I got winded every time we did this. My heart began to pound as nervousness took over me. If we got caught, we were fucked. Like really, really fucked. When we got to the end of the tunnel below, Imogen moved the roots for us and widened the holes by the trapdoor so we could get more people out faster. It took some time, but eventually everyone had clambered out of the tunnels. "Good luck," she whispered before closing the doors. She was the only one left inside as the trapdoor was shut. Jonah was pacing the area around the trapdoor. In the distance, I could see Squeaks looping around the forest on high alert, her sharp eyes looking for any intruders. "So far, there's nothing to see here," Jonah said. "We'll trail you guys until the tree line breaks to make sure you aren't followed. Then you'll be pretty exposed until you get down to the beach." The only sound that could be heard in the darkness of night was heavy footsteps and shallow breathing. The feeling of a noose slowly tightening around our necks enveloped the group. One girl behind me was crying, but she kept her sobs low. A boy beside her looped his fingers with hers and held them tight. When the trees ended, Jonah held back. "This is as far as I go," he said. "I'll meet you guys back at base." This was the scariest part of all. The path from here to the beach was wide and open. There was a good chance we'd be seen walking to the docks. Bane got on the two-way radio. "Thunderbird, do we have clearance?" I heard my brother's voice as it emerged from the radio, along with the flapping of Diami's wings. "All is clear for now, but you better get a move on. A task force patrol is coming your way." "Damn it," Bane swore. A couple kids started to panic. They were making noise, squeezing their familiars and speaking in anxious tones. "We're not going to let anything happen to you guys," I said lowly. "Just keep your voices down and trust us to get you there." The noise quieted, but the fear in their eyes didn't go away. They were absolutely terrified. "Everyone follow me, and hurry." Bane ducked down and began moving forward as quickly and quietly as he possibly could. The rest of us followed. Sophia and I both took a side so we could keep our eyes open and react if we spotted any task force members. Sophia had a determined look on her face, which was matched by Essis. There was a fire back in her eyes that was all too uncommon these days. I was pretty proud of her. Despite what she was going through, she was staying strong and keeping her mind on the mission. That path seemed like the longest walk of my life. I had taken this road before, and it was less than half a mile, but every step stretched on into eons. It felt like I was being strangled as I surveyed the area around us. There was nowhere to hide if we were spotted. The trees were too far away to slip behind in time. "Professor! Task Force! On your left!" Ezra shouted through the radio. Everyone's heads yanked to the side. A task force member, alone and on patrol, came out ahead of us onto the path where it forked onto the way to Kinpago. He was carrying a Noxite gun and moving in a leisurely manner. He hadn't seen us yet, but if he turned around, he would. Sophia reacted before any of us did. Before the task member saw us, she ran forward and jumped on his back. He struggled to throw her off, though Sophia and Essis both clung on. I reacted the moment I saw that Sophia was in danger. I was over there so fast I hardly remember moving my legs. I yanked his helmet off and punched him with as much strength as I could muster from the back so he didn't see my face. The task force member crumpled, and Sophia and I stepped back. "Drag him behind the bushes. He won't be out for long." Bane's tone had an edge of anxiety to it. He was starting to lose control. Sneaking out people was one thing, but we were attacking task force members now. There was a row of bushes alongside the road. Sophia and I moved the body out of sight, and the group made a break for it. We abandoned secrecy and broke out into a full-out run. Bane did his best to try and keep the group together, though a few kids left the group and went on ahead. Finally, the blissful sight of the beach ahead came into view. I saw a medium-sized boat waiting on the docks there, manned by someone from Tawakwa. The students ran onto the boat without waiting for us. A freshman started sobbing in relief as he flung himself onto it. Sophia and I stood on the docks, watching for other task members, while Bane spoke to the boat captain. "You know where to take them." "Yes, Professor." The captain gave a nod and started up the boat. He turned it slowly. Students waved goodbye and thanked us as they left the docks and ventured into the safety of open waters. "Where are they going?" Sophia asked as we watched the boat sail into the ocean.
"It's best if you don't know," Bain replied. "All that matters is that they're going to be safe."
I nodded. We were just sneaking people out. If we knew where everyone was going and the task force members found out about our operation, they could interrogate us until we admitted where Alric was hiding people. The less we knew, the better.
"We need to return before anyone notices we're missing," Bain said.
We made way for the end of the docks, but a lone figure standing in the shadows blocked our way. And it was an elder. Madam Wells, from Tawakwa, stood on the entrance to the docks with her arms crossed. Her braid waved in the slight wind, and her young face appeared stern and harsh in the moonlight. Shit. Madam Wells had caught us. This was all over. Madam Wells narrowed her eyes. "I figured I'd find you here tonight." Though she'd seen what we'd done, Bain remained calm.
"I had no idea you'd be here."
"You weren't informed." Madam Wells proceeded toward us. "Elliot, I think it's best if I speak with these two alone. You need to leave." Madam Wells fixed her gaze on Sophia and I felt a shiver run up my spine.
"Of course. Do what you must."
Bain ducked around Wells and left the docks. What the hell, Bain? Was he really gonna abandon us right now? Bain hightailed it along the beach and took a separate path from the one we came back to Kinpago. "Did Bain sell us out?" Sophia bunched her hands into fists while Esses growled from her shoulder. "Liam and I will take the fall, but you're not going to get a word out of us about where we're hiding people." "Calm down, Miss Henley," Madam Wells replied. "I'm only here to help." Madam Wells fished in her dress. She held out her hand and unfurled beautiful fingers. Within her palm was a small totem, decorated with the symbols of the 5 houses. "The spirit totem," Sophia whispered. Esses peeped in surprise. "I acquired it during your trial, if you so remember. When it was in elder custody, I stole it back and kept it hidden from the other elders. I had them believe it was lost during processing," Madam Wells said. "I believe this belongs to you." Madam Wells pressed the spirit totem into Sophia's hands. Sophia herself was too shocked to speak. I managed to string a couple of words together. "What the hell? You're on our side?" "I've always been on your side, Mr. Mito. You are on the right side of history," Madam Wells said, turning to me. "I am the last of the Tawakwa elders that is still loyal to your father. I believe the rest of them have become Oleander's puppets. We are doing what we can from within the elder ranks to stop this, although it's been extremely difficult. We are very much outnumbered and therefore outvoted." A loud note came from the ocean. I turned my head to see a killer whale jump out of the water and splash down into the sea, causing a major wave. "My familiar," Madam Wells said with a smile. "Surely you remember my orca, Mr. Mito?" I did, but this still didn't make any sense. "Why do you want to help us? You're an elder yourself. Wouldn't it be easier to go with what everyone else is doing and better your position?" "I know more than most why freedom is so important. Every creature deserves to forge their own path. It is something I am willing to die for," Madam Wells said strongly. Her eyebrows knitted together. "When I was young, 12 or so, my grandfather told me I needed to see what the colonizers did to the creatures of the earth for money. So he took me somewhere I wished to never venture to, a theme park that profited off the suffering of marine animals." I drew in a breath. Elementai hated zoos and aquariums. It was just in our nature. Animals didn't belong in cages. "I was appalled by what I saw. So many poor creatures doing tricks for food and trapped in containment centers that could never replace or imitate their habitat." Wells shook her head. I didn't know how people could enjoy the pain of sea creatures until I realized that all of them were unaware this was wrong, or just didn't care. Wells' voice trembled as she continued. I believe the worst was the orca tanks. I stepped up to the glass, and immediately my eyes connected with a large orca male. He had the darkest eyes and a large scar across his side. I knew upon instinct, in my heart, that his name was Soen. He told me. I heard his mournful song wrap all around me and lift me up in that moment. It was the most horrible thing, seeing a beautiful orca trapped in such a small tank. Wells' eyes shone with tears as she recounted the story. The colonizers were so cruel that they put his tank right next to the ocean, only yards away, so that he could see it through the glass, but never experience it like he had before they'd stolen him away from his pod. I put my hand against the glass and stared at him. It was like I could feel all the pain and sadness he'd stored up in him from years past. And so I knew I had to do something. After my grandfather and I left the park, under the cover of night, I came back. I snuck inside the theme park so I could return to see Soen. Wells shook her head. I wasn't supposed to be able to do it, but I was so angry about what they were doing to him. I wanted to change it. I felt my magic swell up within me as I came near him. I harnessed all the water out of that tank and levitated it into the air along with Soen. I carried him and the water to the ocean, where I placed him back within the sanctity of the waves, where he belonged. It took all my strength, nearly killed me, but I knew that even if it did, I had to set him free. At 12, I said, astonished. You shouldn't have been able to do that, or bond at all. No, but I did, Wells said. Once Soen was in the sea, my body gave out and I crashed into the ocean. The waves carried me away from the beach. I thought I would drown. I expected him to swim away, but he didn't. Soen swam under me and carried my body through the waves. He brought me many miles away, to an island in the middle of the sea. When I woke up, I could see his fin bobbing as he soared through the waters. I knew then that we were bonded, and that we were destined to make this world a better place. Madam Wells faced Sophia. That is why I desire to help you, Miss Henley. I don't believe what the prophecy says about you. I think you're destined to save the tribe, not destroy it. And to do that, you need that spirit totem, and you need to learn how to use it properly. Sophia nodded solemnly, and Esses copied her. Thank you, Madam Wells. I won't let you down. How much have you told my dad about what we're doing? I asked. Bain said he didn't know. Your father is still in the dark, but I suggest you tell him soon. These missions are only going to get more complicated, and the chief of Toaqua would be able to pull strings no one else could, Madam Wells said. How much power do the chieftains still have? Sophia asked. I thought Oleander was basically running things. The chiefs and chieftesses still have supreme power, but they cannot enact decrees without a majority vote from the rest of the elders. And Oleander currently controls the council, along with his followers, Madam Wells said. He's currently in the process of trying to get the elders to vote him to the position of High Chief, so he has ultimate ruling power over each of the 4 houses. A High Chief needs no support or majority vote to enforce his laws. Chief Maito and I, along with a few others, are working to delay the vote, but we can only keep postponing it for so much longer before Oleander forces our hand. Are you kidding me? There hasn't been a High Chief since Anachi ran things, I said. It's a Soul House position. If Oleander gets his way, there will be one again. I shook my head. By the time Ezra becomes chief, Oleander will have total control of everything. Being chief of Toaqua or any of the other houses won't even matter anymore. Oleander could overrule anything that comes through if he's High Chief. It'll be a total dictatorship. Yes, which is why we cannot allow that to happen, Madam Wells said. Madam Wells fixed her eyes on Sophia. Miss Henley, I speak directly to you. The outcome of this war is entirely in your hands. People are looking to you. I swear that I will do whatever is in my power to be of service in your time of need. You need only ask for my aid." Madam Wells clapped a fist to her chest and bowed before turning on her heel and striding off the docks. I looked to Sophia. "Hey, no pressure, right?" "I can handle it." Sophia held the spirit totem tightly to her chest and looked out at the water. Esses put a paw to her cheek, but it was like she barely noticed. She was somewhere else entirely, a place I couldn't reach.
Chapter 8. Sophia.
There was blood. Blood everywhere.
The fires blazed somewhere behind me, and the screams echoed throughout the square. But all I saw was the blood. The couple lay side by side on the cobblestone, their intestines spilling out of their slashed abdomens, the twisted organs entwined together. I didn't know what compelled me to inspect the gruesome scene, but I found myself bending and reaching out for the entrails that lay between them. My fingers sank into their soft, gooey guts. Tears streamed down my face as I tried to separate his intestines from hers, but the more I tried to untangle them, the tighter they twisted together, until I realized that there weren't two sets of guts here. There were two bodies, but they shared the same intestines, like one twisted rope connecting their bodies together. I stood and took a step back, my entire body shaking. And that's when I noticed their faces. Ben and Marcy. A terrifying shriek startled me from my sleep. It was blood-curdling and cold. It sounded like a woman was being brutally murdered, like she was being tortured from the inside out.
"Sophia!"
Liam's voice came to me from a distance. Cool hands settled on the side of my face, but it was so dark that I couldn't see anything.
"Sophia, calm down."
His voice was closer this time. I felt his finger touch my lips, and the screaming instantly died down. It was in that moment that I realized I'd been the one crying out. All around the Bayami dorms, people groaned and stirred. A few lights turned on. Some were flashlights, and others were flames from Coigny bystanders.
"What's going on?"
Someone asked from the middle of the room. Imogen's voice came from the upper bunk beside me. "I saw a spider!"
"Ancestors, you woke us up for a spider?"
Another voice groaned.
"No wonder you're Bayami."
"Mind your own damn business and go back to sleep, dipshit!" Imogen snapped through the darkness. My breath finally began to slow, and my eyes adjusted to see Liam next to my bunk. Esses snuggled into my lap, trying to offer what comfort he could. Imogen's brows came together in concern, and she lay with one elbow propping her up. Sassy was wide awake and alert, her ears perked up. Jonah and Squeaks had stirred, but were barely processing what was going on.
"Sophia, what's wrong?"
Liam used his thumb to wipe the tears from my cheeks. I hadn't even realized I'd been crying. I blinked a few times as utter mortification overtook my body. My hands shook, and I had a hard time speaking as the images of the dream assaulted me. "It was just a bad dream," I whispered as soon as I found my voice.
"What was it about?"
he asked gently. I shook my head, like that might get rid of the images. "Nothing," I lied, before quickly remembering that we'd agreed not to lie to each other anymore. I just didn't know if I could recount the details. I mean, it was nothing new. It was the riots. An ache filled my chest as I thought about it. "Are you going to be okay, Sophia?" Imogen asked. Liam turned to her and said,
"Go back to bed, Im. I've got this."
I couldn't really see Liam through the darkness until he started climbing the ladder onto the upper bunk. "What are you doing?" I whispered, so quietly that we wouldn't disturb anyone in the silence.
"I'm sleeping by you,"
he said simply. I didn't protest as he crawled under my sheet and took me in his arms. It felt so good to lay my head on his chest. It felt warm and safe there. We didn't fit well on the bed together, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be next to him. Essis curled up on our legs so he was touching both of us.
"Do you want to tell me about your dream?"
Liam asked. I shook my head lightly. Not really. He kissed the top of my head.
"Okay."
We lay there in silence for several minutes, but I could tell by the rate of his breathing that he wasn't going to go back to sleep anytime soon. I certainly wasn't. I took a deep breath and focused on the rhythm of his heart under my ear. I was so lucky to have him here by my side. I never wanted to lose him. I snuggled in closer until the front of my body was completely pressed against his side. "Thanks for staying with me tonight, Liam."
"You don't have to worry, Pawi,"
he whispered.
"I'll always be here."
The following day was Saturday. I was excited to be meeting up with my grandparents for lunch to show them that I'd gotten the spirit totem back. Grandpa knew how it worked, since he used to catalog ancient artifacts. Maybe he could teach me more. I mean, Madame Wells gave it back for a reason. She had so much faith in me. The least I could do was figure out what to do with it. "Sophia," Grandma sang as she invited Essis and me into the house. She pulled me into a hug. "Lunch is almost ready." I followed her down the hall and into the kitchen, where it smelled of roast beef and potatoes. "Wow, that smells amazing."
"Wait until you taste it,"
Grandpa raved as he gestured for me to sit beside him.
"Tell us, Sophia, what happened this week?"
I set Essis on my lap and paused momentarily. There was so much I could tell them, and so much I still had to keep secret. I couldn't tell them about the smuggling operation for sure. Though I trusted them, I didn't want to put them in danger. Grandma must have noticed the troubled look on my face. "Has there been drama?" I chuckled lightly. When isn't there drama? I mean, Liam and I had a little fight, but it's not a big deal. I wanted it to be the truth, but it was a lie. I was really bothered that he'd confided in Mia. "An argument or a fight?" Grandma asked. I shrugged. "What's the difference?" Grandma sighed and brought the plates over to the table. She sat and we began dishing up our food. Essis licked his lips as he watched me place the potatoes on my plate. "Every couple argues," Grandma said. "No one agrees on everything. But when you're throwing punches, that's when you know it's a real fight." I could tell by the way she said it, she didn't mean it literally. I'd thrown an emotional punch or two at Liam when I found out he'd told Mia, so I guess that fell into the realm of a fight. Which sucked, because I hated fighting with Liam. I thought we were past that. "It was a fight, I guess," I admitted. Grandpa tilted his head, looking sympathetic.
"Sophia, I'm sorry. But you two are good now, right?"
I popped a potato in my mouth and answered vaguely. "We will be."
"I really do like Liam,"
Grandpa said.
"I hope you two can find balance in your relationship."
"What do you mean?" I asked. Grandma mashed her potatoes on her plate. Essis was already scarfing the smaller ones down whole. "He means that every relationship takes work, even ours." "Really?" I asked skeptically as I cut my meat. "You two seem perfect together." Grandpa laughed.
"It wasn't always that way. We had a bit of a bumpy ride there, especially in the middle."
"Why?" I asked. "What happened?" They seemed to ignore my question. Instead, Grandma said, We're Coigny, so we're both very headstrong. We don't break down our walls so easily, and we don't swallow our pride.
But we had to, Grandpa said, to make things work. It was the decision between our pride and our love won out.
Grandma gazed to him like she was falling in love with him all over again. Eventually, we had to put our pride aside and listen to where the other person was coming from. Once we understood each other, we learned how to compromise, in ways where we were both satisfied with the outcome. That's what I should have done with Liam. Instead of lashing out when he told me about Mia, I should have let him explain to me why he trusted her. Maybe I could learn to trust her too. Maybe. I took a deep breath and my shoulders relaxed. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Grandpa popped another piece of roast beef in his mouth.
Is that all that happened this week?
No. I reached for the string around my neck. Grandpa gasped when I showed him the totem. I got the spirit totem back. He took it in his hands and gazed down at it like he was seeing a ghost.
But the elders, they took it during your trial.
Grandma froze and stared at the totem in shock. However did you get it back? It's probably best if you didn't know, I told them. Grandpa's eyes went wide, like he was imagining the worst. Don't worry, I said quickly. I didn't break any rules. He relaxed and ran his fingers over the delicate artwork. His ram familiar, Ernesto, sniffed it.
You're still interested in practicing with it, I presume?
I nodded. Yes. I was hoping maybe you knew more? Grandpa pressed his lips together.
I have some theories. Some things we weren't able to test last time.
What kind of theories? I asked curiously. Grandpa handed the totem back.
Why don't we eat first?
It was like he was keeping me in suspense on purpose, but I agreed anyway. An hour later, I was standing in the woods with my grandparents and our familiars. We were far off the main pathway, so no one would see us. Whatever Grandpa wanted to test with the totem was obviously too much to try in the house. Esses ran around a tree, chasing my grandma's white cat, Thelma, while Grandpa's fire-horned sheep lay lazily at the base of a tree beside them.
Let's sit,
Grandpa suggested. Though it was mid-February and still cold out, the area around us warmed to a comfortable temperature as Grandpa manipulated the heat in our secluded area of the woods. The ground was comfortable and dry when I sat. Grandma sat next to me until we formed a triangle. Grandpa took a deep breath before he spoke, like he was enjoying the nature around us.
Ever since the spirit totem was taken from you, I've put some thought into how it works. You said that the totem helped heal Liam in the caves, correct?
Oh, I bit my lower lip and glanced to Esses. I'd forgotten my grandparents believed that lie, since I'd told the elders that during our trial to protect Esses. I couldn't let my grandpa keep believing that, or it could change everything we knew about the totem. Plus, I knew they'd keep Esses' healing abilities a secret. I trusted my grandparents with my life. That's what I said, I admitted. But it was a lie. Grandpa furrowed his brow.
Why would you lie about that, Sophia?
I sighed. I did it to protect Esses. He's the one with the healing powers. Grandma inhaled a breath and looked to Esses, who was panting as he chased the ruby-eyed cat. He's a soul creature? I nodded. He's a Kerbal. Possibly the last of his kind. I'm not sure. All I know is that he can heal. Grandpa pressed his lips together in thought. I expected him to act a little more shocked at the information, but it looked as if he was placing it into some calculation in his head. What is it, Alan? Grandma asked. He snapped out of it and looked up to us.
This makes perfect sense.
I tilted my head. What does? He nodded, still thinking.
Yes, I think my theory is correct.
What? I prodded. What did you realize? Grandpa straightened.
You see, when you spoke of the spirit totem healing Liam, I realized that it never should have worked like that. Spirit totems don't contain their own power like other artifacts. They enhance what's already inside of you. The elders believed what you told them because there are some Anichi artifacts that can heal on their own, since the power is inside them. But at the trial, I already knew it was a spirit totem, so that got me thinking.
What? I demanded. Grandpa, tell me what you know. He pressed his lips together.
What I don't get is how the spirit totem works for you at all, since you're Coigni.
I shrugged. I guess the ancestors wanted to, since they've chosen me as a spirit warrior.
That could be, he agreed, but there's never been a spirit warrior outside of Anichi. I looked deeper into spirit totems after the elders took yours, and there's something that doesn't quite add up.
I furrowed my brow. What's that? Grandpa took a deep breath.
Only someone with the power of spirit should be able to use a spirit totem.
Are you sure? I asked. It didn't make any sense. The ancestors can do whatever they want, can't they? He shook his head.
Even the ancestors have to abide by the physical laws of our world, and our magic.
I touched the totem around my neck. So, how can I use it? It is a spirit totem, isn't it?
Yes.
He held his head high.
Sophia, I believe you have Anichi power within your blood.
I recoiled a bit. That I was not expecting. You think I'm Anichi and Coigni? Grandpa nodded, while realization crossed Grandma's face.
Somewhere within your lineage must be an Anichi ancestor. They were probably one of the last alive. Otherwise, you wouldn't be as connected to Anichi as you are.
What do you mean? I asked. Connected to Anichi?
Well, you bonded with an Anichi familiar,
Grandpa pointed out. I looked to Essus, who was sprawled out on the ground, his limbs pointing straight out as he tried to catch his breath. But people cross-bond all the time, don't they? I pointed out. I'd seen plenty of students with familiars who didn't quite match up with their house. Navita with aquatic familiars and Tawakwa with land mammals. I'd even seen a Coigni with an ice dragon.
Yes,
Grandpa confirmed.
but Anichi creatures have all but gone extinct. There must be a reason Essus sought you out.
Was that what made me special? Is that why Shawana chose me for the prophecy? Because I was the last remaining Elementai with Anichi blood, and I was the only one who could control the spirit totem. It had to be. That's why I'm the spirit warrior, I said aloud, because I'm part Anichi. Grandpa nodded. Who was my ancestor? I asked, suddenly intrigued. How many generations have passed? One of my parents must have had Anichi blood too. Do you think it came from your side? Grandma raised her hands and spoke gently. Not so fast, Sophia. She exchanged a glance with Grandpa like he could come to her rescue.
It must be from your father's side,
he said quickly, though there was something in his tone I couldn't quite read. It was like he wasn't quite sure. I guess that made sense, since everyone I knew from his side was already gone, including my paternal grandparents. I took a deep breath, still trying to process it all. So, if I'm part Anichi, can I heal? Grandpa pressed his lips together in thought.
I wondered that myself, but I can't say for certain. I think with so little Anichi blood, your soul powers only work when you have the totem. That was my initial theory. That together your Anichi blood and the totem helped heal Liam in the caves. But that obviously wasn't the case. Still, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to heal with the totem's help.
What else does it do? I asked. It amplifies my Coigni powers, but you make it sound like it only works with spirit.
I believe you are able to access it through your Anichi blood, and it then amplifies all the power inside of you, including your Coigni magic,
he explained.
I'm not sure yet if you'd be able to heal, because we don't know how much Anichi power you possess. But Anichi is capable of more than that.
They are? I asked in shock. Grandpa stood and held a hand out to me.
Yes. Let's see how much Anichi power you have.
Grandpa made me stand between two trees while he stood a few feet in front of me. Grandma went to sit beside our familiars to watch.
You trust the totem, correct?
Grandpa asked. I nodded firmly. We'd gone through that lesson already. I knew that if the totem wasn't working, it wasn't the fault of its powers, but fault in my faith in it. I knew it would work as long as I trusted in it. Yes, I believe in it.
And in yourself?
Grandpa asked. Yes, I told him. I'd proven myself too many times to doubt my magic anymore.
Among Anichi's powers, they are able to create light,
Grandpa explained. Out of nothing? I asked. It basically went against what Doya had taught in her lesson. Then again, none of our professors considered Anichi in their lessons.
Yes,
Grandpa said.
It's a magical type of light that originates inside of you. The Anichi used it to send signals or to blind their enemies.
I nodded along as he explained, trying to wrap my head around the idea that I was part Anichi and could possibly create beams of light before the day was through.
I want you to relax and picture a beam of light aimed right here.
He pointed to the center of his chest. How do I differentiate it from my Coigni magic? I asked.
The same way you differentiate the different types of Coigni magic, heat versus fire,
Grandpa said.
There should be another type of magic inside of you, one that's untapped, one you've never touched.
I never felt anything else, though, I told him.
Have you looked?
Grandpa challenged. The truth was, I hadn't. I'd never known to look for something else.
Close your eyes, Sophia,
Grandpa encouraged.
Focus on your inner magic, and find that piece that you've never touched before.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. All around me, the forest seemed to still. The air around me was warm, and the trees were quiet. Essis had stopped panting, and everything else remained quiet. It was peaceful and serene. I turned my focus inward. I could feel my Coigni magic at my heart. It was like a warmth that was always there, twisting slowly through my chest while waiting to be used. I knew its energy signature like I knew the sound of my own voice. I pulled my attention away from my Coigni magic and searched my body for other energy signatures. I could feel the thump of my heart in my chest and noticed the rhythm of my breath, but I felt nothing else.
Use the totem, if you must,
Grandpa suggested. I reached my hand to my chest and curled my fingers around the totem. The fire in my chest warmed, as if begging to escape, but I commanded it to calm while I searched for the spirit magic within me. I mentally explored every inch of my body, from my toes all the way up to my head and down to my fingers. As I reached my fingers curled around the totem, I noticed something. It was a softer, smoother energy where I touched the totem. It wasn't hot like my fire, but bright and melodic. I couldn't see or hear it, but that's how it felt. It was my spirit magic that connected me with the totem. Grandpa was right. I had Anachi blood. Taking another deep breath, I focused inward again, searching for the source of that beautiful magic. I found it buried deep within my abdomen. It swirled there like a gentle pool. Unlike my Coigni magic that moved like a raging river, the Anachi magic didn't beg to escape. It awaited my command. That was why I'd never noticed it before. I found it, I announced to my grandparents.
Good,
Grandpa said.
Now open your eyes and aim your light straight at me.
My eyes opened, but I didn't lift my palm right away. What if I hurt you? Grandpa shook his head.
You are not going to.
How do you know? I asked.
Because you trust in the totem, Sophia,
he said simply.
And I trust in you.
I took a deep breath and held it for a moment, then slowly let the air out through my nose. Okay. I lifted my right palm and aimed it at my grandpa. Bypassing the Coigni magic in my chest, I dug deep into my belly and tugged the Anachi magic upward. My Coigni magic protested, as if it were a jealous child pushing my soul magic out of the way. I willed my fire to calm as my soul came to the surface. I expected the light to burst from my palm like my fire often did, but it didn't. It came out smoothly, as if I were controlling it with a dimmer switch.
That's it,
Grandpa cried. I could hardly believe it. Grandma looked proud from the sidelines, and Essis cheered.
Keep going,
Grandpa instructed. I pulled more magic to the surface, and as I did, the light in my palm brightened until it was nearly blinding. I narrowed my focus and aimed it so that it was a circle on Grandpa's chest. Grandpa let out an excited cry.
Look at you, Sophia! You've done it!
A lump rose within my throat. I was thrilled, but there was something touching about learning I was something more, and that my grandpa had helped me realize it.
Excellent, Sophia,
Grandpa said, stepping toward me. He clapped me on the shoulder.
I think you're ready for round 2.
Round 2? I asked.
Force fields,
he said simply, like it was an everyday thing. My eyebrows shot up. Anachi can create force fields?
Yes,
Grandpa said as he began walking away from me.
I want you to take that beam of light and form it into something solid. Use it to protect yourself.
Protect myself from what? I barely got the question out before Grandpa whirled on his heel and shot a fireball at my head. Instinct overcame me, and I flung my own fireball at it, intercepting its path. The two collided and exploded mid-air. Grandma gasped. Alan, you don't have to be so aggressive.
How else is she going to learn?
Grandpa asked. It's fine, Grandma, I assured her. He's right. I have to learn somehow.
Coigni magic is off limits,
Grandpa stated.
Use your soul magic. Again.
He shot a fireball at me a second time. I tugged on my soul magic and aimed it at the fire whizzing through the air. But instead of some force field forming around me, a beam of light glowed out of my hand. I ducked at the last second before Grandpa's fireball flew by my head and landed behind me. A few dry leaves lit up in flames, but they died out within seconds. Again and again we went through this routine, but each time ended with the same result. Maybe my Anachi magic isn't strong enough for force fields, I theorized.
We don't know that yet,
Grandpa said.
We've only just begun. It's time to push you.
Push me how? Grandpa didn't answer. Instead, he formed a fireball and drew it back. I expected him to throw it at me like he had with the others, but instead, he twisted at the last second and sent it straight at Essis. Essis squealed as his eyes went wide, but he was too frightened to move. I did the only thing I could. I jumped in front of the fireball. I landed hard on my shoulder, my hands aimed out in front of me. I squeezed my eyes shut, awaiting the impact of the flames. But when I opened them, I saw that the fireball was gone. I glanced behind myself, expecting the ground to be on fire or there to be scorch marks somewhere, but there weren't. Grandma gazed down at me in amazement. "Sophia, you did it!" Essis hopped onto my back and squealed in delight. "I did?" I looked around. I barely had a chance to take anything in before Grandpa was barking orders again.
"Keep going, Sophia,"
Grandpa instructed. He threw another fireball at us. I flinched, but it slammed into an invisible barrier a few feet away from me. Something tingled within me, like I could feel the attack on my magic. Then I saw it. Next to the explosion, something white shimmered in the air, like the bubbles I played with as a kid. I looked upward and I noticed the shimmering at all angles. I'd created a dome that encompassed me, my grandma, and our familiars. The force field seemed to cut through the trees, keeping parts of them inside the protective barrier. Grandpa threw another fireball, then 2 more after that in quick succession. I knew what I had to do. Essis jumped off me while I rose to my feet. I dug deeper into that Anichi magic and aimed it out through my hands. The force field around us grew bigger as more and more fireballs rained down on us. Grandpa tried to penetrate my barrier, but he couldn't. He took a step back as my force field grew, stretching 10 yards wide, then 20. It reached high above our heads until it went past the tall trees and encompassed some of them entirely. Grandma clapped in delight. "Go, Sophia!" The 3 of our familiars were on their feet, watching the shimmering grow through the forest. Essis stuck his fingers in his mouth and let out a shrill whistle. He was thrilled. By the time my force field grew to 30 yards across, I was struggling to push it anymore. I felt as if I pushed it any further, I might collapse. My limbs were shaking and sweat had broken out across my brow. I couldn't hold on any longer. I dropped my hands and the shimmering disappeared. I fell to my knees and breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa ceased his assault of fireballs immediately and rushed to my side. Grandma was already beside me, a gentle hand on my shoulder. I inhaled deep breaths to regain my strength. "That was amazing, Sophia," Grandma complimented.
"Truly amazing,"
Grandpa agreed.
"I'm so proud of you."
I wiped the sweat off my forehead and looked to him. I'm basically still in shock. I can't believe I'm part Anichi. Thank you for teaching me how to use the totem, Grandpa. I threw my arms around his neck and he hugged me back.
"This is only a start, Sophia,"
he reminded me. "I know, but it was a good start," I said. He nodded.
"I can't wait to see how much you can do with the totem. You, my girl, are extraordinary."
I found Jonah, Imogen, and Liam in the Anichi dorms that evening, along with their familiars. Liam was lying on one of the couches with a wet washcloth on his head and a bucket clutched in his arms. A thick blanket was wrapped around his shoulders, but he was still shivering. "Ancestors!" I cried as I rushed into the room. "Liam, what happened?" I hurried over and knelt beside him. Imogen was already there, sorting through various potion vials. Jonah sat on the other couch, looking a little helpless.
"My immune system shit,"
Liam complained.
"That's what happened."
"It's just the flu, right?" I asked in a rush. I hoped to the ancestors it would pass. Liam shook his head.
"Same old illness. Just a bad day."
"That's good," I said. "We can fix this." Imogen set her vials aside. "I was looking for something that would help the nausea until you and Essis got back, but I've got nothing."
"I'll be fine."
Liam's face paled, and he leaned over his bucket and made awful gagging sounds, though nothing came out. Finally, he lifted his head and gestured to Essus.
Come on, buddy. What do you say to a treatment?
I held Essus firmly in my lap. Wait. All eyes turned curiously toward me. I cleared my throat. I want to try something first. I told them about what had happened in the woods with my grandparents today, and how I'd learned that I had Anachi blood. They all looked stunned at the news, and at the fact that I could channel light and create force fields. Whoa, Imogen said breathlessly. I didn't think it was possible to exhibit two types of powers, even from mixed parents. My grandpa thinks that the only way I can access my Anachi power is through the spirit totem, I explained. So I don't think I could without it.
And you want to try healing me?
Liam asked. He didn't sound apprehensive at all. He sounded curious to see the result. I nodded. If that's okay with you. He set his bucket aside and shifted on the couch.
I don't see why we shouldn't try. I trust you, Sophia.
He reached out and took my hand in his, then placed my open palm on his heart.
Let's see if it works.
Liam closed his eyes, awaiting my powers. I was acutely aware of all eyes on me, but I tried to pretend like they weren't there as I focused inward and pulled my soul magic to the surface. I guided it out of myself, but instead of flowing into Liam, it manifested in a bright glow, so bright that it lit up Liam's chest. Holy ancestors! Imogen breathed in amazement. Sassy's eyes went wide, and Squeaks ruffled her feathers like she couldn't believe what she was seeing.
That's amazing,
Jonah said. Liam opened his eyes and glanced down to take in the white light. I felt his chest rise beneath my palm as he turned his head back up and closed his eyes again.
Keep trying. I believe in you, Sophia.
My chest felt lighter when he said that. But it didn't seem to matter because no matter how much I tried to channel my Anachi magic into him, it didn't help. Maybe I was doing it wrong. Maybe healing magic worked differently than I thought.
I don't feel anything,
Liam said. Do you want me to stop? I asked. He shook his head.
Keep trying.
But it didn't help. After a good 20 minutes of sitting there waiting for something to happen, we gave up. I dropped my hand. Sorry, Liam.
It's okay, Sophia,
he said, as Essus crawled into his lap. Almost immediately, I noticed color return to his lips, and his eyes seemed brighter.
We'll try again next time.
I chuckled lightly. So, basically, tomorrow. Liam laughed.
Yeah, probably.
Imogen cut in and reached for Liam's bucket, washcloth, and blanket. Here, let me clean this up. Jonah jumped to her side and helped fold the blanket. Then they went off into one of the rooms to return everything. Liam already looked so much better. He took my hand and guided me onto the couch. He put one arm around me and pulled me close to cuddle. I rested my head on his shoulder. He placed a warm kiss on my head.
Thanks for trying.
At least we have Essus, I said.
Yeah.
Liam scratched Essus behind the ears and he purred.
He's a real lifesaver.
I sat there for several seconds, enjoying the rise and fall of Liam's chest. It felt so good to be in his arms, but there was something I had to say. Liam, I whispered, I'm sorry about the other day. He laid his head on top of mine.
What do you mean?
When I yelled at you about Mia, I know you were only doing what you thought was right. I don't want to fight. Liam let out a soft breath.
I'm sorry I told her without asking you first. I don't want to fight either, Pawi.
Jonah and Imogen returned then. Aw, Imogen sang. I love how you call her Pawi. Cherished one is so fitting, don't you think, Jonah? The two of them sat on the couch across from us, and Sassy jumped up to cuddle in. Squeaks tried to sit next to Jonah, but she was basically on his lap. He slapped her ass.
Squeaks, you're going to suffocate me.
She huffed and got off to sit on the floor beside him, appearing insulted. Jonah turned to Imogen and wiggled his eyebrows.
Yeah, I think Pawi is just about perfect.
They exchanged this knowing smile that suggested they were talking in code or something. I narrowed my eyes at them. What's going on? Liam calls me Pawi all the time, and you guys have never said anything. Nothing, Imogen insisted. But her voice sounded higher than normal. I'm just saying, you two make the perfect pair. Hey, Sophia, have you ever considered what you'd wear to a formal event? I furrowed my brow at her. I wore that blue dress to the elemental ball. Yeah, but what about your hair? Imogen asked. I'm thinking a nice braid with blue flowers.
Oh, Jonah chimed in, and maybe a few roses to match the... Guys,
Liam snapped, so loud that it startled me and Essus. Imogen turned bright pink, and Jonah wore an innocent look on his face. What was going on? Liam cleared his throat.
Since I'm feeling better, maybe we should go do something. You know, get out of here, where you won't be tempted with this small talk.
Obviously, he knew something I didn't. This was going right over my head. What are we supposed to do? I asked. We're not allowed in the commons anymore, and the Bayami dorms suck.
We could go into town and pick up some booze, Jonah offered. Party in the Anichi dorms?
Liam groaned.
Can't we get out for once, like we used to?
Where are we going to go without getting in trouble? I asked. I bet we can't even party on the beach anymore without the task force sending us back to the castle. I have an idea, Imogen exclaimed, bouncing a little in her seat. We could go visit my tarot card reader. Jonah pressed his fingers to his eyes.
Ancestors, Imogen, not this again. Tarot cards aren't real.
So what? Imogen shot back at him. It would still be fun, wouldn't it? I couldn't say I wasn't intrigued. I think it's a good idea. We should go. Liam shrugged.
If it gets us out of the castle, I'm all for it. Fine, Jonah groaned, but we're taking a carriage.
We snuck out of the Anichi dorms and down to the stables. The sun was just setting, leaving enough light to lead us down the path. When we got to the stables, though, something was different. Usually, you could walk right up and sign out one of the unicorns, or take a carriage for the day. Now there were signs on every carriage that read, "For De Forti only." Liam's hands curled into fists. He walked straight into the stables and got one of the workers' attention.
Hey, what's going on? Bayami can't rent out transportation anymore?
It wasn't until the worker lifted his gaze to us that I realized I recognized him. His name was Sam. He used to play ping pong with Cade in the commons. He had an alicorn familiar who'd gotten sick with the plague last semester, before we'd brought Kinpago the cure. I'd seen him around the Bayami dorms. Sam's shoulders fell.
Liam, I'm sorry. We didn't make the rules. If it were up to us, we wouldn't put a label on anything.
Sam gestured around to the other volunteers. There were half a dozen of them who were cleaning the stables and feeding the creatures before bed.
We're all Bayami here. Even we can't sign the creatures out anymore.
Imogen stepped forward. Then why are you still volunteering? Sam sighed.
Someone has to take care of the unicorns. The De Forti who used to volunteer for extra credit dropped out when Professor Azalea called the stables Bayami work. She oversees the stables and has convinced the deans to require Bayami in certain majors to work here. If we don't, we won't pass.
Imogen frowned. Sam, I'm so sorry. He shrugged.
It is what it is. Sorry you couldn't get a carriage. I hope you can still get to where you're going.
We will, Imogen said. Thanks for letting us know, Sam.
No problem, he replied. See you guys around.
We waved, and Imogen led us back along the trail. She walked a little faster than normal. Well, that just pisses me off. Worry knotted in my gut. Bayami were being singled out for so much crap lately. How far would DeForti take it? We can still get carriages from town, right? I asked. I would think so, Imogen answered. But we can walk. Her place isn't far. I just want to forget about this DeForti/Bayami crap for the night, if that's okay with you guys.
Totally,
Jonah agreed.
I'm in,
Liam said. We continued along the path while Sassy, Squeaks, and Esses chased each other around ahead of us. They looked like they were having a good time. Jonah tried lightening the mood by making dick jokes, and Imogen played off him with nasty jokes of her own. Liam and I strolled side by side with our fingers entwined, laughing at the two of them. So tell me, Im, what's the deal with this tarot card lady? I asked. Aren't Natterai the only ones who can tell the future? Tarot cards aren't about telling your future, Imogen informed me. They're more like a roadmap about the path that you're on, which you can always change. They're different from prophecies. Anyone can read them, not just an oracle. Then why do we need to visit someone? Couldn't we just buy a deck ourselves? I questioned. Because she actually knows how to read the cards, Imogen stated flatly. I chuckled. Good point.
It's just for fun,
Jonah insisted, like it wasn't real. It is not, Imogen shot back at him. She turned to me to explain. Look, you can't tell anyone I told you this, all right? The elders don't know. I pretended to zip my lips. My lips are sealed. You guys, too? Imogen gave the guys a pointed look.
Agreed,
Liam said. Jonah replied,
Your secret's safe with me.
Imogen took a deep breath. She's not entirely Hawkeye. She's also part witch.
Part witch?
Jonah practically screamed.
Like from the Miriamic Coven? The bastards who gave us the plague?
Imogen reached up to slap her hand over his mouth, which was basically as high as she could reach. Shh! You don't need to announce it to all of Kinpago. If anyone knew, they might think she started the plague. She could be sentenced without a trial just for being associated with the Miriamic Coven. I eyed Imogen skeptically. To be honest, Im, it sounds kind of sketchy. How do you know she wasn't involved? Imogen's hands balled into fists. She looked a little irritated. I've been going to her for years. I trust her entirely. She didn't start the plague. Okay, I said, a little taken aback by her harsh tone. If you trust her, then I trust her. Imogen relaxed. Anyway, all witches can read tarot. Hattie does it to stay in touch with her witch side, since she's not really able to use her other magic here in Kinpago. It would give her away. Liam wore a nervous frown.
I hope you know what you're doing, Em.
I do. She looked forward again, and her eyes lit up. We're here. We turned down a narrow path with trees on all sides. A tiny brick cottage came into view. Ivy grew up the sides, and there was a little fountain out front that trickled with water. Smoke billowed from the chimney, and the air smelled crisp and clean. Fortune fairies fluttered around the front lawn, lighting it up in a beautiful display of twinkling lights. It was like something straight from a fairy tale. It looked so peaceful and homey. Wow, I remarked. It's beautiful. Esses' mouth turned into a perfect O as he gazed up at the fortune fairies. He swatted them playfully as we approached, and Sassy chased one around in circles. Imogen led us straight up to the front door and knocked. A few moments later, the door swung open, and an old lady poked her head out the door. She had deep age lines across her face and long white hair that fell to her waist. Though she hunched over and used a cane to walk, she had a young look in her eyes. She had mostly European features with a little bit of Hawkeye mixed in.
Imogen, she said brightly. It's been a while.
It has, Hattie, Imogen said. Are you available for a reading?
Of course.
Hattie opened the door wider.
Come in, come in. Who are all your friends?
Hattie shook each of our hands as we stepped inside. These are Jonah, Sophia, and Liam, Imogen said, and their familiars, Squeaks, Sassy, and Essis. Hattie looked delighted to have us. The cottage was small, with beautiful natural textures like stone and wood. A large area rug lay on the other side of the couch in the living room. It had been woven with various colors of thread in the traditional Hawkeye art form. All around I noticed Hawkeye influences. Arrows hung above the stove, and a dream catcher hung in the doorway to the bedroom. A round table sat in the middle of the room, close to the burning fireplace. It was set with a beautiful carving of a wolf as the centerpiece. In the kitchen, endless herbs grew in the window, and other plants were placed around the room. If I had to wager a bet, Hattie was Navita. I glanced around for a familiar and didn't see one, until a gray wolf stepped out from behind the couch. She had a grace about her, but she looked ancient and moved slowly. Hattie held her hand out, and her familiar came over to nuzzle against it.
Please, sit,
Hattie invited, gesturing us to join her around the table. There were only 4 chairs, so Jonah sat on Squeak's rear to get up close to us. Liam sat on my right and took my hand in his, while Essis perched on my lap and peeked up over the edge. Hattie opened a drawer on a small table by the door and pulled out a deck of cards. She walked slowly to her chair and sat down, her familiar at her side. Hattie began shuffling.
What brings you here today?
We needed to get out, Imogen said. We thought a tarot reading would be fun. Hattie nodded in understanding.
It is indeed. I will pick 3 cards for each of you, your past, present, and future, and 1 card for your familiar. Your familiar will go first.
Hattie fanned the cards out toward Squeaks, and she pulled one from the middle with her beak. Hattie took the card and flipped it over.
The 7 of Swords, she said curiously. This is the card of betrayal, deception, and trickery. Your familiar feels betrayed, Jonah. You must work with her to resolve these feelings.
Jonah's face paled. Clearly, he and Squeaks were still having issues since their fight over Raynar. He reached out to pet her, and Squeaks gave a low coo. Hattie put the card back in the deck and set the deck in front of Jonah.
Your turn. Slice the deck, please.
Jonah looked a little skeptical, but he reached out and cut the deck in half anyway. Hattie positioned the lower half on top of the upper and pulled the first card. The whole time, my heart beat wildly in my chest. I didn't know whether to believe in this stuff or not, but I'd seen so much since coming to Orenda Academy. I knew this could be as real as elemental magic. I only feared what Hattie might tell us. Hattie placed the top card face up. It depicted a man upon a throne, holding a large gold coin with a star on it.
The King of Pentacles,
Hattie announced. She turned a curious eye to Jonah.
You had great wealth in your past.
Jonah shifted uncomfortably.
Well, yeah. We won the cup, so I had some money for a while.
Hattie turned over another card. This one depicted a man holding 2 swords, with 3 others on the ground. 2 figures faced away from the man as if they'd been betrayed.
Hattie mused, eyeing the cards.
What? Jonah sat up straighter and leaned into the table. He suddenly didn't seem so skeptical anymore.
Have you lost your financial abundance? She asked. This card represents conflict and disagreements. You've had a falling out over this, haven't you? Jonah's brows fell over his eyes, like he couldn't figure out how she knew. Everyone knew we won the cup, but only a few people knew he'd lost all his winnings to his parents. Yeah, how did you know? She shook her head. I know nothing but what the cards tell me. The Five of Swords suggests that in walking away from this situation, you are experiencing sadness and loss. Jonah's face fell. Well, yeah, they're my family. Hattie nodded. The cards urge you to make amends and to move on, Jonah. Now is not the time to dwell on the past. You must accept what you lost and learn from it. Jonah's eyes widened, like he was starting to get a little freaked out. What about the future? What does that card say? Hattie turned over another card. This one showed a couple with 2 children, standing in front of a rainbow with 10 cups. The 10 of Cups, Hattie said, more to herself than to anyone else. Should you follow the advice of the Five of Swords and move on from your loss, you shall experience love beyond measure. Your relationships, your family, will live in bliss and harmony. Jonah eyed her skeptically. That doesn't sound like my family. Hattie offered a small smile. This card speaks of the future, Jonah. Perhaps your family of the future is not your family of the past. Jonah seemed extremely hopeful. His eyes shone with the possibility that he'd be able to have a family of his own someday. With that, Hattie gathered the cards and began to reshuffle, leaving Jonah plenty to think about. She fanned the cards out toward Sassy, who sat on Imogen's lap. Sassy nudged one of the cards with her nose, and Hattie pulled it out of the deck and flipped it over. The card showed a woman petting a lion. Strength, Hattie said. A very fitting card for Sassy. This card indicates that Sassy is full of courage and compassion. Sassy is persistent and determined, and she can overcome any obstacle in her way. Wow, that's crazy accurate. Imogen scratched Sassy behind the ears. Isn't it, girl? Imogen, please split the deck. Hattie placed the deck in front of her, and Imogen cut the deck down the middle. Hattie flipped over her first card. It showed a figure standing in front of a collection of cups in the sky. Each one held a different item, like a snake and a pile of jewels. The 7 of Cups? Imogen asked. What does that mean? I never got that one before. This is the card of opportunity, Hattie explained. But it can also signify illusion. There's a bigger picture that you are not seeing. The answer to your deepest pain is right in front of you. Imogen tilted her head to the side, looking unsure of what that meant. Hattie pulled another card. This one had the gold coins again, and a lot of them. The 10 of Pentacles. This suggests you have much wealth and financial security. Imogen nodded. I'm the only one with my cup winnings left. Hattie placed another card on the table for Imogen's future. It depicted a naked woman pouring water out of 2 pots, with a large star above her. She smiled brightly. The star. Imogen's eyes brightened. The star? Hattie nodded. You will go through many challenges, but in the end they will be worth it. This is the card of hope, Imogen. The ancestors have a plan for you, and you will be greatly rewarded when your period of turmoil is over. At the end of your spiritual journey, you will find yourself, and your life will settle as calm energy surrounds you and embodies you. Wow, Imogen said. I like the sound of that. Jonah nudged her. We both got good ones. Hattie reshuffled and had Liam cut the deck next. When she placed the first card, my blood ran cold.
It showed a skeleton man riding on the back of a white horse. Death. I gasped, but Liam's expression remained stone cold.
That one's obvious, Liam stated. Everyone knows my familiar died.
The death card is vastly misinterpreted, Liam, Hattie explained. It does not signify literal death, but a metaphorical death, moving from one stage of your life to the next. In this case, yes, it could have been marked by your familiar's death, but only because that set off a domino effect that led you on your new path. She wasn't exactly wrong. When Nashoma died, the tribe shamed Liam. It was the reason they'd sent him to escort me to Orenda Academy in the first place. He'd hoped to gain some favor back with the tribe. If Liam hadn't come to get me, things would be very different now. Liam seemed unsettled by the death card, even though he didn't seem sure he really believed in all of this. Hattie drew another card, which showed a woman sitting in front of two pillars, one light and one dark. Your present aligns you with the High Priestess. She represents your intuition and subconscious mind. You should be listening to your intuition now to guide you on your path, Liam. He nodded. The way he looked at her with unmoving eyes suggested what she said resonated with him. It was almost like he believed it. She flipped over his card for the future. It showed a man on a throne holding a sword. If you follow your intuition, it will lead you to the King of Swords, where truths will be revealed to you. This is the card of authority and mental clarity. Though you have suffered loss in your past, you will rise to serve as a great leader and a source of knowledge to many. That sounds just like Liam, I said. Yeah, Imogen agreed. It really does.
Totally you, bro,
Jonah said. Liam pressed his lips together. It looked like he was trying to decide whether he agreed or not.
Yeah, I guess so.
Essis was next. Hattie shuffled and fanned out the cards, and Essis pointed to one. Hattie flipped it over. The card depicted a woman floating in the sky and dancing inside a wreath. I didn't know what it meant, but it looked like a good card. The world, Hattie announced, carefully studying the image. This is the card of achievement and success. You, Essis, are meant for great things, and you are close to fulfilling your quest. The way she said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, though I didn't know why. Before I could question what she meant by that, she turned to me. Cut the deck, please. I took a deep breath before touching the cards. It was like if I cut them at the wrong location, I'd get a bad reading. I didn't go in half. I only took a few cards off the top, then set them beside the others. Hattie gathered them, then flipped over the first card. It showed a man sitting beside a tree with 3 cups in front of him and another being offered to him by an invisible hand. He crossed his arms and refused. The 4 of Cups is a card of contemplation. You've had opportunities come to you, but have said no to them. I couldn't argue with that. I'd put a lot of energy into trying to find a way out of the prophecy when I'd contacted Shawana. Hattie turned over another card, and my guts twisted. The card showed a man and woman bound by chains around their necks. A man twice their size stood between them. He had curved horns growing out of his head and bat-like wings. The devil. I didn't know what the card meant, but I knew it couldn't be good. Hattie drew a sharp breath. She looked a little flustered as she rushed to explain. The devil represents your dark side, the parts of yourself that are holding you back from your true potential. Things like addiction, negative thoughts, and destructive behaviors. Her voice grew stronger as she spoke. You feel trapped. You feel as if you have no control over your situation. But you do, Sophia. You must face your dark side, become aware of it, and break free from these negative influences. She sounded like she knew exactly what she was talking about, which sent a shiver down my spine. How could she know what was happening to me when I barely knew it myself? It was obvious the riots had left permanent damage. Was I making it worse by pushing my emotions away instead of facing them? But she was right. I didn't feel like I had the power to change it. I couldn't go back and erase the riots. Hattie fixed her gaze on me. I kept my head down because I felt like if I looked her in the eye, she'd know what I was thinking. But I wasn't sure I could do what she was asking. Hattie placed a gentle hand on mine. Nowhere does the card suggest you have to do this alone. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced the tears back. Liam squeezed my hand tighter. Okay, I whispered. What about the future? Hattie turned over my final card. My stomach plummeted to my toes. All my friends had gotten good cards for their future, telling them they would thrive once all of this was over. I didn't need Hattie to tell me what this card meant, because it was clear by the image. Heartbreak. 3 of Swords, Hattie said solemnly. The card showed a red heart floating in the sky during a storm, with 3 swords pierced straight through it. My breath wavered. Hattie swallowed. This is the card of heartbreak. Soon, you will make a sacrifice that will take your life. My hand shot over my mouth. Hattie couldn't be any clearer. Sooner or later, the day would come when I would die for the Hawkeye.
Chapter 9. Liam. Fuck those tarot cards. Sophia wasn't going to die on me. No fucking way. I got that we were trying to save the Hawkeye from certain extinction, but I'd sacrifice the entire tribe as long as it meant keeping Sophia alive. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for my people, except give up the love of my life. Not her. That was one line that I refused to cross. I understood that Sophia had promised the ancestors she'd give her life to save the Elementi if it came down to it. She had forced me to agree that if she needed to, I wouldn't stop her. I didn't know if that was a promise I could keep. If what we were doing was eventually going to lead to Sophia's death, I was willing to let the world burn just to save her life. I tried to push the reading out of my mind, though I couldn't deny that it had been really accurate for all of us. I knew the moment I pulled the death card that there was more magic involved than I wanted to admit. But who could trust witches anyway? Not fucking me. Hawkeye needed to stick to their own kind. I didn't agree with magical races mixing, especially not Elementi. There weren't enough of us in the world already to keep our culture going, especially not with the bullshit the elders were currently pulling. We needed to keep our bloodline pure and resist watering it down with other supernatural races, including colonizers like the Miriamic Coven. Yet, that was the same kind of thinking that led the Deforti to treating the Bayami like crap, and I realized that. Not to mention, it wasn't very different from the kind of hatred Sophia and I experienced as Interhouse. Maybe I was the bigoted one. Who the fuck knew? Head Dean Ulrich summoned us to the Anichi dorms late Friday evening. My symptoms had been flaring off and on for the past few weeks, so I ended up getting there last. It took me forever to climb the stairs and drag myself to the couch. Alric and Baines stood near the fireplace, where everyone had gathered around in a semicircle. Imogen and Jonah were squeezed together on one of the armchairs, while Squeaks lay on the floor with Sassy on her back. There were plenty of chairs, so I didn't know why Imogen and Jonah felt like sharing one, but I'd stopped asking long ago why the hell those two did anything. Lindsay and Miranda were talking in low voices with Maddie in the corner. Drew was nearby, and he seemed left out next to Ace, Irikari, Medusa, and Evelyn. Ezra was leaning up against Diami and appeared deep in thought. Wyatt and his familiar weren't here. I didn't know where they could be. Bren had shown up with Kingston, but Vanessa was still missing. "Vanessa all right?" I asked Bren when I passed him. He didn't answer right away. "I'm not quite sure," he confessed. "She's been okay, but the baby's been taking a lot out of her. She's had to miss a lot of class." "Are you sure you don't want to go home?" I asked. Bren shook his head. "No, she told me I needed to be here. Aisha will watch over her." I hoped so. I didn't know how Bren held it together. If Sophia was pregnant, I'd be freaking out all the time. But that would never happen, because I couldn't give Sophia her dream. Sophia was sitting on the couch and playing with Esses. When she looked up at me, she immediately caught on to the fact that I didn't seem well, though I was trying to hide it. Guess that was one of the things about being in a relationship. Your significant other always knew. Esses immediately scurried over and sat on my lap, placing his paws on my abdomen. I felt his healing power work almost instantly, though it didn't immediately take away most of the pain like it normally did. Esses scowled, like he could sense his magic wasn't working as well as it used to. It made me think about how my ancestor Anna had died young, despite the Anachi doing what they could to save her. I didn't want to end up like that, and it was freaking the hell out of me. If Esses's magic stopped working, I didn't exactly have a lot of options. "Are you okay?" Sophia asked. I cleared my throat, which felt thick. "I'm fine, Pawi." Her eyebrows knitted together. Fine never means fine. "I'll be okay." I didn't want her to worry more than she already did, and with the smuggling operation well underway, I was under a lot of stress lately. It didn't leave a lot of time for me to take care of myself. My brother must have noticed I looked pale, because he stood up and crossed the room. Ezra tossed me a water from the mini fridge, and I snatched it out of the air. I gave him a nod to say thanks. The conversation quieted as Alric stepped forward. Alric took a deep breath and said, "I think it's important to address some issues that have come up. The elders and the task force have taken notice of the disappearances. They know that students are leaving the school, though they don't know how. We can expect a crackdown in surveillance here very soon." "But does anyone really care that people have gone missing? I mean, they're Bayami. The Deforti just want us gone," Jonas said. "Yes and no," Alric began. "Oleander's main goal is ethnic cleansing. But for the meantime, the Bayami are still useful for menial tasks and jobs that the Deforti don't want to do. They're an easy source of slave labor." "I hate being called one of them," Ezra said spitefully. "Me too," Lindsay chimed in. Miranda hung her head in agreement. "Right now, Deforti outnumbers Bayami 3-1, Bane said. "We can expect things to continue on like they have been for a few months more, but the real concern is whether or not Deforti will start executing people soon and on a mass scale." "Things won't ever get that far," Alric insisted. "The ancestors will intervene, I'm sure of it. Nothing like that could ever happen within the tribe." Bane grimaced and said nothing. I knew what he was thinking. Something like this had happened before. Anachi had been wiped out because of it. Still, I didn't want to challenge Alric and speak up. We needed to have faith in him. "So how do we need to change things?" Sophia asked. "We've been sloppy. That can't be allowed to continue," Alric said. "I believe it's best if we keep sneaking students out one by one so that their disappearances aren't as noticed. That way we avoid arousing more suspicion." "I disagree," Bane said. "I think we need to start smuggling out as many people as we can, before it's too late." "Elliot, you're putting this whole operation at risk," Alric snapped. "We nearly risked exposure the last time." That much was true. Smuggling 20 people out of the castle hadn't been easy. The task force had definitely noticed. If they caught on that any of us had been involved, it wouldn't be too long before they'd start watching us and piece together what we were doing.
This mission can't go on forever, Bane said, a low tone of warning to his voice. We'll eventually need to stop doing this before we're discovered, so we should save as many lives as possible in the meantime.
I have no intention of stopping, Imogen spoke up. We've barely begun. Many of us nodded in agreement. I didn't intend to stop helping people escape until we were found out. Too many Bayami needed us.
Forgive me, Miss Arnold, but you're being unrealistic, Bane said before he turned to us. As are all of you. I understand that you're young and optimistic, but we're putting our lives on the line for an impermanent solution, and we can't help anyone if we're dead. I'm telling you that the people won't allow it, Alric said.
His tone was so harsh that it surprised me. Alric never lost his temper. He always maintained control at all times.
Caspian, you need to think of the long term, Bane said through clenched teeth.
He quickly glanced at Sophia before setting his eyes forward.
Alric cleared his throat. We will continue the operation as we have previously, he said. We will sneak out students one by one unless it is necessary to smuggle out a large group all at once. Does anyone else have any questions?
Bane made an angry noise and shook his head. I raised my hand. I have a question, actually, I said. Alric and Bane glanced at me. I was pretty bold for doing this, but I had to have answers. Where did Professor Perot go? Along with all the other professors, I stated. He left a letter behind for me, but it's not enough. Most of the staff has been replaced. Can anyone tell me what happened? Bane and Alric held a glance with each other. It was like they were trying to figure out what exactly was safe to tell me. The two of them were keeping secrets from us. I just had a feeling. Alric sighed.
Shortly before the riots, a secret meeting was called between all the teachers by Professor Perot himself. Many of them knew where society was going and had heard rumors of the two-house system before Oleander revealed it. Obviously, most of the staff did not want any part in this. Multiple teachers turned in their resignation papers to me that day and left quickly during the night. Very few decided to remain behind.
But where did they go? I asked. They must have went somewhere.
That I cannot tell you, Alric said. If I knew where, I would be there myself. That is a piece of information Jacques decided not to share with me.
Alric's voice was very sad. It was obvious he really missed Perot. I believed him when he said that he didn't know where Perot went, because if he did, he'd be there with him. Bane stepped in front of Alric and said,
The teachers who left scattered. They're probably all hiding in different places. But that doesn't matter because they're not here. And we can't rely on people who aren't here to help us stop what's coming.
That much was true. No matter how badly we needed Perot and people like him to help us, he'd decided to dip. The people in this room were the best we were going to get. The room was quiet. Lindsay and Miranda shifted uncomfortably in the corner, and Alric said,
I won't be calling any more meetings unless they're absolutely necessary. Everyone needs to keep their guard up. From this moment on, all of us need to be extra careful.
Saturday morning, I headed to the library to meet up with Jonah. Bayami students were still allowed in the library, but we were confined to a corner behind a group of shelves where most people couldn't see us. That was fine by me, as I didn't want anyone noticing what we were doing anyway. Jonah was supposed to be doing his homework, but his books were spread out in front of him and he wasn't paying attention to them. Instead, he was goofing around, floating around a balled-up piece of paper while Squeaks tried to snatch it from midair. Every time she got close, he yanked the ball away. Squeaks let out a low, irritated tone while Jonah snickered.
Do you and Imogen have everything ready for tonight?
I whispered as I came up beside him.
It's all ready to go, Jonah said.
Here's hoping you don't lose your nerve.
Yeah.
Ancestors, I was so nervous I felt like I was gonna throw up. Shit, Jonah, what if she says no? You should have gotten a bigger ring. Fuck you. Though the library was supposed to be quiet, loud slurping noises broke the silence. Footsteps came around the corner. I leaned around the shelf to see Raynar and Mallory. They were making out in a rather disgusting way, which accounted for the nasty noises. Mallory's giggles faded as she and Raynar ran off somewhere else. Squeaks clacked her beak in a displeased way. It doesn't matter, Squeaky. I don't care about him anymore, Jonah said, but his tone was slightly depressed. Even though Jonah had ceased to have feelings for Raynar, it was obvious he felt lonely. I wish you'd broken both his legs so he couldn't walk at all, I growled. Jonah shook his head. I lost my temper that night. I never want to do anything like that ever again. You were protecting Imogen. That bastard deserved it. I slunk into the seat opposite him. Who are you and I to make that call, though? Jonah asked. Believe me, I wanted to kill him that night he hurt Im, but what held me back was the thought that if I did, I'd be just like him. Who cares? It doesn't matter, I argued. Yes, it does. There's no justice in violence or war. There's no reason for it, Jonah said. The Hawkeye could avoid all this suffering in the first place if we sought peace instead of power. If we don't hold ourselves to a higher standard, this is never going to end. War isn't avoidable, I said quietly. It was one of those things my dad had drilled into my head during my chief training. No matter how hard people tried to resist their inner nature, some fuckheads would always come along to ruin things for everyone. Then others would have to rise up to stop them, and that always required sacrifice. It has to be. Otherwise, what are we even doing this for? Just for another war to start again somewhere down the line? Jonah asked. Forget about the future. We're in the middle of a war right now, I reminded him. Sometimes violence is the only way. For survival. I don't believe that. Alric says there's another way, so it has to be true, Jonah said. I don't believe in hurting people or taking lives. It's not right. Being a pacifist is only going to get you hurt in these kinds of situations, I said, before I added, or killed. Fine then, but I won't compromise my morals, Jonah said. He made a scoffing noise and said, I'm not some kind of a monster like my dad. You could never be your dad. He's on a whole other level, I said. But that doesn't mean you can't protect your own. Liam, I want to be a teacher because I want to help kids. I want to show them there's a better way, he said. Someone has to stop the cycle. I guess. I got that Jonah was into philosophy and psychology, and we could debate this all day, but regardless, it had always come down to the same point. Until the tribe changed, which I wasn't sure it ever would, I didn't think Jonah's dream of a peaceful world was possible. Jonah shook his head. If people don't change, we're just going to end up making more people like Raynar. He's a product of his environment. Why do you still stick up for him? It's obvious he's a piece of trash, I said. I don't stick up for him, but I understand him, Jonah said. I know why he's the way he is. I made a skeptical noise. There is no excuse for how that asshole behaves. No, Jonah said quietly. But I do wish he'd gotten a better chance. Jonah, what the hell do you mean? I put an arm on the table. You're always saying how Raynar had it bad, but how can I believe you after all he's done to you? Jonah hesitated. He eyed Squeaks for a moment before she gave a chirp, and he said, Squeaks says that you should know, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. This isn't my story to tell. I won't say a thing, I said, but I think I need some answers if I'm going to understand where you're coming from. Jonah took a deep breath. There were a lot of things wrong about Raynar and I, but he did trust me. He told me stuff that he never told anyone, stuff I couldn't save him from. Like, his dad abused him, Jonah started. He told me everything when he got really drunk one night. He started crying and everything. The way his voice sounded, I knew he was telling the truth. His dad's a pervert, Liam. It didn't stop until he was almost in high school. His mom knew about it and didn't do anything because she didn't want to lose the marriage. I was so shocked that it was hard for me to come up with words. I always felt like there was something bad about Elder Rivero, but I could never figure out why. Now I knew. Jonah reached out and stroked Squeaks's feathers. That's why he is the way he is. He can't escape what happened to him in his past. I tried to change him, but I didn't realize back then that only he could change himself. And he didn't want to change. I forced myself to say something. As sad as that is, Jonah, that doesn't give Raynar the right to hurt other people. There are plenty of people in this world who are abused that don't grow up to be complete dicks, and it doesn't give him the excuse to do the same to you. Jonah's hand froze on Squeaks's feathers. It was a weird reaction because I was talking about emotional abuse, but a lump formed in Jonah's throat. He got this distant look like he was remembering something that happened a long time ago. Wait. No. Jonah, is there something you're not telling me? I asked as a feeling of dread suffocated my chest. Jonah's hand buried in Squeaks's feathers. It's in the past, Liam. I don't want to talk about it. Talk about what? I felt like I was croaking out the words. My throat was so tight. Ancestors, this couldn't be what I thought it was. Jonah put his other hand in his hair, like he was trying to force the memories out. A few weeks before we were in the Elemental Cup, Raynar and I were hanging out in his dorm. Squeaks wasn't there because Raynar wouldn't let her come in. I'd sent her back to my room. It was really late. I was a bit intoxicated. Raynar wanted sex, but I wasn't sure because I'd never done it before. He tried to talk me into it, but I was thinking about leaving. Before I did, Raynar handed me this drink. I didn't know what was in it or what it tasted like. I can't remember. He said it would loosen me up. My mind was blank. It was so hard to process this information. I didn't want to believe it was true. I chugged it down and everything afterward was a blur, Jonah said. All I knew was that when I woke up, my clothes were gone and I didn't know where I was. Raynar was gone. I managed to get dressed and stumble to my dorm, but I just knew Raynar had done something to me. Squeaks let out a low coo and nibbled at Jonah's hair. My entire body had gone cold. If there was something to say or do, I was at a loss. I wanted it, right? I wouldn't have been his boyfriend afterward if I didn't, Jonah babbled. That doesn't make any sense. He talked me into it. I basically said yes. I was the one who took the drink. There was no consent, Jonah. Ancestors, this was a nightmare. I couldn't comprehend that Jonah had been violated in such a way. But I ran right back into his arms, Jonah insisted. I didn't need to be drugged the next time I had sex with him, or the time after that, or the time after that. I slept with him willingly. I chased after him with an obsession. Not the first time, I told him. Raynar had played on Jonah's desire to be loved and used it to get what he wanted. It was just sick. I'm not a victim, Jonah said. Nothing happened to me. I just don't want to talk about it. Jonah felt quiet. I knew what the real truth was, even though Jonah didn't want to admit it. I could see it in Squeaks's eyes. I thought my next words through carefully. Have you told anyone else about this? Jonah let out a long breath. No, not a soul. I think Imogen suspects, but she hasn't asked. I want to keep it a secret. Well, thank you for telling me, I said. I won't say anything to anyone, not even the girls. Thanks for that, bro, Jonah sighed. I'd rather leave it where it belongs. In the past. For sure, buddy. I hesitated. I didn't want to offend Jonah by asking him this question, and I knew it was a bit insensitive, but I felt like I had to. Do you think you should report him? Who would believe me? He's Defortai and I'm Bayami, Jonah said. Who would have even believed me before the two-house system started? People think stuff like that isn't supposed to happen to men. Whenever women come forward, they're always treated like shit. People make it out to be their fault. Society never takes the side of the victim. Not that I'm a victim, because I'm not. I just don't want to relive the whole thing. Yeah, I said. I get that. Sadly, if you ever told anyone you were assaulted, the way it worked in our world is that people found out ways to make it seem like you wanted it. They never blamed the rapist, and if they did, they always got off easy. Jonah speaking up would just put him through more pain, and at the end of the day, Raynar would still get away with it, just like he got away with attacking Imogen. Anyway, Jonah stood up and started gathering his things. Imogen and I will be there tonight. Be ready to be an engaged man, lover boy. Yeah, see ya. I waved goodbye to Jonah as he walked off with squeaks. I was still trying to gather my bearings and bring myself back to earth. My limbs felt like they were made of lead, while my head buzzed with a fogginess that was hard to clear. I was still in shock. Raynar had tried to kill Imogen, and he'd raped Jonah. Whatever had been done to him in the past by his dad was no excuse for the monstrous actions he'd taken against my friends. I wanted to kill him. It wouldn't be hard. I'd done it before. It was effortless for me to rush the blood to Professor Fawn's heart, and that was a mercy killing. I had so much anger stored up in me right now that I wanted nothing more than to see Raynar's lifeless corpse before me. What people didn't understand is that once you took a life, it was all too easy to do it again. I'd never be found out. No one would guess what happened. They wouldn't think a Tawakwa student would be powerful enough to kill someone that way. It was something only masters could do. They'd chalk it up to a freak accident, and Raynar would finally get what he deserved. If society wouldn't do its job and take out the trash, I was all too willing to do so. But that's not what Jonah wanted, and Jonah was the one who'd been hurt. It was his decision what happened to Raynar, and he wanted to do nothing. He wanted the world to be at peace. The last thing he wanted was for someone to die of violence because of what had happened to him. I'd honor Jonah's wishes, but Raynar was going to get his one day, and I hoped to the Great Spirit the ancestors didn't spare any mercy for him when the time came. I did my best to push the earlier events of the day out of my mind as I prepared myself for Sophia and I's date tonight. This was it. This was the day I was going to ask her to marry me. I was so nervous I hadn't eaten anything all day in preparation for this moment. It was a warm day for February, no snow, which was perfect for what we were doing. I only hoped things would go according to plan, though Imogen had sworn up and down earlier that she'd rather die than mess this up. Any particular reason you wanted me to wear a ponytail? Sophia asked when I met her in the Great Hall. She was wearing jeans, tennis shoes, and a jacket. Esses sat on her shoulder and ran his hands through her soft hair like it fascinated him. You'll see, I said. I felt like I was going to jump out of my skin. My whole life had practically led up to this moment. I think it'd be nice if you told me where we were going, considering that you were very particular about what I should wear, Sophia said. It's a surprise. Sophia laughed softly. You and your surprises. As we reached the edge of the grounds, I heard someone call my name. A groan nearly made its way out of my mouth when I saw who it was. Motherfucker, not now, Mia. This couldn't be worse timing. I didn't want to deal with her on a day like today. Sophia frowned, but she didn't say anything. Essis's hair stood on end as Mia approached. "What is it?" I asked. "Better make it quick before someone sees us associating." Mia seemed out of breath. She swept her hair away from her eyes, leaned in, and dropped her voice. "There's a Bayami third year from Toaqua. Her name is Ivan Yanaha. Her parents went missing, and she doesn't have anyone left but her little brother. He's a first year. They need somewhere to go." "I'll get in contact with her," I said. "Thanks, Mia." "Anytime." Mia gave us a wink and hurried off. Essis tilted his head after her as she ducked back inside the school. "See? She's not so bad," I told Sophia. "There's nothing to worry about." Sophia nodded. "You're right. She can help us. Sorry I freaked out. Guess I was wrong about her." "Don't mention it. It's not a big deal." I nudged her with my shoulder, and she smiled slightly. The Periton keeper, Jones, stood at the entrance to the grounds with two of the flying deer themselves. I'd paid Jones extra to have them waiting for us. He'd managed to keep the Peritons running even if Bayami couldn't rent carriages anymore, though I didn't know how long that would last. "Good evening, Mr. Maito," Jones said as he approached with the Peritons. "Special evening, isn't it?" "That it is, Jones," I said in a flat tone, indicating he should shut up. Luckily, he didn't say anything more. I helped Sophia onto the Periton's back before climbing on the other myself, and we took off into the sky. The sun was starting to fall around this time, painting the sky a deep red. I told my Periton to climb higher as we soared toward the mountain range. Essis was perched on one of the Periton's antlers, letting the wind blow back his fur. Eventually, the Peritons landed on one of the tallest mountain tops. I assisted Sophia off the Periton by putting her hands on her hips and lifting her off. "Your hands are shaking. You must be nervous," Sophia commented as I set her on the ground. I let out a hoarse laugh. "Wait till you see what I have planned." Essis jumped off the Periton and launched himself on Sophia's back. We wound up the mountain path until it ended, and Sophia stopped dead in her tracks. "You've got to be kidding me." "I'm not," I said with a wide grin. "You ready to jump off a mountain?" At the path's end was a small building, a metal platform built off the side of the mountain's ledge. A couple of workers were setting up harnesses by the platform's edge. Yep, bungee jumping. One of the few extreme sports I hadn't yet done. I'd purposefully planned to do something extreme to conceal my anxiety about asking her to marry me. I wanted Sophia to think I was freaking out about bungee jumping, rather than she get suspicious about something else. Sophia held back warily. "I can't believe this is what you had planned. Are you really going to make me do this?" "I'll never make you do anything you don't want to," I said. "But you've got to admit, it would be pretty cool." Sophia paused for a moment, then her face broke into a smile. "You know what? Why not? I thought you'd say that." I put an arm around her shoulder as we walked to the platform. The company was run by DeForti, but our tattoos were covered up by our sleeves, so they couldn't tell we were Bayami. We signed the forms and went through a quick instructional process before being told it was time. I tied my hair back, and the workers fitted the body harnesses around us. Essis sat far enough away from the platform that he wouldn't accidentally get knocked off when we jumped, but that he could still watch. "We'll be jumping in tandem," I told her. "Better hold me tight." Sophia didn't say anything. I think she was too afraid to speak. Her face was pale white. Shit, I hoped I didn't make a mistake by picking this for my proposal. Once everything was in place, the workers told us to step closer to the edge. The line was attached to our ankles as Sophia and I shuffled to the gap where the platform ended and air began. We were so high up we couldn't see the cliff's bottom. The drop had to be at least 200 feet. A brush of cold wind slipped past our faces, and Sophia shivered. Our toes were hanging off the edge. "Are you ready?" I asked. I put my arms around her and squeezed tight. She nearly suffocated me when she wrapped her arms around my middle, and I gasped. "Sorry," Sophia squeaked out. "I'm ready." "Have fun," the worker told us, and he gave a smirk as he gently pushed us over the edge. Sophia screamed as we dove downward head first. Her screams were muffled by the wind and went silent as an adrenaline rush surged through our veins. I was laughing. There was nothing like that bottomed-out feeling your gut gave when you were falling through the air, completely weightless. It was completely liberating. Sophia kept her eyes open. The fear left her gaze as she took in the amazing world around us as we dropped, almost in slow motion. Then she looked at me, and our eyes connected. Her hold around me tightened as she pressed her lips to mine and kissed me deeply as we fell. It was the most exhilarating feeling. I never felt such a rush in my entire life. Finally, we got to the end of the jump and the cord surged backward. We bounced up and down a couple of times as the cord eventually lost its momentum. Sophia was giggling by this point as we swung back and forth over the ground. "Worth it?" I asked breathlessly. "Yes," she exclaimed. "So worth it." After the jump ended, we were gently lowered to the ground below, where there was another team waiting to take off the harnesses. The Peritons were already there at the bottom, Essus on one of their backs. He was clapping and cheering loudly as Sophia approached. "Okay, this is the best date ever. You're never going to be able to top that," Sophia said as she picked up Essus and whirled him around. Some of the joy seemed to have come back to her. My plan was working. "You shouldn't put the cart in front of the unicorn," I said. "Wait until the end of the night to see if you feel the same." "There's another surprise?" Sophia asked. Her eyebrows shot up. "Yep, it's at my parents' house," I said. "Come on." We climbed back on the Peritons, and they flew us over the mountains and in the direction of the island where I lived. When we landed on the beach outside my house, it was dark, though the outside lights were on, and a string of lights had been set up over the porch. Mom was bustling around, putting food out on a long table. On the side of the house was strung a big banner that said, "Congratulations!" Squeaks and Sassy were outside, relaxing in the sand as they watched Mom pedal around. My little brother Jackson was most likely inside the house sleeping. I wanted to do something really big, get the whole family involved. Imogen and I tried to reach out to Amelia so she could be here, but we couldn't get in contact with her. She was still working on the Hose-Ho and was rarely in Kinpago. It was like she'd disappeared off the map since she'd become Bayami, and wanted it that way. Dad was helping Mom set the table. He glanced up once and remained impassive as I dismounted the Periton. Tatum bellowed a friendly hello before going back to sleep. Dad didn't necessarily approve of all this, thought I was jumping into things, but when I pointed out he and Mom had gotten married when they were my age, he came around. Mom, however, was a different story. She had almost been as bad as Imogen and Jonah when I told her about the proposal and wanted to get started on the wedding planning right away. She kept sneaking glances at me as she bustled around, as if counting the seconds down to the right moment. "What's all this?" Sophia said as she slid off the Periton, looking around. Essus jumped out of her arms and ran onto the table where he promptly began nibbling on a biscuit. "We just wanted to put a little something together for you, dear," Mom said quickly. "We never truly celebrated you two winning your court case." I was surprised how smooth the lie came out. However, it was barely restrained. Mom was practically bursting with the need to tell Sophia the surprise. Her eyes flickered downward to my arm. The Bayami tattoo was covered up by my jacket, but she still asked, "How's that healing?" "It's fine, Mom." The tattoo had gotten infected, like I feared, but Essus had cleared it up before it had gotten too bad. Mom slammed a plate down a little harder than she should. "Barbarians, the lot of them." "Hello, Key," Dad said, and Mom didn't say anything more about it, but there was a bothered look in her eyes as she continued getting things around. It was clear that she wanted to stand up and do more to stop what was going on, but with Dad on the Elder Council, it was obvious she had to keep up appearances and pretend she was okay with what was happening. If she didn't, it would put the rest of the family in danger. "Jonah's in the house, darling, if you want to talk to him," Mom said. "Sure, I'll be a minute," I told Sophia. I touched her on the arm, then left her outside. Since we were going bungee jumping, I entrusted Jonah to keep the ring safe for me until we got back to my house. "Where's the ring?" I asked Jonah the minute I saw him in the hallway. "I gave it to Squeaks," Jonah said. "The task force stopped me as I was leaving the Bayami dorms. They've started searching people and confiscating anything that looks of value. I thought if I gave it to my familiar instead, she could hide it and they wouldn't search her. I was right. They've started searching people now? This was getting beyond ridiculous. Yeah, but don't worry, bro. Squeaks is waiting on your signal. Just let her know when it's the right time," Jonah said. "It'll be any moment now," I said. "Where's Imogen?" "Setting up the fireworks? It's all you from this moment on." Fireworks weren't exactly legal in California, but magical ones made by Coigny were permitted inside the Hawkeye Reservation. For now, at least, until the elders decided to ruin even more fun by banning them. All right. I was freaking shaking. "It'll be any moment now, once everyone's there." "I'll get it on camera," Jonah said. He waved his smartphone around and I nodded. One less thing to worry about. I went to the bathroom for a moment, tried not to gag, and splashed my face with some cold water before I forced myself to go back out there. I felt like I was being overdramatic, but at the same time, I just wanted to get this over with. There were sounds of raised voices coming from the kitchen. When I entered, the tense conversation fell silent. It had been Dad and Ezra. They glanced at me guiltily, though there was obviously something going on between them. "Hey, I'm ready," I told them. "So if you want to watch, I suggest you head out there." Ezra gave me a grin, but it was forced. "You sure you're ready for this?" "Surer than anything," I said. "Now hurry up, before I wimp out." "Hey, dude, feel free to tie yourself down with the old ball and chain," Ezra said. "I'm single for life." "I'll have you married off by the time you're 25, Dad grumbled. "You can try," Ezra shot back. He was playing around, but there was a thinly concealed note of resentment in his tone. He wasn't all kidding. "The tribe needs an heir to the chiefhood," Dad complained. Ezra smirked. "You don't need to be married to make heirs." Dad broke. "Legitimate heirs, you do." I quickly left the room and ducked out of the conversation. This was such a common argument between Dad and Ezra that it was starting to get old. Ezra had never been gung-ho about being chief in the first place, but since Cade had died, he'd gone full-on rebellious. He was digging his heels in as much as he could about being chief, and it was really weighing on Dad. The old guilt settled in, and I thought about Neshoma. If he was here, this wouldn't even be an issue, because the chiefhood would still fall to me. "I wish you were here, buddy. You should be with me today." I passed my little siblings, Christian and Katie, in the hallway. It sounded like they were bartering. $10, she says no," Christian said to Katie. "You're on," Katie replied. I heard the sound of dollars being exchanged. "Hey, you two, get outside," I snapped at them. "And not a word." Katie wrinkled her nose and Christian stuck his tongue out at me, but they did as I said. I took a deep breath and held it as I entered onto the porch. Maddie had shown up and was talking with Sophia. The minute she saw me, my sister's gaze lit up. Almost everyone was on the porch, save for Squeaks, Sassy, Imogen, and Jonah, who were waiting on the beach. Everyone was staring at me with anticipation. Talk about pressure. I let out the breath I'd been holding and said, "I have an announcement to make, everyone. But before I do, I suggest we turn our attention toward the beach. Sophia tilted her head in interest, and I walked forward. Without an explanation, I grabbed her hand and led her off the porch and onto the beach. The plan was for the fireworks to go off, Squeaks to slip me the ring, and for me to get down on one knee while they were exploding above us. Jonah and Imogen insisted it was the only way to do it. It was a bit flashy, in my opinion, but whatever. I faced her and took both of her hands in mine. "Soph, there's been something I've been meaning to ask you," I said quietly. "What is it?" Her eyes widened. She had no idea what to expect. I looked for Imogen. She and Jonah were nearby, running away from the batch of fireworks they'd just lit. I realized they had set up the fireworks too close to the house, as it was too late to do anything about it. "Guys," I started, but the sound of my voice was drowned out by the explosion. Dozens of fireworks went off all at once in a giant inferno. Some went up into the sky and detonated as expected, but one veered off course and went careening toward the porch. "Oh no!" Imogen screamed as one of the fireworks collided with the banner, setting it ablaze. Katie and Christian screamed in terror as the banner fell onto the side of the house in a blazing inferno. Most of the familiars ran around in a blind panic, except for Tatum, who continued sleeping. Dad immediately moved to put the fire out before it consumed the whole house. He used his magic to make a wave rise up from the ocean's waters and drench the flames that were about to creep up the siding. Ezra copied him, and they were able to put the fire out before any major damage had been done, though a couple of boards were black and needed to be replaced. "I'm so sorry, everyone," Imogen squealed. Her face was tinged with red. "I didn't mean to do that." Sophia had let go of my hands and was looking at the charred area of my house with an open mouth. I was currently trying to gather my bearings. Okay, a little fire wasn't anything to worry about. Just a small sidetrack in the plan. Squeaks was still waiting nearby, the ring box in her beak. I gestured for her to hurry up and get over here. Squeaks walked toward me. I held my hand out so she could slip it to me. But, Squeaks being Squeaks, you can guess what happened. She tripped. She fucking tripped. And as she tripped, falling head over hooves, I watched the ring box slip down her throat. Squeaks ate the ring. Squeaks peeped in alarm. Both of my hands tangled in my hair. This couldn't be happening. Almost everyone had been watching me, save for Sophia, so there was a collective gasp around the porch. Mom's hands flew up to her mouth. Imogen and Maddie gaped. Even Dad's eyes widened in surprise. Ezra, fuck him, was barely concealing that he wanted to die laughing. As I tried not to have a meltdown, Maddie did damage control. "Sophia!" Maddie shouted. She ran off the porch and onto the beach. Sophia turned her way and Maddie grabbed her wrist. "There's, something I need to show you." Okay," Sophia said, bewildered. Maddie dragged Sophia into the house and Irikari stampeded after. Once the door was closed behind them, Jonah rushed forward and Squeaks opened her mouth wide. She gagged a few times as he stuck his hand inside. "It's gone, dude," Jonah said hoarsely. "I can't get it back." I sunk to the sand and put my head in my hands. Ezra came up beside me. "I can't believe it. The ring was eaten by a hippogriff," I moaned. "Hey, look at it this way. You'll get it back eventually," Ezra said. He couldn't resist letting a snicker slip by. I threw my hand forward, and a 5-foot-wide stream of water came out of the ocean and knocked him over. "Maybe something a little more private next time," Mom said, laying a hand on my shoulder. "Though I knew this meant a lot to you." "It's fine, Mom. I'll just have to try again." Ancestors, I had to do this again. in another way with an entirely different plan. Kill me now. Eventually, Maddie brought Sophia back out, and we ate dinner underneath the stars. I was too grumpy to really consume much. This plan had taken weeks to set up. I didn't know how soon I could come up with and execute another proposal. It was near midnight before the party died down. The little kids had long since gone to bed, and the rest of us had congregated around a bonfire on the beach. "It's getting rather late," Mom said as she leaned against Dad. "I think we should all be turning in." "Please don't make us go back to those bunk beds tonight," Jonah begged. "I'll die, Mom." Jonah called my mother Mom, too, which was fine by all of us, as she was a better mother to him than his own had certainly ever been. "You're all more than welcome to stay the night," Mom said. Her face became troubled at the mention of the Bayami dorms. If Mom had her way, none of us would be sleeping there, but the decision wasn't up to her. The elders would make sure we knew our rightful place as Bayami. "Liam, I'm a little tired too," Sophia said, and she yawned. "I think I'm going to turn in." "Go on. I'll be there in a little while," I said. Sophia sauntered off to bed with Esses following. Once she was safely in the house, I said, "This was a disaster." "Well, that's what you get for allowing Jonah to help you," Dad said. I groaned and looked to Maddie. "Can you tell me if I'm going to get it right next time?" Maddie gave a nonchalant shrug. "What, you want me to give you all the answers to life? I told you I know what happens to you, not how it's going to go down. You could ask Sophia a million more times before you get an answer, for all I know." There was a hacking sound behind me. I didn't bother to look. Imogen let out a triumphant squeal, and Sassy barked a few times. "Hey, Liam, we got the ring," Jonah said. He held out the box, which was covered in sticky hippogriff spit. "Squeaks coughed it up." I jumped out of my seat and snatched it out of his hands, ignoring the goo coating my fingers. The ring itself didn't look like it had been harmed, but I was going to have to get a new box. "Well, that's a relief," Imogen said. "Now we just have to work on a plan for next time." "Nope. Nope. You guys aren't getting anywhere near this again," I said. "Let me do it on my own." Imogen let out an offended sound, and Jonas sniffed. "Very well. It's clear that you don't want our superior help." "Unless I want my house burned down? No, thank you." Dad chuckled behind me. I shoved the ring in my pocket and seethed. Okay, so this time hadn't worked out very well, but next time it'd be perfect. Sophia was totally going to fall for my next plan, if it didn't self-destruct halfway through. This proposal thing was a lot more complicated than I thought.
Chapter 10. Sophia. "Whose idea was the fireworks?" I asked Imogen on Monday after class. I'd met up with her in the dungeons, and we were on our way to the Anichi dorms. Imogen said she had something to talk to us about, but this was the only time I'd gotten her alone since the celebration dinner that nearly sent Liam's house up in flames. It was half shocking, half hysterical, to say the least. Maddie and I shared a good laugh afterward. It felt so good to laugh. "Aw," Imogen groaned. "You're still on that?" "Well, yeah," I said, stroking Esses in my arms. He snuggled into me with his arms wrapped protectively around the dragon egg. I haven't had a chance to grill my best girl about it. "So, who thought it was a good idea to burn the Mido's house down? You or Jonah?" Imogen hung her head and answered in a small voice. "Me." I snickered. It felt good, but odd at the same time. Like I shouldn't be laughing with everything else going on. I knew it. It was a little over the top, though, don't you think? I mean, we were just celebrating our trial win. It's not like it was our wedding or something. Imogen pressed her lips tightly together. Then her eyes brightened like she'd just remembered something. Hey, guess who has a date? My eyes widened. Imogen, seriously? She shrugged. It's not a big deal. I'm not even sure it's a date. Sam asked if I wanted to get dinner with him to catch up, since we haven't talked much since Cade. She trailed off. Anyway, I said yes because, well, it'd be rude not to. And, I'm really sick of the cafeteria food. I nudged her playfully in the side and sang, Imogen and Sam sittin' in a tree, Kiss. Can you not? She asked, pressing her fingers to the sides of her temples. I suddenly felt bad for teasing her. She looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, good, we're here. 2 task force members were walking by, so Imogen stalled by bending to adjust the bow around Sassy's neck. As soon as they rounded the corner, we snuck into the Anichi dorms. The guys were already there when we arrived, playing video games on Jonah's TV. Get him! Get him! Jonah shouted as he pummeled a button on the controls. Liam was sitting up straight, his tongue stuck out of his mouth in concentration. Get him! I'm trying, Liam growled. We heard the sound of an explosion, then saw animated body parts flying toward the camera. Ew, Imogen complained. Do you really have to be playing that? What is it with guys and their fascination with gore? Jonah hit pause on the game and tossed his controller aside, then lounged back on the couch casually. Hey, if you want me to play something else, use some of those cup winnings you have sitting around and buy me some games. This is basically all I have. Unless you want me to play boxing, but it's all tall girls with big boobs. I'd rather see me some muscle. Imogen rolled her eyes and shoved his shoulder. Move aside. It's time to get serious. Liam turned off the TV and I sat beside him. Essis jumped out of my arms to sit next to Liam. When Liam tried to pull Essis onto his lap, he slapped his hand away and insisted on sitting on the couch like a big boy. He set Julian between his legs and ran his paws along the outside of the egg. What's up, Im? Liam asked. Imogen reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of papers. Well, I think I might have found something. About the prophecy? Jonah looked a little shocked, like he thought we'd reached a dead end. Imogen nodded. Here's what I could find from the Air Elder scrolls Jonah got for me. Since the prophecy was made, I found 3 mentions of it. But none of the records say what it was, only that they discussed the prophecy during their council meeting. How does that help us? I asked. I might have a lead. Imogen sounded a little uncertain, but she straightened and cleared her throat. I went back to the last mention of the prophecy in the scrolls, then cross-referenced who was serving on the Elder Council at the time. Almost all these guys died shortly after, since they were so old, but there was one guy on the council who was a lot younger. His name was Emmett Chang. I went through all of his meeting notes. After the other elders died, he never spoke of the airpiece to new inductees according to the scrolls, which makes him the last person to know the airpiece as far as we know. Liam's brow furrowed. I still don't get how that gets us any closer to the prophecy. Imogen shuffled her papers. Well, he only died about 20 years ago. I looked into whether he had kids or grandkids, thinking he might have left the prophecy to them, but he didn't. So my other thought is that maybe he left a clue. We could hunt down parts of his estate that were sold off when he died. Liam pressed his fingers to his eyes and sighed. That sounds like a lot of work that could lead nowhere. Imogen chewed her bottom lip. I know, but we have to at least try, right? Jonah looked hopeless. A sinking feeling entered my gut. It didn't seem like a lot to go on. Look, Imogen said, I know if anyone was going to lose their piece of the prophecy, it'd be Yapluma. But I just don't get that vibe from this guy. He would have left something behind. Jonah scrunched up his nose.
How can you get a vibe from a dead guy?
For one, I read the scrolls, Imogen pointed out. Two, you can just see it in his eyes.
His eyes?
Jonah asked. Yeah, Imogen said simply. There's a picture of him. Imogen flipped through her papers and handed one to Jonah. He stilled as he took the paper in his hands and stared down at it. Squeaks peeked over his shoulder.
What?
Liam asked, rushing over to look at the paper. I rose to my feet and looked too. It showed a painting of a guy with long, dark hair wearing traditional Hawkeye regalia. He sat with his back straight. He wore a soft expression but had strength in his eyes. Behind him was a clouded sky and, in the corner, a thunderbird flying through a streak of lightning.
This makes sense,
Jonah said thoughtfully. What do you mean? Imogen asked. Jonah shrugged and handed the paper back to Im.
Of course he was the last person trusted with the prophecy. He was the last Storm Lord.
Imogen, Liam, and I all exchanged a glance. It was obvious no one knew what he was talking about. Storm Lord? I asked. Jonah looked at us like we were idiots.
Yeah, the Storm Lord. You've never heard of him? No, we haven't,
Liam stated flatly. He sounded like he was getting annoyed. Jonah just sat there without responding, as if astounded we didn't know. A little more info would be nice, Imogen pressed. Jonah snapped to attention.
Right, the Storm Lord. So there's a Storm Lord once a generation. They're an exceptionally talented Yapluma who's gifted extra powers from the ancestors. They can create and control lightning, which is why they bond with thunderbirds.
My brow furrowed deeply. That can't be right.
What can't?
Jonah asked. I quickly shuffled through my memory, trying to recall what Doya had told me about conjuring lightning. Well, Doya told me only Coigny could create lightning. We superheat the air to create plasma, or something. I didn't remember all the scientific details.
Well, Doya's wrong,
Jonah stated.
Coigny might be able to create lightning, but so can Yapluma.
No, you're wrong, I accused. How does a Yapluma create lightning anyway? Jonah looked at me like I was stupid.
Do you even know how lightning's created? It's because of the air. When cold air and warm air meet, it creates thunderstorms. The ice crystals in the cold air bump into the water droplets in the warm air, which creates an electrical charge. When the charge gets strong enough, it lets out energy that results in lightning.
We all stared blankly at him.
Dude,
Liam said.
How do you know that?
Jonah shrugged.
I pay attention in some of my classes.
I eyed him quizzically. If all it takes is some air manipulation, why can't all Yapluma make lightning? I mean, didn't the Yapluma elders create a thunderstorm during the Elemental Cup?
Yeah, but that was 5 elders together,
Jonah pointed out.
Same with the Twister. Anyway, the science behind it doesn't really matter. Even if a Yapluma can create a thunderstorm, they can't control lightning, and most can't manipulate the air from that far away anyhow. But the Stormlord isn't just Yapluma. He's a category all his own. If there was a house for lightning, he'd be it. A single Hawkeye chosen by the ancestors to rule the skies.
How do you even know about the Stormlord? Imogen asked, like she couldn't believe Jonah knew something about the tribe that she didn't. He shrugged.
I don't know. It's a story all Yapluma grow up knowing, like your Earth legend. Plus, my dad had that same portrait of the Stormlord in our house when I was a kid.
Liam narrowed his eyes a little, like he was thinking hard.
Wait, Jonah, you mean the exact same one? Like, the original?
Jonah leaned away from Liam a little, like he was being interrogated.
It's a long story.
So tell us, Imogen insisted. If we want to find this air piece, we need to know everything.
It's really not a big deal,
Jonah said. Imogen grabbed him by the shirt and got up close until their noses were nearly touching. Tell us everything! Jonah brushed her off and sighed.
Fine. So, when I was a kid, my dad had some debts he couldn't pay off. The guy he owed money to took him to court, and the heir elders ruled against him. My dad wanted to get back at them, so he stole this painting that hung in the council chambers. It was really expensive because the Stormlord had painted it himself. Dad was going to sell it to pay off the debts, but before he could...
Jonah trailed off. Beside me, Liam looked thoughtful, like he was remembering something important.
The beast came for it,
Liam whispered, so softly that I barely heard him. Beast? I asked, as a shiver traveled down my spine. Jonah dropped his shoulders and groaned.
I don't know what it was, honestly. Maybe someone's familiar. It came, it took the painting, and it left. Liam can tell you. He was there.
All eyes turned to Liam. When did this happen? Imogen asked him.
Ages ago,
Liam said.
We were kids, playing in Jonah's basement. I never saw the beast. I was hiding in the wardrobe.
The gears were turning in Imogen's head. Guys, this painting could be the answer. What do you mean? I asked. What if Emmett didn't trust anyone with the prophecy, and that's why it never came up again in the scrolls? She questioned. What if the only way to hide the secret was with himself? I tried to understand what she was getting at, but it took me a few moments. Then something clicked. You think he hid the prophecy in the painting, like spirit art? Imogen's eyes brightened. Exactly! Guys, if we could get our hands on this painting, maybe we could summon the piece of his soul he put into it. I thought you couldn't do that, I said. Didn't Professor Amber say that wasn't possible? It depends, Imogen reminded me. You can if you're worthy.
That means one of us has to be worthy,
Jonah pointed out.
And we're not.
What about Sophia? Imogen asked. The prophecy's about her. I don't think, I started, but Jonah cut me off.
No. When I think of worthy, I think about elders, he said. Oleander's got all the heir elders wrapped around his little finger. They're not going to help us. Unless we could ask someone else.
Liam cut in. Who else? I asked. Liam took a breath.
What about another Stormlord? I bet they'd be worthy. Yeah, that'd work, Jonah replied. But where are we going to find one of those? You said there's one every generation, Liam reminded him. So who's the new Stormlord?
Jonah rolled his eyes.
I don't know. It's not like we crown one. That said, there are only 2 people we know in Kenpago bonded to a Thunderbird.
Ezra is one, but he's not Yapluma, I mused. Who else?
Dean Eliza, Jonah said. She's Yapluma, and she has a Thunderbird. That means she has to be the new Stormlord.
Imogen slapped her knees and stood. Then it's settled. Jonah's eyes followed her.
What's settled?
She pointed to Jonah. You're going to tell me everything you know about this beast. Then I'm going to do some research and see if I can find where it took the painting. And you, she pointed to Liam, you're going to help Jonah talk to Dean Eliza and figure out if she'll help us. What about me? I asked. Imogen eyed me for a moment. You can just relax. My jaw dropped. Was she suggesting I couldn't handle this? Of course, she didn't think I could handle this. I'd been falling apart lately. I could barely keep myself together. I didn't blame her for wanting to leave me out of this one. Imogen turned back to Jonah and Liam and clapped her hands. Chop chop, people! That prophecy piece isn't going to wait around forever.
Actually, it might, Jonah said. It's in a painting, you know?
Imogen rolled her eyes. Yeah, well, we can't wait much longer. I hadn't heard any more about the prophecy until Wednesday, when I'd asked Liam in Hawkeye Art if they'd made any progress. Today, the chairs and easels were set up in a circle with a small platform in the middle.
Dean Eliza is really busy. It's hard to get a meeting with her,
Liam told me. Class, Professor Amber called softly as she strolled into the room. If I could have your attention, please. The room quieted and all eyes turned toward her. I was surprised when I looked up to see Lindsay standing next to her in a silky red robe. Medusa was wrapped around her shoulders. Today we'll be studying the art of the human form, Professor Amber said brightly. Miss Andrews has volunteered to be our model for the day. Take all the time you need to get comfortable with the curve of her body as your pencil moves across the paper. Let your sexuality flow into the drawing. My jaw dropped. Was she serious? Please don't tell me this was what I think it is. Miss Andrews? Professor Amber nodded to her, then gestured toward the platform in the middle of the room. Lindsay stepped up to it. Then, just as I feared, she tugged on the strap of her robe and her clothing fell to her ankles. Lindsay winked at one of the guys across the circle from me, who was already drooling, then lowered herself to strike a pose on the platform. Medusa slithered around her body, somehow making the pose even more sexual. I averted my gaze and moved my head so my easel blocked the view of her naked form. I noticed Imogen and Jonah shooting me matching smirks. They thought this was hilarious. Liam leaned over and chuckled lowly.
Awkward.
Honestly, it wasn't as awkward as I expected. I didn't feel anything for Lindsay anymore. I was worried about what was going through Liam's head. Like, was he concerned I'd be sitting here all class with a lady boner? Because I wouldn't. I reserved all my sexual energy for him and only him. If this is too weird, I can go, I said quickly. I'll skip class for the day. Liam wrinkled up his nose.
Nah, stay. Unless it's weird for you.
Okay. Liam didn't seem bothered by it, so why should I? Well, Lindsay and I dated, I said, like he needed the reminder. You probably don't want me staring at her for the next 2 hours. Liam shrugged.
I'll be staring at her too.
Yeah, but not like that, I pointed out. At least, I hoped not. Oh God, did he find her attractive? He shook his head.
No, not like that. I only have eyes for you, Pawi.
I smiled, but it was forced. I didn't think Liam understood how serious Lindsay and I had been. If Liam hadn't wanted me back, I'd probably still be with her. Not that I still liked her, because I didn't, and I was happy she was with Miranda now. I just expected it to bother Liam more than it did. Same here, Liam, I told him honestly. He leaned over and kissed me. Then we got to work on our drawing. The more I focused on drawing, the less I focused on Lindsay, until she became just a prop in my mind and not a sex object. But even then, the thought that I was drawing my naked ex kept creeping in. My racing mind caused me to go slower than everyone else. By the time class finished, everyone was done with their drawings, except me. Professor Amber came around to inspect everyone's drawings. Her orangutan familiar followed behind, placing a gold sticker on every drawing to indicate who passed the assignment. Very good, Miss Arnild. Mr. Chani, that extra touch you've added is very unique. I facepalmed and Liam groaned beside me. A dick, Jonah? I asked. Really? He shrugged.
She told me to channel my sexuality.
Professor Amber came to Liam and I next. Miss Henley, you didn't finish. I blushed and ducked my head. Yeah, I couldn't get this part right. I gestured to the general chest region. I'd done great drawing Medusa, though I couldn't bring myself to draw Lindsay. Take all the time you need, she encouraged. She moved on to Liam next, and her orangutan placed a gold sticker on the bottom side of his drawing. I peeked over at it and saw that it wasn't half bad. Lindsay came up to us as Professor Amber moved on. She was wearing her robe again. How was it, guys? Did I do okay? It was hard sitting still for that long.
You did great,
Jonah told her. Did you really draw me with a dick? She asked curiously. Jonah beamed.
Sure did.
Lindsay's eyes lit up. Let me see. She squeezed between two art easels and came to look at Jonah's drawing while the rest of the class packed up their stuff. Lindsay took one look at it and threw her head back in laughter. Oh, my ancestors, Jonah! I love it! He took the paper off his easel and held it out to her.
Here, take it.
Her eyes widened in gratitude. Are you sure?
Absolutely,
he said.
We all need a little dick in our lives.
Lindsay burst into laughter again. Yeah, not all of us. Imogen snickered beside them, then said, So, Lindsay, I didn't know you were modeling. Lindsay leaned in like she was about to tell a secret. Hell yeah. Do you know how much money models make? Professor Amber offered me $200 for this gig. Wow. My jaw dropped. I mean, it's only temporary, she said quickly. It's not like I'm going to graduate and rock the porn industry or anything. Jonah laughed.
But you could, babe. You could.
Lindsay tossed her red hair over her shoulder for show, then struck a pose. You think?
What do you think about starring in a cabaret show?
Jonah asked.
I'd love to host one.
Imogen swatted him in the shoulder. You would not.
I totally would,
Jonah said, as he stood and gathered his things. Liam sat silently beside me, rolling his eyes, while I continued drawing. Imogen turned to me and Liam. Are you guys coming? I'm going to stay here and finish, I said. I didn't get my sticker yet. Liam shook his head.
I'll stay with Sophia. See you later, losers,
Jonah quipped, as he slapped Squeak's ass to get her moving. Essus climbed out of my lap to go with them, but I told him to stay.
Bye,
Liam said to our friends. He turned back to me as soon as they left the room. The door shut behind them, leaving us entirely alone. Even Professor Amber had left to go back to her office on the second floor.
I hope it's okay I stay. I don't need to hear about Jonah's cabaret show again,
he mumbled. So it's a thing? I asked.
When was it never not a thing?
Liam joked. His eyes turned to my paper.
You okay?
I sighed and set my pencil down. I don't want you to think this is about Lindsay, because it's not. It was a little awkward at first, yeah, but I'm over her. We're just friends.
I believe you,
Liam said.
But if that's the case, why aren't you finished? You're the best artist out of all of us.
I dropped my shoulders. I don't know. I was worried what you'd think. Liam stared me straight in the eyes.
If you say you're over her, you're over her. It's fine, Sophia. It's just an art class.
I relaxed, but when I placed my pencil back to the paper, I paused.
What is it?
Liam asked. I sighed. We've been doing so much artistic realism lately. My creativity needs a break. I want to paint something crazy.
Okay.
Liam shrugged.
So paint.
Huh? I asked.
If you want to paint, go paint,
he repeated.
We've got all the supplies for it.
A small smile began to form across my lips. You wouldn't like it.
Like what?
He asked. You wouldn't like what I want to paint.
Is it a dick?
He groaned. I chuckled. No, it's not a dick. I'm in the mood for abstract. Chaos. He looked a little unsettled, but quickly relaxed.
Okay, chaos it is. Show me.
Essis followed behind us as Liam and I headed to the back room where extra painting supplies were kept. I pulled a big sheet of paper out of the roll in the storage room, then spread it across the floor as a barrier. I took another smaller sheet and placed it on top, which would serve as my canvas. Here. I handed Liam a paintbrush, then turned to fill a styrofoam cup with blue paint. I handed that to him as well.
What are we painting?
He asked. Whatever you want, I replied with a shrug as I filled my cup with red. I took my own paintbrush and dipped it into the thick liquid, then flung it at the paper below us. The paint splattered over it. A wide smile spread across Liam's face.
Ah, I see. Chaos.
Liam dipped his paintbrush into the paint and splattered blue color over my red. The two bled together to create a gorgeous purple. Essis jumped into the wet paint before I could stop him and ran across the paper, leaving little footprints along it. I groaned. Essis, you really shouldn't. It was already too late. He dipped his paws into the glops again and brushed the color across his fur. I rolled my eyes. Fine, but don't whine when I give you a bath later. As we continued splattering the paper, my mood lifted. I couldn't resist asking Liam, so, what did you think of class today? Did you let your sexuality flow onto the paper? He shook his head, looking amused.
There was nothing sexual about it. I already told you. I only have eyes for you.
I scoffed playfully as I flung another glob of paint onto the paper. Like I believe that. Her boobs are bigger than mine.
And your ass is nicer than hers.
Liam stepped behind me and squeezed my ass. He was so close I could feel the heat of his breath across my neck. It was kind of hot, and his touch was starting to turn me on, until I felt a cool liquid seep through my pants and onto my skin. I squealed and jumped away from him. Liam, I exclaimed as I turned to look at where he'd touched me.
What?
His eyes went wide and he sounded concerned. You got paint on my jeans, I cried. Liam bit his lip guiltily.
Whoops. This stuff is washable, right?
Yeah, I think so, I said.
Then no big deal, right?
He laughed. Yes, big deal, I told him. He crinkled his nose.
Is it, though?
Just as he said it, he wiped blue paint across my cheek, then jumped out of the way as I reached out to swat him. My jaw dropped dramatically, and I drew in a breath. Jerk, I teased, as I flung my paintbrush at him. Red paint splattered all along the front side of his shirt. He gasped and stared down at the damage.
Sophia Henley, how dare you?
How dare me? How dare you? I shot back. Liam sighed.
We're going to have to do something about this.
Like what? I challenged. Before I could react, Liam threw his arm out. The entire contents of his cup flew out and landed on my face. I froze as thick blue paint dripped down my chin. I didn't want to move and get it in my eyes. Liam! I screamed. It's down my shirt! Liam rushed forward and tugged at the bottom of my shirt. I didn't know how it all happened because it was so fast, but I must have instinctively shot my hands into the air to help him get it off. 1 second, I had a paint-soaked t-shirt on, and the next, my torso was exposed to the storage room, while Liam wiped my shirt across my face and down my chest to stop the paint from dripping.
I'm sorry,
he said quickly.
I didn't think there'd be so much.
You didn't think... I rolled my eyes, confident that he'd cleaned enough paint off my face for me to open them again. Liam, it's an entire cup of paint. What did you think would happen?
I don't know that...
Liam cut off as the cool red liquid of my own paint cup dumped over the top of his head. I jumped away from him, snickering. I was proud of myself that I'd got him before he noticed my hand moving. Liam wiped his eyes, looking baffled that I dare try something like that. "Now we're even," I said lightheartedly. Liam narrowed his eyes at me, then grabbed me by the wrist and dragged me forward. He used his other hand to wipe red paint down my arm. "Liam, no!" I cried, but I was laughing too hard for it to sound serious. Liam joined in on the laughter. The second he let me go, I darted across the room to grab another bottle of paint. Liam saw what I was doing and reached for his own bottle. I whirled toward him and aimed, but nothing came out when I squeezed. Liam's, on the other hand, squirted with precision, landing directly on my bra.
Wow,
Liam said in a serious tone.
he was very happy to see you.
I stopped in my tracks and gave a look of disbelief. Liam looked like he was trying to hide a laugh. "Oh no," I said in a playful voice. "What am I going to do? I guess I'll just have to take it off."
I can't leave here looking like this,
Liam stated flatly.
I guess I'm going to have to throw these away.
"Do it," I challenged him. Liam smirked and kicked off his shoes, then began unbuttoning his pants. He pulled his paint-splattered shirt over his head and stood there in nothing but boxers. "My pants have paint on them too," I reminded him.
Oh no,
He feigned.
what will we do about that? That was great.
"Yeah," I breathed, closing my eyes and resting the side of my face on his chest.
Sophia,
Liam said softly.
I...
"You what?" I asked. He took a deep breath.
I wanted to know...
He paused. Liam was being kind of weird right now. I finally opened my eyes and instantly noticed the mess we'd made. There was paint all over the paper. But it was actually kind of pretty. A wide smile spread across my face, and I sat up to look at it. Our painting was beautiful. It wasn't chaotic like I'd said I wanted. It was soft and gentle, with areas that were rough and fierce, just how sex should be. It was a painting of passion, with every color of the rainbow mixed seamlessly into a beautiful work of art.
What's wrong?
Liam asked. I shook my head, keeping my eyes on our painting. Nothing's wrong. I think Professor Amber would be proud. Liam shot upright and glanced down at the paper beneath us to see what I was talking about. He let out a light chuckle.
Yeah, she would be.
Essis tapped me on the leg. When I looked down, he was holding my paint-stained panties up to me. My face heated as I reached down to take them. "Thanks, buddy." He chittered, then bounced away like it was nothing. "We should probably get dressed," I suggested.
Yeah.
He agreed, but he sounded disappointed. Liam and I cleaned up and got dressed. He pulled me into his arms once we were fully clothed again. I leaned into him and inhaled his ocean scent.
I love you, Polly,
He said into my hair. "I love you too." My eyes were fixed on the floor. When I pulled away from him, I suddenly realized something.
What is it?
He asked, as I stared down at the painting. "Liam," I said breathlessly, "I think we just made spirit art." Jonah stood with one arm across his chest, and his chin rested on the other, eyeing our painting like he was an art critic. We'd brought the painting back to the Bayami dorms and hung it between our bunks.
It's
unique," Imogen said.
Yes,
Jonah agreed quickly.
that's the perfect word for it. Unique.
Liam and I shared a look. We were both trying not to burst out in laughter. I wondered how long it'd take them to get it. Essis stood in front of the painting proudly, pointing at the parts where he'd left paw prints. Squeaks stood behind Jonah. She narrowed her eyes and tilted her head, as if she was trying to make out what it was. Sassy was on the bed and had a similar look of confusion on her face. "You don't like it?" I asked, with amusement in my voice.
No,
Jonah rushed to deny.
I just don't really get it, you know?
"There's nothing to get," I said. "It's just art."
Yeah, but art means something,
Jonah argued.
This is just intense.
By now, Liam was biting his bottom lip to keep from laughing. "It's great," Imogen assured us. I noticed her eyes moving between the painting and mine and Liam's stained clothes. "Just because Jonah doesn't get it doesn't mean—" She stopped in her tracks and inhaled a deep breath. Her voice fell flat, but she didn't blink. "Oh, I think I get it." "Get what?" I asked innocently. "It's just a painting." It hit Jonah a moment later. He gasped and pointed to a corner of the paper.
Great ancestors! Is that a dick print?
Liam's face fell, and he glanced around the room to make sure no one else heard.
What? No.
I looked closer at what Jonah was pointing to. "That's S's tail. Geez, get your mind out of the gutter." Jonah ignored me and started snickering.
Wow, Liam, you're really gifted, and I don't mean artistically. Dude, it's not a dick print,
Liam insisted. Imogen laughed. "I don't know about that, but that is definitely an ass print." Imogen pointed toward another spot toward the middle. I pressed my lips together tightly as my face turned a deeper shade of pink. Imogen leaned back a little to check out my backside. "Yep, definitely Sophia's ass." "Maybe," I admitted sheepishly.
Ooh, Jonah sang. You guys are so bad. How much do you want for it? $1,000? 10? What are you talking about?
Liam asked.
This work of art is brilliant, Jonah said. One day it'll be worth millions.
I rolled my eyes at him. "Jonah, you literally didn't like it until 2 seconds ago."
Hey, I'm allowed to change my mind.
Jonah plopped down onto the bed beside Sassy.
What do you say, Im? Chip in 10 grand for it now and resell it for $1 million when they die?
Imogen went rigid. "Oh, no."
What do you mean?
Jonah said, like he didn't notice her discomfort.
The value goes up when the artist dies, and you're loaded from the cup winnings anyway. What's wrong with a little investment?
"Nothing," Imogen said in a small voice. She joined him on the lower bunk and began to pet Sassy's fur. She wouldn't meet any of our eyes. What's wrong?" I asked. "It's nothing," she assured me. But I didn't believe her. I had to get to the bottom of this. "Hey, I said quickly. "Can you help me clean up Essus? He's going to put up a fight." She finally looked to me, then nodded. Liam shook his head when Imogen stood and we started toward the bathrooms together.
What is it with girls and going to the bathroom together?
Jonah shrugged.
It's a social thing. You want to go take a piss together? Ew. No.
Liam declined with a frown. I cornered Imogen as soon as we were in the privacy of the girls' bathroom. It was a lot like a locker room, with a few bathroom stalls and a shower area. Everything was always wet in here and kind of gross. Luckily, we were alone. "What's going on, Imogen?" I demanded. Imogen walked to the sink and started running her fingers through her hair as she gazed into the mirror. At her feet, Essus began grooming Sassy. "Nothing's wrong," she insisted. We're best friends. I can tell when you're lying." Was it something Jonah said about how Liam and I would die? You know there's a possibility of that. We're fighting a war. "It's not that." It sounded like she was telling the truth. "Then what?" I pressed. "Something Jonah said about the money?" Imogen turned to me and sighed. "Look, Sophia, I know we tell each other everything, but some things I just need to keep private, okay? I need you to trust that if there's something I'm not telling you, it's for a reason. My stomach sank. Imogen was keeping something from me, and it definitely sounded like it was about money. I furrowed my brow and spoke lowly. Imogen, are your cup winnings gone? She turned back to the mirror, avoiding my gaze. Like I said, I need you to trust me, Sophia. My eyes widened. How could all our cup winnings be gone? I couldn't possibly imagine where Imogen's had vanished to, unless she spent them already. Which wasn't likely because Imogen was practical. Whatever she spent her money on must have been important. The fact that she wouldn't tell me suggested it was a pretty big deal. And that worried me to my very core.
Chapter 11. Liam. I wasn't a big fan of art, but the painting Sophia and I had completed together was a true masterpiece. I got a cocky grin every time I looked at it, hung on the wall near our bunk. So what if it had dick prints and ass prints? As far as I was concerned, Da Vinci himself couldn't have done a better job. Da Vinci didn't have as much fun painting his pieces either. I couldn't stop thinking about how fucking hot Sophia looked with paint smeared all over her naked body, along with other substances. But life at Orenda Academy wasn't all good times and hot sex. We'd gotten one step closer to finding the air piece, but to do so, we needed a Storm Lord. And that Storm Lord would be Dean Eliza. I met Jonah in an alcove near the Bayami dorm entrance on the first floor. He was leaning against Squeaks with his arms crossed and looking tense. Let's do this. Jonah began climbing stairs, up to Dean Eliza's office on the third floor. It had been difficult to get a meeting with Eliza, but we'd finally gotten one scheduled. Jonah had to slow down for me a couple of times because I had no energy lately. Esses had been giving me healings on a daily basis, but they weren't working quite as well as they should be. I chalked it up to winter ending and ignored the pains my joints gave me. It was nothing unusual for me to feel like shit anyhow. Jonah knocked before we entered into Dean Eliza's office. I'd never been in here before. The ceiling was exceptionally high, the room itself over 30 feet tall. She had the skeleton of a thunderbird hanging from the ceiling, and hundreds of feathers were suspended around it, twirling in midair. Eliza was grading papers at her desk and looked up when she saw us coming. Her thunderbird sat on a large perch behind her desk and slept with his head under his wing. "Hello, boys," Dean Eliza said, a large smile brightening her face. "What brings you here today?" Dean Eliza had been sorted into De Forti, but she had a soft spot for Jonah, which I hoped would help us today. Jonah and I slowly sank into the two chairs in front of her desk. I planned to be back up and let Jonah do most of the talking. "It's kind of an important issue," Jonah said. "We wouldn't be asking your help if we had any other choice." "Is it a project?" "I assure you, though I'm very busy, I always take time to help out my favorite students," she replied. "No," Jonah drew out his words. Squeaks chirped, and Jonah finally forced out, "We need a Storm Lord." Eliza stopped scribbling on her papers. Her thunderbird woke up and brought his head out from underneath his wing. I watched the blood drain from Eliza's face. "What?" "The Storm Lord," Jonah repeated. He sank lower in his seat. "We think you could be it." "Jonah!" The chair scraped back as Eliza rose to her feet. She pointed at me. "You've told Atawaqua about our traditions? How dare you! The Storm Lord is a protected Yapluma secret." I cringed. This wasn't exactly the reaction we'd been hoping for. "I know that, but there was no other way," Jonah said. He'd moved on to pleading now.
We figured that you have a Thunderbird, you're a powerful Yapluma, you're the only rational choice. Why do you need a Stormlord? Dean Eliza's voice rose. I'd never seen her like this before. She was the calmest Dean out of all the houses, but I swore the wind in the room was picking up as her fury raged unbound. The feathers floating above my head bounced up and down in an angry display. The suspended Thunderbird skeleton swung on its chains. Jonah and I glanced at each other. We didn't know how much to reveal without getting ourselves in trouble, but we'd agreed we wouldn't tell Eliza about the prophecy unless she was on board with helping us. We think it could be a way to stop this war, Jonah floundered out. Dean Eliza's hands clenched into fists. If you think I'm prepared to rise up against the current administration, you're highly mistaken, Mr. Charney. My mouth dropped open. Dean Eliza didn't want to oppose the elders and stop this? You don't disapprove of what's going on? Jonah peeped. His resolve was getting smaller by the minute. Squeaks's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course I do, but it is the way of things now, Dean Eliza hissed. Her eyes flashed toward the door as if she was afraid of being overheard. If I make a move against the elders, I will lose my head. If they believe I'm the Stormlord, do you know what they'll do to me? I, Jonah stuttered. We're looking for a painting, I began, hoping it would help. If we don't find it, I know very well what you're looking for, but I can assure you I have no idea where said painting is, Eliza said finitely, though her words sounded like a lie. I suggest you give up whatever you're trying to do and focus on saving yourselves. We have to find it, though, Jonah barely spoke up now. Dean Eliza shook her head and pointed at the door. Out! Get out! I can assure you I am not the one you are looking for. But get out! A gust of wind so strong blew from Dean Eliza's hands that it knocked Jonah and I out of our chairs. We scrambled to get up as her Thunderbird rose off his perch and spread his wings, electricity bouncing off his feathers. The Thunderbird flew after us as Jonah, Squeaks, and I made a run for it. We barely got the door closed behind us before we heard a crackle of thunder boom from behind. That didn't go well, Jonah gasped. He was bent over his knees and heaving. Oh, like shit, actually. It took me longer than usual to catch my breath. When I finally rose to my full height, I was a bit dizzy and had to put a hand on the wall to steady myself. Though her behavior was a bit suspicious, wasn't it? Yeah, Jonah ran a hand through his hair. I don't know why you'd act like that unless you were the person we were looking for. So that makes it clear. Eliza's the Stormlord, I said. Fine, but what good does that do us? Jonah snapped in frustration, and Squeaks bristled her feathers. She doesn't want to help. She doesn't want to help because she's scared, I noted bluntly. I bet if we give her some time, she'll come around. She's not just scared, she's fucking terrified of the elders, Jonah said. She's not all wrong either. If she was the Stormlord, Oleander would consider her a threat. She'd be executed by Element the moment he got word. We just have to convince her, I said. It doesn't have to be today. We still need to find out where the painting is. We'll keep asking, and eventually she'll crack. If she doesn't report us first, I thought. You're probably right. Jonah wiped his brow with the back of his sleeve. Imogen and I are going to focus on locating the painting and figuring out what exactly took it. Do you have any leads? There aren't as many Yapluma texts as there are from the other tribes. It'll take time to sort through them all, but eventually we'll get some answers. I sure fucking hope so. We were running out of time and we needed that last piece. But our chances of getting it seemed dismal at this point. Even if we did figure out where the painting was and what was guarding it,
All of this would be useless without Dean Eliza. The piece of soul trapped in the painting wouldn't speak to us without another Stormlord present. Jonah huffed. Are there any other options? The only other person who has a Thunderbird that we know of is Ezra, but he's not Yapluma. It wouldn't make any sense for him to be the Stormlord, I argued. It can't hurt to look into, Jonah said. Let's just double check with him as a last resort. It was a stupid plan, but the reject team was all about stupid plans. Ezra and I didn't live in the same dorms anymore and weren't supposed to talk in the first place, but I got lucky when I saw him walk past before lunch. Ezra, I called. I need to talk to you. He didn't ask questions, just ducked after me into an empty classroom. Diami shut the door behind him with his foot, and Ezra said, What do you need? I took a deep breath. So, this is going to sound crazy, but there's this Yapluma legend. It's about an exceptionally powerful air elementai bonded to a Thunderbird. He's called the Stormlord, and, well, we need him. You might be who the legend refers to. Me? Ezra raised a skeptical eyebrow. And you think I'm the Storm King, Storm Lord, I corrected. Whatever. You think I'm this guy because I have a Thunderbird? Ezra asked. It's the only thing that makes sense, right? Otherwise it's gotta be Dean Eliza, I said. I know you're Tawakwa, but is there a chance it could be possible? Ezra crossed his arms. Why do you want to know? You're acting pretty suspicious. This was the part I was worried about. I knew Ezra would press for answers, but I wasn't going to hesitate to tell Ezra the truth. He was my brother. I trusted him with my life. We're hunting prophecy pieces, I said. Ezra's eyes widened. For real? You mean the one about Sophia? Yeah. We've got a piece from each of the tribes, except Yapluma. The air piece is the last part we're after, and the one we think is coming up next. We figured Tawakwa's piece is last, and whatever it means, it's not good. Ezra bit his lip and stared at Diami in contemplation. So you're trying to figure out what happens before it does? Yes, it's the only way to stop what's coming. Ezra scratched Diami under his chin, and the Thunderbird cooed in relaxation. All I can tell you is that I'm definitely not the Stormlord. Thunderbirds might be air creatures, but they also have a close affinity to water. I'd have to have Yapluma blood to be who you're looking for, and you know as well as I do our bloodline is pure Tawakwa. I've never been able to summon air in my life. I figured as much. I felt deflated. Getting Ezra to help us would have been a lot easier than Dean Eliza. But, Ezra subbed in, I can tell you that if I'm not it, Dean Eliza has to be. Why's that? Because when I bonded with Diami, I was required to sign up with a protected familiar registry, he said. Thunderbirds are a critically endangered magical species, and everyone who bonds with an endangered magical creature has to sign up for the PFR. So what does that have to do with Dean Eliza? Ezra leaned in and dropped his voice. When I went to register, Dean Eliza was the only other person on the list who had a Thunderbird. That's still alive, anyway. So unless someone in Kimpago is hiding one, she and I are the only people bonded to that species. Could someone bond with a Thunderbird, then just not inform the elders? Ezra shook his head. You can, but it's a tribal felony because they're a protected species. And I don't think anyone's stupid enough to risk breaking the law these days unless they have to. I nodded. That makes sense. I think the registry was originally created to make sure the people who bonded with these creatures was taking care of them, but now it's become a way to keep tabs on who owns what, Ezra said. Basically, you're saying if I want to find out if anyone else owns a Thunderbird, I should look at tribal headquarters. Yep. Ezra bobbed his head and Diami copied him. That'd be the way I'd do it. Thanks, Ez, I told him. This helps a lot. Don't thank me. Ezra wrinkled his nose. I'm just doing what I can. We separated then because a task force squadron walked by and we didn't want to get harassed. I planned to look into the protected familiar registry, but I didn't expect to find anything. Our only hope seemed to be Dean Eliza, and she had convinced herself she wanted no part in this. The next day, Jonah and I went back to Dean Eliza's office, but when we knocked, she didn't answer. We could hear her working inside, but when Jonah tried to turn the knob, a gust of wind from the other side pressed against the door and turned the lock shut. Clearly, she didn't want to speak with us. We agreed to give her some space for a few weeks and try again later. I was early to class that evening because I wanted to make a good impression. War and negotiation was taught by Professor Chaveo, my old Hawkeye leadership professor. I was one of only 3 Bayami in this class, including Wyatt and Lyra, and I didn't want to get kicked out. I was pretty sure the only reason I was in his class was Professor Chaveo had fought for me, which I felt honored by. He could get in trouble for sticking up for a Bayami. The least I could do was prove I deserved his support. For your grade, you are required to maintain some sort of internship position until you graduate, Chaveo announced. I will be assigning them tonight. The first position up for grabs is an administrative assistant at tribal headquarters in Kinpago. Any volunteers? The room remained quiet. Nobody wanted the administration internship. It was the worst one. You'd be running around getting coffee all day and fixing printers instead of learning from the elders firsthand. But this internship would get me into tribal headquarters, which was exactly where I needed to go. I had to double-check if Eliza was the only Yupluma with a Thunderbird. I'll do it, I said, raising my hand. Excellent, Liam. Professor Chaveo seemed pleased I'd taken the hard job. If you're interested, you can start tonight. They need a custodian at 8. Fine by me, I said. 8 o'clock was late enough that no one would catch me going through the protected familiar registry. Suck up, Logan whispered. A couple of people laughed. I curled my fingers around a pen and didn't say anything. Sitting by Logan was pretty much torture. Sophia had told me what he'd done to Isabella, and it took everything in me not to punch him in the face every time I saw his smug mug. No doubt he'd moved on to terrorizing other Bayami girls now that Isabella was gone. Of course the Bayami becomes the pencil pusher, Courtney cracked. I think menial labor suits him, puts him in his place. Normally I'd sneer at her or give her the finger, but I was trying to rise above all that shit now. I mean, we were practically graduated. We were becoming adults. It was time to stop acting like we were in fucking high school. Calm down, everyone, Chaveo said sternly, before he returned to his list. Even though he was DeForti, he couldn't be seen sticking up for me. I guaranteed Courtney would report him for it. I had dinner with the group and told them what I was up to before I left. Tribal headquarters was a huge concrete building near the center of Kinpago. It had been damaged during the riots, but was repaired before any of the other structures in town. Chaveo had given me a key card so I could enter without having to go through security. Inside, the building smelled musty and it was dimly lit. It looked like any office building, except the paintings on the walls were of old elders that had passed on, and the gray carpet was starting to curl at the edges. Most people weren't at the tribal headquarters this late at night. The halls were practically empty, save for a couple of secretaries finishing up. I headed to the administrative section, where I was supposed to report to the night clerk. The guy waiting at the desk gave me a nasty look when I stepped into the room. I looked around for his familiar, but didn't see one. Hi, I said. I'm here about the internship. The clerk rose from his desk slowly. His keycard hung from a clip on the side of his pants. Show me your arm. What? Your arm. He wanted to check if I was DeForti or not. This was fucking humiliating. I rolled up my sleeve and shoved my forearm in his general direction. His lip curled when he saw my tattoo, but he said nothing else. "Follow me." His footsteps stomped heavily on the floor as he led me down the narrow hallway. He opened a door. It was a meeting room, but it was a total mess. Coffee spills, crumbs, and papers were spread all over the table and had even amassed on the floor. The printer was smoking, and a bunch of computer parts were lying disregarded. Most shocking was a scattering of red feathers collected in a bloody spot on the carpet. Shit, someone had thrown a laptop. Not to mention it looked like a couple of familiars had gotten into it. "The elders had a long meeting today," the clerk began. "This needs to be cleaned up. I expect it spotless by the time you leave tonight." "You could say please," I snapped. Damn, shouldn't have said that. Couldn't get away with that kind of stuff now. The clerk narrowed his eyes at me. "Dirty Bayami," he hissed. The clerk shoved past. My shoulder throbbed from where he rammed me, but I ignored it. Thank the ancestors he'd left me alone. Now I could get down to business. It'd take me forever to clean up the mess left in the conference room, but I'd worry about that later. I made sure to wait until the clerk was gone, then abandoned the conference room behind me. I knew a bit about tribal headquarters. I'd been in here a few times before the Chief Hood had been reassigned to Ezra. Records were on the 3rd floor. I took the elevator up so I didn't pass out on the stairs, and was happy to see that the records area was completely empty when the doors opened. There was a problem, though. My keycard wouldn't get me through to the records area. I had no clearance. Good thing I'd swiped the night clerk's ID off of him when he'd shoved into me. Fucking dickhead. I swiped the keycard and the door to the records area opened. I moved quickly and sat at the nearest computer. I was able to get into the record files, miraculously, with another scan of the keycard. I wonder whose ass this guy had to kiss to be granted this type of clearance. He had to have access to all areas of headquarters for security purposes, sure, but I was surprised further privileges had been granted. There were thousands upon thousands of files in the computer's hard drive. I found the protected familiar registry pretty quickly, and although there were hundreds of people bonded to endangered familiars, when I narrowed the search down to Thunderbirds, only 2 names popped up. Ez had been right. The only people registered to Thunderbirds in Kinpago were him and Eliza. That meant Eliza was our Stormlord for sure. I went to log out, but before I could, my eyes spotted something. Registry of Bayami. That was new. I didn't have a lot of time, but my fingers itched to click on the button. I opened the registry and, as an experiment, typed in my own name. A new window on the screen popped up, outlined in red. There was a photograph of myself, one I'd never seen of me walking in Kinpago. A ton of text was attached to the file. I leaned forward to read. Liam Maito, Toakwa, familiar deceased, I read aloud. Projection, code red, highly dangerous, in an interhouse relationship with a code black. Monitor until further instruction. Didn't know what a code black was, but it didn't sound good. Below was a giant paragraph on the trial, as well as the classes I took at school, how powerful my magic was suspected to be, and my medical condition. They even had a slot on what I did in my free time, and that I'd gone bungee jumping recently. Shit, these goons had a lot on me. They'd been following me around. Probably knew more about me than I did. It was ridiculously unsettling. I searched Jonah's name. He came up as a code green, which was listed as not a threat. They didn't have a whole lot in his file, save for a few pictures and that he'd been bonded to Squeaks. When I searched Imogen's name, I got a jolt when I saw her file was listed as a code yellow. Proceed with caution. Suspected mixed house, I read aloud. Familiar is a kitsune, most likely stolen from a Defortai. Familiar removal scheduled for March 15th. What the fuck? They were going to steal Sassy away from Imogen? Not a fucking chance. I looked for a section on where to edit files, and miraculously I found one. I changed Imogen's file to a code green and deleted the information about Sassy being a kitsune completely. I took out the part about Sassy being removed from Imogen and changed her species to a common fox. There. Fuck these assholes. They weren't messing with my friends. I didn't want to search Sophia's name because I was worried about what I would find, but that's why I had to. Sophia's file popped up, outlined all in black. It had a giant bold heading on the top of it. Warning, code black, exceptionally dangerous. I skimmed the rest of the file quickly. There was a small section on the trial, but more on how Sophia had been stolen as a baby, raised outside our culture, and brought back in as an outsider. Showed abnormal abilities during the elemental cup, bonded to an unidentified familiar species, prophesied to bring about a major tribal change, in contact with several code reds, I mumbled. I did a quick look through the Bayami registry, and although there were quite a few code reds, no one else had a code black. Sophia was the only one. Sophia's file was fucking scary. The more I read, the worse it got. I found out her sister was categorized as a code red too, as well as her adoptive parents. All that was missing from her file was an order to kill on sight. I didn't know how much longer it would take for the elders to make that decision, or what was holding them back in the first place. I had to get off of Sophia's file before I had a panic attack. I surveyed the registry closely. Maybe this could be a tool for figuring out who the Defortai were targeting next. I narrowed the search to a list of Bayami students at Orenda Academy who were listed as Code Red and came up with 12 names. I memorized as many names as I possibly could, and then logged out before someone found out what I was up to. I walked back to the conference room with a lot on my mind. We had to get those 12 kids out of the school before the elders decided to do something about them. I was almost thinking of going back to the academy and gathering up people now, but I didn't want to blow my cover, so I had to finish up the job for the internship first. I groaned when I walked back into the messy room. This was going to take forever. I started throwing pieces of the broken laptop into the trash. Every part of me was tense. I couldn't get my mind off of what I'd seen. Sophia and I were being more closely watched than ever. The door cracked open behind me.
Liam?
I jumped about 5 feet in the air. I whirled around, expecting to toss a water ball into someone's face, but I let out a sigh of relief when I saw it was just my dad. He looked unkempt. His tie was undone and his suit was rumpled. I noticed for the first time Tatum's muzzle was starting to gray. I wondered if it was from stress. "Dad, you nearly gave me a heart attack," I complained. I rubbed my chest and tried to breathe. Fuck, I was on edge. "What are you doing here?" Dad's main office was at Serpent Assembly back within Tawakwa tribal lines, but he had another office here for when the elders from the different houses all had to convene. He'd been here more than he'd been at the offices back home lately.
Sorry, I've been taking care of some things.
He glanced around.
What are you doing here?
I landed an administrative internship. This was my first job, I said.
I see.
He sighed as he stepped into the room.
I remember my internship. Not exactly glamorous.
It's work. I'm fine with it, I said.
Let me help you, Dad said. It'll go quicker with the three of us.
Dad, you don't have to do that. You're chief, I objected.
Nonsense. A chief isn't above a bit of cleaning, he insisted.
I didn't object because I really didn't want to be alone right now. I was kind of freaking out. Dad began wiping down the conference table while I tried to lift the stains out of the carpet with my magic. I got the coffee to come up, but the blood just wouldn't lift. Tatum gathered the red feathers into a pile with his paws and grumbled something under his breath, but I obviously didn't know what because I couldn't speak bear. You'd think they'd let Christian and Katie loose in here with how it looks. Such a disaster. Dad shook his head and sighed. The meeting didn't go well today, as I'm sure you can see. What happened? I asked. I stopped trying to lift the blood. I wasn't getting anywhere. Dad dug in his pocket and placed a silver orb on the table, one that pulsated and shot out thin bands of light. I tilted my head in confusion. I'd never seen such a thing in my life. It's an illusion charm from the Arcania sorceresses, Dad explained. I purchased it some time ago. Anyone listening in on us from the outside will only hear dull conversation instead of what we're actually talking about. That's really clever, I marveled. I wanted one of my own, but I bet objects like that were rare. I wish I had another for you, but magical artifacts are being tightly monitored by the elders these days. I barely managed to sneak this one in. Dad pocketed the orb again. What you need to understand, son, is that the council is heavily divided. There are very few of us left from the old days, and the ones who aren't in Oleander's pocket are in Chieftess Annette's. Coigny isn't willing to give up power so easily. That often results in fights. I glanced at the bloodstain on the floor. I thought Chieftess Annette was on Oleander's side, I asked. Far from it. She goes with him because she has to. The two-house system was Chieftess Annette's idea all along, Dad said. She had the idea to make herself High Chieftess after the new order was complete, and then groom her daughter so Haley could take over. She's been in the process of changing the tribe for years. But I'm guessing Oleander got there first. Precisely, Dad nodded. He stole her plan and modified the council so that the vote was in his favor. Obviously, Annette is furious. But she can't go against Oleander at the moment because this was her idea in the first place, and showing her hand would put her in an unfavorable light. Very few elders understand why she's so upset. It should be obvious. Oleander stole her power. She's been working forever to try and get the title of High Chief, and he's about to come in and take it away from her. I couldn't believe the other elders were so stupid. They didn't realize what was right in front of them, but most of them were Oleander's lackeys. I doubt he put anyone of intelligence on the council that might be a threat to him. Annette and Oleander are currently in a battle for power, Dad said. Whoever wins the title of High Chief will have control of the tribe. And at this point, I'm not sure who is worse. The council is currently locked in a perpetual state of disagreement. We can't decide on anything. Tatum moaned and rubbed his head, as if just mentioning it gave him a headache. It can't stay that way forever, can it? I asked. No, Dad shook his head. It cannot. Sooner or later there will be assassinations, and the council will swing one way or the other. I paced the room. There must be a way to stop it. Right, Dad? My plan is to undermine them both, Dad said. They're so focused on fighting each other, they're not counting on being overthrown from the outside. If that means we have to start taking people out, yes, Liam, I'm willing to do it. I paused before I said, This is why you wanted me to kill Sophia, isn't it? Because you thought it would undermine Annette's attempts to become High Chieftess by keeping Coigny from rising to power. Unfortunately, yes, Dad said. But that obviously was the wrong move, seeing as how Sophia's practically been abandoned by the Coigny Council, and she's about to become my daughter-in-law. I grinned. Yeah, didn't expect that one, did you? You probably didn't either, Dad laughed. I shook my head and parted my hair back. No, I really didn't. I wanted to ask Dad more about the Bayami files, as I was sure he'd know about them, but I didn't want him knowing I was sneaking around in the record system. I'd get a lecture I was being too risky. I had the thought so long as Dad was on the Elder Council, Sophia and I were safe, so I put it in the back of my mind. As much as I could, anyway. Cleaning up the conference room took until midnight, but we eventually got it done. I said goodbye to Dad before I hit the street and picked up the pace on the road back to school. I tossed the clerk's ID into the river when I passed it and watched the water carry it away to the ocean. I kept glancing over my shoulder every now and then, getting the feeling someone was watching me, but there wasn't anyone around. I expected to find the group back in the Bayami dorms, but they weren't in the bunks. I trekked to the Anichi dorms and found Jonah, Imogen, and Sophia gathered around the fireplace, sharing hot chocolate. Esses was on the coffee table, shoving marshmallows down his trap like no tomorrow. Squeaks tried to balance a tower of marshmallows on her beak and kept letting them drop. "Guys, we can't keep hanging around here like this," I said as I sat next to Sophia. She handed me my own hot chocolate, and I took a sip. "This place has got to be a base only. If people notice we're always gone, they'll suspect we have a hideout somewhere." Jonah pouched out his lip. "But this is the only cool place we can still chill." "Liam's right." Imogen set her hot chocolate down with a sigh, and Sassy jumped up to curl on her lap. "We're coming up here too much. We need to lay low for a while." Sophia put a hand on the small of my back. "So, how'd your internship go? Did you find anything?" With a glance at Sassy, I remembered what I'd found in the Bayami files. "I went through the Protected Familiar Registry," I said. "Dean Eliza is the only person in Kimpago who has a Thunderbird except Ezra. The Stormlord's gotta be her." "That's not all you found, was it?" Sophia asked. Her tone had a slight measure of dread. "Believe me," I started. "It gets worse." I told them what I'd found in our files in the Bayami registry. Their eyes grew wider and wider as I recalled everything I could remember. I told them the names of the Code Red students at the school, and Imogen wrote them down. When I got to the part about Sophia being a Code Black, she squeezed my hand tightly. I hated putting more stress on her. Wondered if I should tell her at all, really, but I had no choice in the matter. She deserved to know what the elders had pegged her as. "I can't believe they were going to take Sassy away. I would never steal her," Imogen shouted. The tip of Sassy's tongue dangled out of her mouth as Imogen squeezed her for comfort. "Well, with luck, they won't now. All record of her being a kitsune is gone. I deleted it," I said. "Good riddance," Jonah grumbled. He had his head in his hands and was looking at the floor with narrowed eyes. Jonah had taken it as a personal insult he'd been labeled a Code Green and not considered a threat. The rest of us would have loved to take his place. "Exceptionally dangerous," Sophia's voice was hollow. "That's really funny." "It's not without reason," I said lowly. "You scare them." "I'm not a threat to anyone anymore. I'm useless," Sophia said quietly. She brought her legs on the couch and wrapped her arms around them, propping her chin on her knees. Jonah and Imogen sensed we needed space. Imogen got up and said, "Let's get to bed. It's been a long night." Jonah nodded and stood. As Squeaks shut the door behind them, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the fire. Esses had so many marshmallows stuffed into his cheeks, he looked like a squirrel hoarding nuts. "You're not useless. You saved Isabella," I pointed out. "I had no choice," Sophia said. "If I didn't do something, no one would. I couldn't let her be raped in front of me. Seeing her get beat up was bad enough, and I couldn't stand to watch someone get hurt again, not after Levi." The flames in the fireplace began to change shape. Sophia was manipulating them to look like people dancing in the shadows. "Levi wasn't your fault." "You can say that over and over again, but I'm never going to believe it." A dancer rose up in the fire before she spun out and fell into the flames. "The truth is, I would have never stood for that a year ago, no matter what rules were in place. I should have stopped it. You aren't the same person now. I twirled a few strands of Sophia's hair around my fingers. And just because you couldn't save Levi doesn't mean that you didn't help other people. You were the one who got his sister out. But what good does it do, Liam? We can save one person, but so many more can't be saved. It's a useless endeavor. The flames climbed in intensity, and I felt the temperature in the room increase. We can't make a difference for everyone. That's just not possible. But we made a difference for those people we helped escape. Sophia turned her head away, and her hair fell out of my fingers. I don't know if the Hawkeye deserved to be saved. Not after what I've seen. I don't even know if humanity has the right to exist. We don't. That doesn't mean life has to be wiped out, I said softly. I hate them for what they've done to me. Sophia's voice shook with fury. They've turned me into a coward. I used to be brave. Now I think I was just naive. I was a stupid girl who didn't know how the world really worked. She gave a skeptical noise. I know now. You were never stupid. Too optimistic, but so what? It worked, I said. You accomplished things nobody could just because no one ever told you it was impossible to do them. How many times did we walk away from situations we should have died from? Too many. And your faith never wavered. The Elemental Cup is the biggest example. We only survived that tournament because I had the totem, Sophia spat. I can't summon lightning without it anymore. I tried and failed during the riots. Everything that makes me special comes from that totem. I'm nothing without it. Average at best. You told me you could use energy powers. You can project light and make a force field. That's anything but average. Yes, because I have an energy object, she yelled. It's not coming from me. My coigni powers aren't even that strong if I can't use the totem. Why the ancestors think I'm special is beyond me. I wish they would have picked anyone else. They probably would have gotten the job done by now. That's not true. Sophia, look at me. I reached out and turned her head gently toward me. Ancestors don't pick whoever they want. They pick the person best suited for the job. I'm not anymore, Sophia whispered. Why can't you all see that? Why can't you see what a miracle you are? I whispered. Ancestors, Soph, you're killing me here. She swept her hair back from her face. Esses held out a marshmallow for her, but she ignored him. He frowned and shoved the marshmallow back in his fur. Sophia and Esses were on totally different levels lately. It was difficult to witness, seeing as how they used to be so in sync. You have to believe the ancestors are leading you down the right path, I continued. It's not over yet. How can I believe? I've found myself, but I'm having trouble holding on to who Kyra Koignichi is, Sophia said. Her words sounded more like a lonely echo than her actual voice. There's just nothing but empty. Not emptiness. That's a different feeling. To feel emptiness, you have to be something else, and I'm not anymore. There's just nothing there. You can't understand. Sophie, if there's anyone on this planet who can understand how you feel, it's definitely me. I knew exactly what it was to be empty. Her eyes cleared with the truth of that statement. I guess that's true. I didn't mean to be insensitive. It's okay. I've been dealing with it a lot longer than you have. You seem to be getting better. Therapy helps, but to be honest, I'm still depressed, though it's a hell of a lot better than it used to be. I shrugged. What are you gonna do, though? Sophia took a deep breath. It's hard not to be depressed in this fucking society. That got a laugh out of me. Touché. I don't know how to describe how I feel. It's so complicated. Sophia rubbed her eyes, and the dark circles beneath them became more pronounced in the firelight. It's like there's this big black hole inside me, sucking everything up. I never believed in ghosts. I suppose they must exist because other magical things do too, but I didn't realize you can be a ghost and still be alive. It's like I'm this shell walking around, and if you open me up, there's nothing there. You're incredibly sad and numb at the same time, I said. You feel everything in the world and nothing all at once, and it never stops. Sophia blinked in disbelief at me. See? I told you that I knew, I said. Liam, you have to understand that I'm tired, Sophia said. I'm tired of fighting. I don't want to anymore. I'm not suicidal and I don't want to die, but I'm exhausted constantly. It's getting to a point where I hardly care what happens anymore, with the tribe or otherwise. I just want to return to a time when things were simple and I didn't have to think so much. She inhaled a sharp breath. And you can't imagine how sick I am of being scared. I am terrified all the time. It's 24/7. It never stops. Even when I'm happy or when I'm laughing, I'm still scared. It even gets boring being so frightened, but it never goes away. I get tired of looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next catastrophe to happen. Sophia put her head in her hands. I want to give up. Maybe if I just stopped caring, everything would get better. You can't give up. What if I had given up on that bridge? I wouldn't be here now, I said. What if you give up? What's going to happen to the tribe? What's going to happen to Jonah and Imogen? Hell, what's going to happen to us? Sophia raised her head. That's the only thing keeping me holding on. You and me. I feel like if I didn't have you, I'd just fade away into the paint on the walls. You were my anchor to this life for the longest time. Now it's my turn to be yours, I said. I opened up my arms. Sophia, I need you. Come here. Sophia crawled across the couch and sat in my lap. I enclosed my arms around her tightly. She nestled into my chest, and I laid my chin on top of her hair. I'm sorry it happened to you, I whispered. I wish I could take it all away. Sophia pressed herself into my chest. I need you to be present with me now. Always. She gave a hopeless laugh. Sometimes I want to press into you and disappear. That wouldn't work. I gave a grim smile. All of me would go with you. There wouldn't be anything of me left to give. I'm glad we got a second chance. I could never replace you, Sophia hushed. I don't care what people say about getting back with your ex. I swear we're gonna make it. We'll find a way no matter what. I'll be here to take care of you until my heart bursts, I said, and probably long after. She turned to face me and threaded her fingers between mine. As Sophia pushed forward, I leaned backward until I was spread out on the couch and she was on top of me. She started kissing me slow. The movements were gentle and tender. This was a secret moment in time tucked away for her and me. In these few seconds, the rest of the world didn't matter. This was a safe place where everything would be okay, at least until tomorrow. When she pulled her mouth away from mine, I said, Soph? Just don't ever tell me you're fine, I spoke gently, because I never was. Tears dotted her eyelashes. I won't, Liam. I promise.
Chapter 12. Sophia. I was lying to myself. For weeks, I thought things were getting better. Then Liam told me about my file, how closely the elders were watching me, and that gaping wide hole in my belly split open to swallow me. I couldn't stand watching my back at every moment, wondering when the elders might finally cave and hurt me. Or worse, Essus. I felt like a shell of a human being. Liam decided to cheer me up Wednesday after Hawkeye Art by taking me to the group home to play with Adriel, my foster kid for my parenting class. "This is really sweet of you to come with," I told Liam on our way. We walked along the road hand in hand. Liam shrugged.
"You talk about him so much that I wanted to meet him. You two seem really close."
The kids were passing through the main foyer after dinner when we arrived. Adriel spotted me and ran over screaming, "Sophia!" He didn't hug me, because he didn't like being in close contact with people, but he leaned his head close to me, which was basically his version of a hug. I bent to his level on one knee. "Adriel, how are you?" "Okay," he replied, but it came out sounding like a jumbled mess. He wasn't very good with language yet, though the nurse had told me he'd been working with a speech therapist and had been getting better since I started coming to see him. "Adriel, this is my friend, Liam," I said. "Can you say hi?"
"Hi, Adriel."
Liam said kindly as he knelt beside us. Adriel didn't look him in the eye, but he held his hand up to wave. I chuckled. "I think that means he likes you." "Play! Play!" Adriel cried. I stood and noticed Miss Evangeline's eyes on us. She smiled lightly as she watched Adriel interact with me. "Is it okay if we join?" I asked her. "Of course, Sophia," she said. "You're always welcome." We followed the other kids to the playroom, and Adriel immediately went to the blocks. He looked back a few times to make sure I was following him. Essis knew the drill by now, and he started helping Baby, the group home's hippogriff, gather the blocks and put them in piles next to Adriel. Liam sat on the ground and started reaching for blocks.
"What do we have here? Are we building a tower?"
Adriel snatched a blue block from Liam's hands and started a pile next to the red ones. "Adriel," I scolded, "that wasn't very nice." Adriel tucked his chin in and crossed his arms. He mumbled something incomprehensible. "Next time, ask politely," I told him, before picking up a block and offering it to him. His eyes brightened as he took it out of my hand and piled it on top of another green block, making certain their edges were lined up. I smiled, then glanced to Liam, only for my cheeks to flame red. He was looking at me with this dreamy look in his eyes. "What?" I asked innocently.
"Nothing,"
Liam said, but I could definitely sense there was something. As we continued playing, Adriel took a liking to Liam. When he placed a block in Liam's hand, I nearly jumped for joy. This wasn't something Adriel normally did, and it was a huge step in his development. Liam didn't even notice. He just placed the blue block on top of the others.
"How's that? Is that where it goes?"
Adriel shook his head and resituated the block so that it was in perfect alignment with the others.
"You're right,"
Liam said in a light voice.
"It was a little crooked. It looks much better now. Thanks for fixing it for me, bud."
The more Liam interacted with Adriel, the heavier my heart got. Liam used water from a water bottle to create small magical creatures that galloped and jumped around Adriel. Adriel laughed as he watched the water elephant play with the griffin. I wanted this for us so badly. Seeing Liam play with Adriel made me think of what we might have had together someday, if Liam weren't sterile. I wanted to sneak away with Liam and fuck him as soon as we got back to the castle. My ovaries were about to explode with how cute it all was. But I could never say that to Liam, because the fantasies in my head were just that. Fantasies. Thursday morning, I woke to a light tap on the side of my face. I'd slept on the bottom bunk that night since Liam insisted we had to switch off. My eyes shot open to see Essis standing on my chest, peering down at me. I blinked him into focus. "What is it, buddy?" He peeped and held up a sheet of paper. I took it to see that it was nothing but a bunch of scribbles. He pointed to my trunk, then to his chest proudly. I looked over to see that my sketchbook and colored pencils had been pulled out of the trunk and were scattered on the floor between the bunks. I set Essis beside me and pushed myself to a sitting position. My head nearly grazed the underside of the top bunk. Essis, did you draw this? He nodded, then started pointing at it like he was trying to explain what it was. He pointed to a red scribble, then to me. He touched the blue scribble, then pointed upward. After touching the yellow scribble, he placed his paw on his chest. Finally, he pointed out a purple circle, then pointed to Julian, sitting in the basket at the foot of the bed. Is it me, Liam, you, and Julian? I asked. He bobbed his head up and down. A warmth entered my chest. Essis was obviously trying to make me feel better. He was saying we were a family. I scratched him behind the ears. Thanks, buddy. I glanced around the dorms. They were pretty much empty. Jonah and Imogen were already gone. I could hear Liam stirring from above me, but he didn't have class until late that afternoon. Judging by how quiet the dorms were, most people were already in class, which meant I'd slept in a little longer than I meant to. We should probably get ready for class, huh? I asked Essis. He nodded and hopped off the bed, taking the drawing with him. He tried to stick it to the wall next to our painting, but it just fell to the floor. I chuckled as I stood and picked the paper up off the ground. We'll hang it up later, okay? After cleaning up my trunk and getting dressed in the girls' bathroom, I packed Julian in my bag and hoisted it over my shoulder. I wanted to give Liam a kiss for the day, but he looked peaceful sleeping there. I didn't want to wake him. I nudged Essis to give him a quick treatment before we left. My first class of the day was Fundamentals of Familiar Magic. So far, we'd covered a lot of things I already knew, like how we drew magic from our familiars, and that was why our magic got stronger when we bonded. Professor Kurt taught this class. I'd had him for dragonology my first semester. He was Coigny, sorted into Deforti, and bonded to a red dragon named Kalina. He was one of the few professors left since the riots. I took a seat toward the back of the class. Welcome, class, Professor Kurt said, folding his hands in front of himself at the front of the room. Last week, we finished our unit on Coigny familiars. Before we get into Navita magic, I'd like to talk about Anichi familiars. My stomach twisted, and I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. I hoped Professor Kurt didn't say anything about Kerbals. At the front of the room, someone raised their hand. It was Riley, a guy from Yapluma I didn't know very well. He had a hawk familiar that stood on the desk in front of him. Aren't all Anichi familiars extinct? Yes, Professor Kurt replied. I breathed a sigh of relief. Essis was safe. For now. However, that doesn't mean we can't learn from them, Professor Kurt added. He turned to his projector screen and pressed a button on his remote. A slide came up showing a collage of drawings of various Anichi familiars. My gaze roamed over beautiful white deer, large dragons, small bats, and creatures I'd never seen before. A sheep with wings, a koala-like creature with a mane around its face, and lemurs with piercing sapphire eyes. Professor Kurt began his lecture. These are some of the Anichi familiars we know once existed. As you can see, Anichi had a wide variety of species connected to their house. He used his laser pointer to call attention to a small lizard. Reptiles? Next, he pointed to a creature that looked a lot like a possum, but with shorter nose and bigger ears. Marsupials. He pointed out a rabbit familiar next. Lagomorphs. He ran his laser pointer along a snake-like creature that looked like it had fins. Water creatures. He turned back to the class. Though the Anichi familiars differed in appearance, they all had one very important thing in common. They all shared magical characteristics known only to the Soul House. They could create beams of light, protect their elementi in times of war with shields, and yes, in rare species, even heal. A girl at the front of the room raised their hand. How did the Anichi die if their familiars could protect them? Professor Kurt's face fell and he took a deep breath.
That's a question best suited for your history professors. But as I understand it, there came a point in the Great War when Anichi were separated from their familiars. In effect, this weakened their magic. As familiars died, so did the Anichi.
Nausea twisted in my stomach. It was clear what Professor Kurt was saying, though he didn't go into detail. There was a dark look on his face that suggested he didn't want to admit what had really happened, because then he'd have to face the fact that it was happening all over again. I'd bet anything that back in the Great War, Coigny forced the separation of Elementi from their familiars and executed all the soul creatures they could find to weaken Anichi's magic. They were probably too stupid to realize it'd kill the entire house off. My hands curled into fists. Coigny was better than this. I knew because of people like Vanessa, Lindsay, Miranda, and Bren. My grandparents had been the ones who'd showed me Coigny weren't all bad. It was just those in power who thirsted for more. And they were doing it all over again. There wasn't a damn thing I could do about it either until we had that earpiece and knew what came next. Riley raised his hand again.
Could there still be Anichi creatures out there, even though the Anichi Elementi are gone?
Professor Kurt frowned.
If you're asking if soul creatures could survive without Elementi, the answer is yes. There are more magical creatures in our world than there are Elementi, and many go their whole lives without bonding. But there are no soul creatures left. Everybody knows that.
Professor Kurt left it at that and changed the slide, diving into the various classifications of Anichi familiars. Meanwhile, I couldn't get my mind off what he said. I stared down at Essus and stroked his fur. He was wrong about the soul creatures being extinct. Essus was one of them, and he had to come from somewhere. He couldn't be the only one. So the only question was, where were the other Anichi familiars hiding? When I returned to the dorms after class, Liam was still lying in bed. It was almost lunchtime, and he was normally up by now. My stomach sank in worry. Liam? I nudged him a little, but he didn't move. I nudged him harder and spoke his name louder. Liam stirred and rolled over. He didn't open his eyes as he moaned.
Go back to sleep, Pawi.
Liam, it's almost noon, I stated. What are you still doing in bed? It's time for lunch. He swatted me away.
I'm not hungry.
Liam, I snapped. Liam's eyes fluttered open, and he lifted his head slightly to look at me. Immediately, my eyes went wide. Liam's face was pale, and his lips had turned a bluish tint. His breath came in shallow heaves, and his forehead was covered in a sheen of sweat. You look awful, I breathed. He shook his head, though it looked strained.
Nah, Pawi, I'm fine.
Liam's words were cut off as he started coughing. It sounded like he was hawking up a lung. He covered his mouth with his hand, but it didn't help stifle the sound. The few people who were here between classes looked our way. Essus jumped off my shoulder onto the top bunk. Ancestors! I exclaimed. I rushed to grab a bottle of water Jonah had left sitting on top of one of the trunks, along with Liam's inhaler. I held the bottle up to Liam, but he declined as the coughing fit continued. Essus' ears fell as he worked his healing magic, but nothing happened. Finally, Liam's coughing slowed. He pulled his hand away from his mouth and looked down at it, then curled his hand into a fist. Liam, show me, I demanded. He sighed.
Pawi, I said I was fine.
You're not, I insisted. You're lying to me. Now show me your hand. Liam hesitated, then unfurled his fingers. Inside lay a ball of dark phlegm. Fine my ass. Okay, that's it, I stated firmly. We're headed to the infirmary.
What? No,
he protested. You don't have a choice. I shoved his inhaler into his hand, then started gathering clothes from his trunk. I lowered my voice as I leaned in to hand them to him. Liam, your magic is getting weaker. There's only so much Essus can do. It's time to get modern medicine involved because no matter what, I will not lose you. Liam's expression didn't give anything away as he stared back at me.
It's not going to help.
I shrugged. Fine, prove me wrong. Liam groaned.
Just let me sleep it off, Pawi.
I sighed. He was so stubborn. I'll make you a deal. If you make it to class, you don't have to go to the hospital. But if it doesn't get better, you're headed up there the moment you wake.
Deal,
he agreed. He used his inhaler once before handing it back to me. I relaxed and softened my tone. Can I get you anything?
Nah,
he said as he rolled over.
I'm okay.
Liam's message was clear. He was far from okay, but he didn't want to do anything about it. I'd give him a pass now, but next time I was dragging him to the infirmary myself. I stayed in the Bayami dorms to keep an eye on Liam, even though I hated it down here. We all did. I worked on homework while Essus snuggled up to the dragon egg and took a nap. Liam had managed to drag himself out of bed to go to class like we agreed, but he went back to sleep the moment he returned. It was late before Jonah and Imogen entered the dorms, along with Sassy and Squeaks. Imogen looked like a walking disaster. Her hair was in disarray, and there was a sticky stain all over her lavender dress. The bow on Sassy's tail had been crushed, and the fur on top of her head stuck straight up. I instantly set my homework aside.
It couldn't have been that bad,
Jonah insisted. Imogen's eyebrows shot up. Believe me, it was. What was bad? I asked. Imogen groaned. My date with Sam. I furrowed my brow. What happened? Imogen started counting off on her fingers. Well, we were denied service at 3 different restaurants. One said it was going to be a 2-hour wait, even though we could see empty tables. Another obviously lied to us about an E. coli breakout. We finally covered up our tattoos, and the 4th place let us in, but I ended up spilling my lemonade all over my dress, so they moved us to another table. Let's see, what else? The soup was cold. Zarya stepped on Sassy's tail, and I'm pretty sure it's still bruised. Sam lost his wallet, and I only had my card on me, which got declined at the register, so I had to run to the bank while he stayed at the restaurant. Then we ran into Sam's ex-girlfriend in the square. She wanted to hang out with us. Ew! I told her we were on a date and to get lost. What else? He bought me a flower at a street vendor, but it had a bee in it that ended up stinging him. Guess who's allergic to bees? He's in the infirmary now, and he's okay, but he can barely talk through the hives. Imogen took a long-winded breath.
Is that all?
Jonah asked flatly. Imogen crossed her arms and scrunched up her nose. Is that not enough?
At least you got a good story out of it,
Jonah pointed out. Imogen shrugged. If you can call it that. I don't think there's going to be another date. I'm not really into Sam anyway. Jonah frowned.
Is it because of Cade?
Imogen crossed her arms. So what if it is? My heart fell. It's been months. You don't think I know that, Sophia? Imogen snapped. She quickly softened her tone, but tears welled in her eyes. I just need more time to get over him, okay? Jonah's face fell.
Take all the time you need, Im. But girl, eventually you have to move on, so you can be happy again. We don't want to see you suffer like this.
Imogen's tears threatened to spill over. I know, she practically whispered. I felt so bad for her. Imogen was my best friend, but I couldn't cure the worst pain she'd ever felt. I couldn't bring Cade back, nor could I make it better. The best thing I could do was be here for her, and it would never be enough. Jonah shot a look to the top bunk where Liam was sleeping.
He okay?
I shook my head. He's not feeling well. Imogen set her bag on Jonah's bed and sat down. Again? I raised an eyebrow. You mean still? Jonah groaned and plopped down on my mattress beside me.
Ugh, I bet it's the stress. Everything's going to shit lately.
Imogen swung her leg out to kick him lightly, but her legs weren't long enough. We all know.
At this point, we might as well leave,
Jonah complained. It wasn't meant to be a real suggestion, but Imogen and I both froze. Do you really think we could? I asked. Jonah lowered his voice.
I don't know. Honestly, what are we even staying for? We're going to get ourselves killed the longer we stay.
I mean, where would we go? I questioned, glancing around to make sure no one heard us. Maybe my parents' house, but the elders are watching us. I don't want to drag my family into any more conflict. There's nowhere for us to hide. We can't just pick up and leave when we don't have anywhere to go. Or money to do it. All of our cup winnings were gone. Besides, I added, shooting a glance upward to the top bunk, I don't know if Liam would make it.
What do you mean?
Jonah asked. I facepalmed. Did Jonah not understand how bad Liam's condition was? Me, you, Imogen, we could all handle being homeless. But Liam? He needs medical care, and that's not something he can get if we're on the run. Even if we got a car or something, I don't think he could handle sleeping in it for weeks on end until we found a place to live. He won't survive on the streets. Jonah's brow furrowed.
But we have Essus.
And clearly his condition is getting worse anyway, I pointed out. Jonah's shoulders dropped.
Yeah, I noticed.
We can't go, Imogen stated. We have a lot left to do. We have to help people or no one else will. It was obvious she was talking about the smuggling operation, though she wouldn't dare say it out loud. She probably meant we had to find the airpiece, too.
We can't leave. I have to help my dad.
The sound of Liam's voice above us shocked me. I thought he was asleep. I went still, hoping he hadn't heard what I'd just said. He'd make a big deal about how he didn't want us to worry about him and how he could handle it. Jonah stood to look at Liam, like we hadn't just been talking about him.
Help your dad with what?
I was curious, too, so I got to my feet beside Jonah. Liam had his head rested on the edge of the mattress as he stared down at us.
Not here, but it's important.
I nodded, understanding that he'd tell us all later. It's something we can consider, Imogen said, but as a last resort. I don't want to leave my parents or my brothers behind. I don't want to leave my grandparents either, I added.
My family needs me, too,
Liam said. So it's settled, I said. We don't leave Kinpago unless we have no other choice. For now, we're going to stay and fight and hope things turn around. Jonah's face fell, but he held his shoulders back like he was trying not to let it show. He didn't have anyone left he really cared about except us.
I'm staying as long as you guys are. Nothing can break apart the reject team.
Saturday morning, when I woke, I rolled over and felt a piece of paper crinkle beneath me. I sat up in bed and used my fire to create a small flame so I could see through the dark dungeon. My heart leaped when I saw the curved letters of my name on the outside of an envelope. Amelia. Kiwi must have snuck in last night to get me a message. I instantly became alert as I tore the envelope open and read Amelia's letter. Sophia, today's my only day in town. Breakfast at Dragon Bean? Amelia. I'd never been to Dragonbean before, but I'd passed it in Kinpago. It was a cute little coffee shop on the edge of town close to the school. I kicked off my covers, which stirred Essis awake, and climbed down from the top bunk.
Sophia?
Liam groaned from where he slept. Shh, I told him, glancing around at all the other Bayami who were sleeping in. My sister's in town. I'm going to have breakfast with her. Liam rubbed his eyes.
Okay, you want me to come with?
I could tell he still wasn't feeling well. Anxiety knotted in my gut. No, I whispered. I'll be fine. Essis helped me pick out my clothes for the day, then followed me into the bathroom to shower. He grumbled when the water sprayed his fur, but he didn't seem to mind when I told him he could give Julian a bath. Essis carried the dragon egg to a puddle in the shower room and started scrubbing the outside of the egg while humming a soft tune. After a quick shower, I dried off, dressed, and threw my hair into a ponytail. I couldn't get out of the castle and to the coffee shop soon enough. The morning sunlight was a warm welcome to the dark, dank conditions in the Bayami dorms. I was actually feeling pretty good as I walked into town. When I stepped inside Dragonbean, I spotted Amelia right away. She sat in a booth reading the paper and sipping on her coffee. Kiwi sat on her shoulder and looked interested in the pictures on the page. It was quiet in here, with only a half-dozen patrons. It looked like a normal coffee shop, except with dragon decorations everywhere. Different colored eggs had been placed on shelves above all the tables. They must have been reconstructed after the dragons hatched, because I didn't think anyone would just leave dragon eggs lying around like this. The light fixtures were even made from dragon scales. It was all very colorful and reminded me of a kaleidoscope. Amelia heard the sound of the bell above the door and turned. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. She squealed and stood with her arms out wide. "Sophia!" she sang. I pulled her into a tight hug. She was so warm and familiar that it took my breath away. I just wanted to squeeze her for hours. "Amelia, it's so great to see you." She drew away and took my hand. "Let's get you something to eat. On me." Really, I can pay for myself," I protested. I only had a couple dollars, but it was enough for breakfast. "I'm the one with the job, remember?" she said. Amelia dragged me up to the counter and told me to order whatever I wanted. I chose a strawberry smoothie and a blueberry muffin. Essis tugged on my ear until I ordered a second muffin for him. "How's work been?" I asked once we sat. Essis perched in my lap, happily eyeing the muffin I was unwrapping for him. Amelia shrugged. "Could be better. I was demoted to the laundry department. I didn't think you could be demoted from maid, but apparently you can. I just wash and fold laundry all day, because apparently it's bad if passengers see Bayami making their beds." My shoulders fell. "I'm sorry, Am." She shrugged. "It's fine." She had that same tone in her voice that Liam always got when he said that. Translation: things were totally not fine. "Do you at least get off the hose-ho at port?" I asked. I knew one of the reasons she'd taken the job was to travel. "Here and there," she said, staring down at her second cup of coffee. It was clear she wasn't being treated well on the hose-ho and didn't want to tell me. I had this horrible image in my head of her wearing rags for her uniform and eating lunch in a tiny corner behind the washing machine. I didn't get why she wouldn't quit. "Anyway, how's Kinpago been?" Her tone brightened. I swallowed a piece of muffin. "Not great, to be honest. The Bayami have basically been thrown in the dungeons, and people are getting their familiars taken away." She frowned. "I heard. Is it really as bad as they say?" I nodded. "I watched someone get murdered in front of me at school, and nobody did a thing to prosecute the bitch." My harsh tone got a few people to look our way, so I lowered my voice. I'll tell you about it later. Amelia had this wide-eyed look of terror on her face, but she quickly said, "Yeah, that's probably best. Why don't we go for a walk?" We gathered our takeout cups and left the coffee shop. Neither of us spoke until we veered off the main road onto a narrow hiking path in the woods. "So, what's been going on?" Amelia asked. I dove into the story of how Haley killed Levi. I hadn't really talked about it since, though it was always hanging on the edge of my mind. I was surprised at how good it felt to tell her, like I was finally making some sense out of it. Once I started talking, I couldn't stop. I told Amelia about the scene I'd witnessed with Logan and Isabella, and how I'd stepped in to stop it. "Good," she said firmly. "I'm glad you stood up to him. The Bayami need people like you to protect them." I burned to tell Amelia about our smuggling operation, but I didn't think it was fair after I'd chewed Liam out about Mia. It was supposed to be a unanimous decision to tell other people, even though I trusted Amelia with my life. Eventually, we reached the beach, and Amelia and I sat on a big rock. I curled my arms around my knees since there was a chill in the air. Essis and Kiwi sniffed each other, until Kiwi started pecking Essis' horns. Essis hissed and cowered behind me. "It's okay, buddy," I said, pulling him into my lap. "Kiwi's just playing." Kiwi never did like me much. Probably because I was Coigni and he was bonded to a Toaqua. But he'd started warming up to me since I came to Kinpago. Amelia stared out into the ocean, looking deep in thought. The wind breezed through her dark hair. I noticed the waves grew the more she stared at them. Thoughts were racing through my own head, things I'd been wanting to ask her for a while. "Am," I said softly. She tore her gaze from the water to look at me. "Yeah?" "I'm curious. Why do you think the elders put you in Bayami? You're not a threat to anyone. You wouldn't hurt a fly." I dropped my gaze. "Do you think it's because of me?" Her face fell, and she looked deeply hurt by the suggestion. "Sophia, no. Even if that's the case, it's not the only reason." I furrowed my brow and searched her face for an explanation. She gave nothing away. "What do you mean? How could the elders hate you?" My question halted in its tracks when I realized something. The day I learned of my powers, Naomi had been prowling the hiking trail in Utah where Amelia and I had spent our afternoon. I never knew why, and Amelia had dodged around the question when I'd asked before. Had Amelia done something to get herself in trouble with Madame Doya? With the elders? My tone hardened. "Am, what did you do to Doya?" Amelia scoffed. "That bitch? Nothing." "It doesn't sound like nothing," I asserted. She shook it off. "I promise, I didn't do anything to Doya." I crossed my arms. It annoyed me when she closed me off like this. "Well, she seemed pretty interested in you, enough to send her familiar 2 states away to spy on you." "How do you know she wasn't spying on you?" Amelia shot back. "Because no one knew where I was until you exposed me," I snapped. Amelia went so still that she didn't even breathe. She looked like a wax figure, until tears began to rise to her eyes. Shock riveted through me. Amelia never cried. "I'm sorry about that." Her voice cracked. "I just wanted you to bond. If I could go back and do it all over again, I'd never let you get involved with this mess." "Amelia," I said softly. I leaned over and pulled her into a hug. When we drew away from each other, Amelia wiped at her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Am," I said. "But that's exactly why I need to know. I'm involved now, and you can't change that. So please, don't lie to me." Amelia took a long, deep breath, like she was stalling. Finally, she lifted her gaze to meet mine. Okay, I'll tell you. I resituated myself on the rock to face her head on. My pulse quickened as I waited to hear her story. During my senior year at Orenda Academy, something happened. What happened? I asked when she paused. Amelia hesitated. My friends wanted me to rise up against the elders. I didn't know if I wanted to or not. Did you do it? I questioned. Amelia sat rigid. Most of them ended up dead in the tournament. The ancestors chose a different path for me. I furrowed my brow. What path? She took a deep breath. When I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do, I prayed to the ancestors to help guide me. It was the longest meditation of my life. Even longer than my naming ceremony. Even longer than yours. Amelia swallowed. When my ancestral guides finally arrived, they showed me a vision of the totem. Amelia's gaze flickered down to my shirt, where the totem was safely tucked inside. I pulled the totem out from under my shirt so she could see it. You knew I had it? I've known you had it since your naming ceremony, she admitted. I saw it around your neck when you changed in the woods. I'd forgotten about that. Right, but I gave it to the elders during the trial. I saw the string around your neck, she said. I assumed. So the ancestors wanted you to find it and... what? Give it to me? I asked. She shook her head. No. They wanted me to put it somewhere where you'd find it. In the cave. I gasped. You're the one who put it in the cave? Where'd you get it from? In my vision from my ancestral guides, I was climbing a mountain, up the tallest peak in all of Kinpago, Amelia explained. When I went to climb the peak for real, the totem came to me. Came to you? I asked. She nodded. From the sky. This bright light came down from the clouds, and the totem was there, floating straight into my hand. I knew the ancestors had brought it to me. I couldn't explain what I felt when Amelia told the story. A warmth spread throughout my chest. I couldn't believe the totem had come straight from the ancestral lands. Once I had it, I followed my vision to the cave, Amelia said. That's where I left it until you found it. Wow, I breathed. I lightly touched the totem, still trying to process it all. What does any of this have to do with Doya? Amelia took a deep breath before continuing. I think Naomi must have seen me praying to the ancestors, because she started following me around afterward. Doya must have sent her to trail me to Utah because she thought the ancestors gave me information. It was a lot to take in. I thought Amelia was innocent in all this, but she was a lot more involved than I'd assumed. But I showed the totem to Doya, and she didn't think anything of it, I said. Amelia shook her head. I'm not sure that's what she was looking for. What was it Doya wanted from Amelia? Theories were going wild in my head, and none of them were good. Was Doya looking for some kind of weapon? She'd mentioned something to me about finding an object long ago. Doya must have realized I didn't have what she wanted, because Naomi stopped following me after that, Amelia said. I took a long, deep breath as I processed everything Amelia had said. When I exhaled, I finally spoke again. So, what happened to the rest of your friends? The ones who didn't die in the tournament? Do they still want to rise up against the elders? The muscles in Amelia's jaw tightened, and she got a dark look in her eyes. That's a road you don't want to go down, Sophia. When I opened my mouth to protest, she quickly added, It's for your own safety. A heavy weight settled on my chest. Am, if there are people out there rising up against the elders— Sophia! Amelia snapped. Don't ask me questions you don't want to know the answers to. I don't want to have to lie to you. There was something in her eyes that suggested she'd already lied. My jaw clenched. I don't like being kept in the dark. Amelia took my hands in hers and looked me straight in the eye. I need you to trust me on this. Just knowing could put you in danger. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, and Amelia let go of my hands. Look, I have to leave for a few days, but I'll be back at the end of next week. There's more I want to tell you, but— Amelia shot a glance around the beach. Even though we were alone, she looked nervous. Not here. I'll send Kiwi. Next week, Friday the 13th. We'll meet after you're done with class. I promise I'll explain everything. Okay, I agreed, because I didn't know what else to say. I only hoped by then Amelia would be honest with me. I didn't believe her when she said her friends had died. Amelia was lying. And if we were going to win this war, we both needed to tell each other the truth.